Santa Fe, New Mexico, an ancient border city with 4 centuries of history, once proud and full of life, now notorious as a haven for fugitives and criminals. Smuggling, robbery, and shootings were as common as the desert wind. Law had little weight here. As night fell, the desert was swallowed by shadow. Far from the city, a lonely gas station glowed faintly against the dark. Behind its half-closed rolling door, the buzz of cheap fluorescent lights spilled through the cracks. "Chun, close up already. Don't leave it open this late." The shopkeeper, a scruffy man with yellowed teeth, lugged a box toward the storeroom. He tossed the warning over his shoulder. "Mexicans prowl at this hour. Hungry men will do anything." "Got it." Chen Tian nodded from the counter, but his hands moved lazily. He didn't rush to shut the door. That's when a black Chrysler rolled up. The door creaked open, and a staggering figure entered. Clouded eyes, scruffy beard, worn down to the bone. He looked like a man half dead. He trudged to the counter and muttered, voice rough with exhaustion. "Kid whiskey. A few bottles." Logan were closed. The shopkeeper popped his head out, annoyance flashing across his face. "You should be glad your door wasn't locked," the man growled, "or I'd have ripped it off." Logan Howlett, once the most dangerous man alive. Now, I'm nothing more than a drunk at the edge of the world. He pulled a crumpled 20 from his wallet, the reluctance playing on his face, and shoved it across the counter. Chen Tian's lips quirked. "Howlett, don't you have to drive later?" Logan squinted at the boy, taken aback. There was something unsettling about him, like the teen already knew him, as if he saw straight through the mask of a broken old man. The feeling had lingered for weeks, but every time Logan dismissed it. Who would recognize him here? Mutants were long gone. Heroes? Even further. By 2029, mutants hadn't seen a new birth in years. Their race was vanishing. "Don't ask questions, kid. Just the whiskey." "Sure." Chen Tian fetched the bottles, a spark flickering in his eyes, because he didn't know Logan. 18 years ago, Chen Tian had crossed into this world, Marvel's world, and been born as one of the last mutants of the old era. An era already collapsing. The X-Men were disbanded, Xavier's dream in ruins. Mutants had been hunted until only shadows remained. And yet, by chance, he had stumbled on something impossible. Whenever he witnessed a fight, he could drop and claim the abilities of those involved. Combat skill, mutant gifts, even powers that defied science. Watching was enough. A few months ago, he realized this cheat could be his way to survive. If he wanted to escape the noose tightening around mutant kind, he needed strength. And what better place to start than Wolverine's legendary healing factor? The problem, Logan hadn't fought once since Chen Tian met him. The old wolf had dulled his claws. Unless pushed, he endured quietly, hiding his fury beneath a haze of whiskey. "Goodbye." Logan left with his bottles, ignoring the pity in the boy's gaze. He poured one straight into his throat before slumping into the Chrysler outside, cutting the engine to sleep in the dirt lot. Old drunk. The shopkeeper spat in disgust when he saw him. "Boy, don't follow his example. He's washed up, not even good enough to drive an Uber. Keeps ranting about buying a boat when he's drunk. Delusional." Chen Tian only shook his head. A tiger fallen to Pingyang is mocked by dogs. Closing the rolling door, he went through the motions of washing up. Nights here were dangerous, and it was his turn to guard the shop. Lying in bed, his thoughts raced. This timeline wasn't the clean MCU he remembered. Stark Industries was already in the headlines. Yet mutants were vanishing, as in Logan. The two timelines overlapped strangely, a chaotic blend of worlds. That meant danger, but also opportunity. A sharp noise outside broke his train of thought. Metal clashing, angry curses. Chen Tian bolted upright and rushed to the window. There, in the dim light, a group of smugglers were crouched by the Chrysler, trying to strip its wheels. His heart leapt. This is it. The Logan scene. The one moment where the old wolf was forced to bare his fangs again. Chen Tian's eyes gleamed with excitement. If Logan fought, if his claws came out, then the system would trigger. And if fortune favored him, Wolverine's self-healing factor would be his. His survival, his future, his rise, everything could begin tonight. Outside the gas station, the desert night was restless. A van screeched to a stop near Logan's Chrysler. A handful of smugglers spilled out, eyes gleaming at the sight of the car. In this part of Santa Fe, nobody drove a Chrysler unless they had money, or at least something worth stealing. Unload the wheels. Quick, take the cash, no trouble. Last time you stripped one, you cracked the rim. Do it right, or I'll crack you. Shut up and move. Kill the radio before the cops get ideas. They crouched by the rear tires, tools clanking against chrome. The car rocked with every wrench turn, but they didn't notice the shadow lying inside. In the back seat, Logan stirred. His head throbbed from whiskey, but the voices outside were clear. His eyes narrowed. Messing with my car? F*******, he muttered, dragging himself upright. He shoved the door open and stepped out, staggering into the desert air. He rounded the hood and spoke, voice gravelly. Hey, don't lose the lug nuts, boys. The men froze for a beat, then sneered. One waved him off impatiently. Old man, get lost. We're busy. Logan crouched beside the wheel, staring at the scratches on the rim. His tone was almost weary. Chrome's all chewed up. You clowns don't even know what you're doing. The leader finally stood, a short-barreled pistol in his hand. His eyes were cold. You sure you want to stand here, viejo? Logan leaned against the car, his once mighty frame sagging with age. His voice rasped, almost pitiful. This car's rented. No one's dumb enough to. Bang! The gunshot ripped through the desert. The impact sent Logan sprawling, blood soaking through his shirt. Keep working, the leader barked, turning away. He's nothing, just a drunk. But behind them, the drunk groaned. The hole in his chest closed, muscle and skin knitting back together. Logan gritted his teeth and forced himself up. Damn it! The men whipped around, disbelief etched across their faces. No way. I shot him through the heart. He's still standing? Logan's eyes burned with a predatory light. The look of an old wolf pushed too far. Walk away now, he growled. Or regret it. With a metallic snick, claws slid from his fists. They were shorter, duller than before, but still deadly. The leader's voice cracked. Mutant. He's a ing mutant. One of them lunged first. Logan slashed, steel ripping through flesh. A scream split the night. Kill him. Gunfire erupted. Muzzle flashes lit the lot as bullets tore into Logan's body. He staggered, absorbing the shots with his flesh, shielding the Chrysler behind him. Blood poured, but he didn't stop. Another thug kicked him down. The rest piled on, fists and boots slamming into his ribs. The leader raised his pistol again, leveling it at Logan's head. End him. Right here. And then, a clear, youthful voice cut through the chaos. What do you think you're doing? The men turned. Standing at the edge of the lot was Chen Tian, his eyes steady, his voice cold. Inside his head, a system chime echoed. Ding. Battle detected. Drop reward. Super self-healing factor, Wolverine. Chen Tian's lips curled. His gamble had paid off.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Battle detected. Drop reward. Super self-healing factor, Wolverine. Chen Tian listened to the echoing voice in his head. His expression was slightly stunned, and then joy appeared under his eyes, and he was naturally familiar with the sound of the alarm clock ringing. This is the ability he accidentally gained earlier, and by watching the battle of a certain target, he can pick up the reward dropped by the target on the spot. The first time I discovered this ability was in an underground black boxing match. Due to the embarrassment of life, he accidentally obtained the opponent's fighting skills when participating in the competition, and finally won an absolute victory with his skills and avoided being suspected. And now he has seen Wolverine's super self-healing factor after watching the battle, which is the only useful ability in months. To be precise, Wolverine was also the first person he had encountered in many years with extraordinary powers. What is the super self-healing factor? It can make people's bodies exceed the natural recovery speed of any normal human being, and even reach a perverted recovery self-healing speed. Only by completely destroying their bodies can they stop the action of self-healing factors. And Wolverine's nearly 200 years old is also because the self-healing factor has the effect of slowing down aging, thereby prolonging life. Chen Tian's ability to obtain the self-healing factor in his young body undoubtedly gave him the capital to survive in such a dangerous world. A roar suction room. A line of property panels appeared in front of him, which seemed to be his own situation. People panel, Chen Tian. Ability, variant ability, small water control, born. Variant ability, super self-healing factor, Wolverine. Fart. However, now is not the time to look at the panel. The old inkers standing not far in front have turned their eyes to Chen Tian, and the previous few people were still a little scared when they heard the unfamiliar voice. When they saw that it was a 17 or 18-year-old boy, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, as outlaws, they will also worry about being targeted by the police, and the police in America are no joke. They will chase you to the ends of the earth. What's more, in the current society where science and technology are extremely developed, Stinky Boy, you've come to the wrong place. The old M.O., who was the leader, was full of fierce indifference under his eyes, raised the gun with one hand, aimed at the yellow-skinned boy's head, and said in a gloomy tone, "Boss, don't let this kid go. He has already seen our faces." A younger brother next to him whispered. Logan Horrit, who was faint on the ground, heard it clearly, and he shouted at Chen Tian with his hands on the ground. "Chun, UF asterisk 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 G guy. What are you doing here? Hurry up and get back. Hey, old boy, I don't care what the hell you are. You better be honest with me. Otherwise, I'll see if this little guy can catch this shot like you." Old Motuzi grinned and sneered. It would be much easier to have hostages, and he was worried that the old guy would break the net. "Damn, he's an ordinary person. You guys let him go." Logan Howlett clenched his fists and forced the brutal, beastly voice in his heart. He is no longer a superhero. He can no longer punish evil and promote good, and he can no longer save others. But he does not want to involve an ordinary person because of his own problems. "Shut up. What the hell are you? I thought the mutant all over the world was extinct, but I didn't expect that there were rats like you in the world, hiding in the shadows all day to survive. Aren't you tired of living? Why don't you end the pain earlier?" The old ink head held a gun in each hand, aimed at two people in different directions, turned his head to look at the embarrassed mutant on the ground, his eyes full of disgust. "It's a pity that social scum like you are still alive. And how can Wolverine, as the former X-Men, die so easily? Compared to him, I think some people should have cut themselves off earlier." At the moment, the teenager Chen Tian, who was standing not far away, unexpectedly spoke, his tone full of awe and contempt. From the words, it is clear that two different emotions correspond to different people. Wolverine heard the code name that no one Roar had called for a long time. He looked at the teenager in shock, a bitter smile on the corner of his mouth. It seems that this little guy really knows himself. Unexpectedly, there are still people who recognize Wolverine in this era. "Shut up." When the old inkhead heard this, he glared at Chen Tian, who didn't know whether he was alive or dead, as if he might pull the trigger at any time. But he couldn't help but be stunned by what the young man said. Turning his head to look at Logan Howlett on the ground again, he seemed to recognize him, and he suddenly realized, "Holy crap, I recognize you, Wolverine. When I was a child, I often read Xavier's school comics. You're all so old? Even the iconic steel claw can't be fully extended now." Old M.O. Tuzi and several people around him looked at Wolverine on the ground with a look of embarrassment. Immediately, a hint of banter suddenly rose in the eyes of the old inkhead, and his voice was a little strange. "Wolverine, can you still fight crime now? What do you mean by that?" Wolverine smelled the danger and slowly raised her head, beast-like eyes, staring at the Mexican in front of her, her mouth as if she would tear it apart in the next second. "Calm down." Old M.O. Tuzi signaled the person to step back step by step. He knew that Wolverine would not make any drastic moves at all because of Chen Tian's safety. But just because Wolverine won't mean he won't. When Laumo's head led his men to retreat nearly 10 meters, his eyes were fierce. He pulled the trigger sharply, and in a flash, the muzzle of the short gun flashed, and a bullet shot into the heads of Wolverine and Chen Tian at the same time. Bang! Roar! Faced with the speeding bullet, Logan Howlett reflexed. Lily raised his hand and used the adamantium steel claw to cut off the bullet, just when he looked in Chen Tian's direction. His pupils suddenly contracted. Endless bloodshot frantically crawled all over his eyes, and his eyes gradually became extremely hideous and terrifying, like a beast that gradually broke free. Because he saw Chen Tian being shot through the head, and the emaciated teenager fell to the ground in response. A dash! Next second, the beastly nature in the heart of the elderly Wolverine completely exploded. His open arms showed a strong figure, and his whole person stomped on the ground like a fierce beast rushing towards the group of Old Ink. Fark! Shoot! The Old Ink head miscalculated. He thought that he could penetrate the opponent's head with one shot, but he did not expect that the seemingly elderly Wolverine could even cut off a bullet. This time, however, he didn't even have a chance to react, and Wolverine, who burst out with full strength, was not at all something that ordinary humans could block, facing steel claws that cut iron like mud, and powerful super strength. Within seconds, several people's heads fell to the ground and collapsed in a pool of blood. Only the two people standing near the van driven by Lao Mo were spared because of the distance. However, they saw Wolverine in rage, his legs weakened with fright, and he ran towards the van in horror. But just as they passed Chen Tian's body, Chen Tian, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly stretched out a hand to them. Roar! The two surviving Old Mo witnessed Wolverine's brutality. Their faces were pale and desperate, and they strode in the direction of the van, not noticing the yellow-skinned boy under their feet, their fingers trembling slightly. Next second, Chen Tian, who had originally fallen in a pool of blood, suddenly stretched out his hand to the two Old Mo who fled, grabbed the ankles of the two hard, and then pulled back. Bang! Fark! The two didn't even have a chance to resist, but felt that their ankles were being dragged by someone, and the whole person immediately fell face to face in response, and severe pain came from their faces. The sudden situation made them a little dizzy, and regardless of the severe pain on their faces, they turned their heads to look back. But when they saw the figure slowly standing up, an unprecedented sense of fear quickly occupied their minds, and then their throats seemed to be stuck by someone, and they couldn't breathe. Because what caught his eye was Chen Tian, who was pierced through the brain, and he still had hideous bullet holes in his brain, and blood and unknown liquid flowed out of the blood hole. The viscous liquid stained the young man's immature face, making him look terrifying and terrifying, revealing a strange aura. How can it be? One of the Old Ink trembled. If you don't die after being shot, the only possibility is that the teenager in front of you is also a mutant and has an extremely perverted self-healing ability. Soon, the idea in my heart was confirmed again. I saw that the blood hole on Chen Tian's brain door began to squirm, and the bullet stuck in the brain door squeezed out and fell, and then gradually appeared integrate, recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. If it weren't for the blood, no one would have imagined the tragic scene of the teenager. What? Logan Howlett killed a few people in a row and was a little breathless, not planning to chase the remaining two. As a result, I saw Chen Tian come to life. Even the blood hole in his head has been restored to its original state, which means that this little guy is mutant. How can it be? There has been no newborn mutant in the world for more than 20 years, and Chen Tian is only 17 or 18 years old. The appearance of the teenager mutant shocked Wolverine. But this is not what Wolverine is most shocked by, but he smells a familiar breath in Chen Tian, especially when the bullet hole in the teenager's head heals, as if the other party saw his young figure. When Wolverine was out of her mind, a heart-rending scream sounded in her ears. I saw the two Old Inks who were originally lying on the ground, their eyes suddenly red and red. The blue tendons on their foreheads burst out, Their faces were twisted in pain, and their legs were twitching and swinging wildly. Then their eyes overflowed with blood, and their mouths foamed. In the end, his eyes rolled, and his head tilted completely out of breath. Logan Howlett was stunned when he saw this. The situation seemed to be different for what he thought. This little guy seemed to have other variant abilities. Roar. On the other side, Chen Tian kicked the two of them each, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he was sure that he had no breath. He just used the innate mutant ability to control the water in the two of them and suffocate them. After all, he only got Wolverine's self-healing factor, and his strength has not been improved, and he is not as fast as this move. Chen Tian couldn't help but touch the door of his brain, and after touching it, he didn't find the slightest trace, and he didn't feel very emotional in his heart. Who the hell are you? At this time, Logan Howlett came over and wondered. As you can see, a teenager mutant. Chen Tian responded while wiping the blood from his face. But how is it possible you are? Logan Howlett heard the answer, still with a puzzled look on his face. I understand you, but I was indeed born through normal childbearing, not through some kind of technological means. Chen Tian could see Wolverine's deep concern. After all, there had been more than 20 years in this world, and no new mutant had been born. The reason is that humans have mastered the code of the mutant gene and intervened to modify and treat the mutant gene through dietary injection. In fact, at the end of Wolverine 3, scientists told Logan that all food over the years had been injected with a substance that could alter mutants' genes. So let mutant begin to weaken and even die, and no new mutant will be born. It's incredible. No wonder Charles talks about the new mutant all day. Logan Howlett listened thoughtfully, and then looked at the yellow-skinned boy with a bitter smile on his lips. You are estimated to be the last newborn in the old era, and that was more than 10 years ago. But it's sad. God let you come down and suffer. With that, he shook his head again mockingly. Wolverine, stop inking. Quickly deal with the scene. Otherwise it will be bad when the police come a while. Chen Tian was optimistic and didn't care. Anyway, he had a gold finger and it wasn't impossible to live in the world. Besides, it wasn't survival. He at least has to hang when he comes to this world. How to deal with it? Wolverine hadn't killed anyone for a while, and he shook his head and cursed in a low voice. Killing someone would definitely attract the attention of government departments. When the time comes to find out on his head, it is estimated that so many years of seclusion will be broken again. Buried. Chen Tian was speechless and looked up. The night is dark and the wind is high, and the moon is full, and there are no people around. Isn't it a good time to bury people? I really don't know what Wolverine thinks in the movie, and she ran directly to leave a handle for people. Wolverine was stunned when she heard this. This is a 17 or 18-year-old boy who said the words. But there seemed to be no other good way, so he had to move all the bodies into the van, then clean up the scene, and then drove Chrysler and Chen Tian towards the depths of the desert together. On the way, Wolverine held the steering wheel with one hand, treated the wound with the other, took off his shirt, and forcefully squeezed out the bullets in his body, falling to the ground to cause a crisp sound, which was just a seemingly simple thing in the past, but made the elderly Wolverine gasp as if tormented. Chen Tian in the van secretly shook his head when he saw this scene. The omnipotent, near-immortal Wolverine is old after all. At this time, a voice in Chen Tian's head pulled his eyes back. Detected to get the first ability, reward, dimensional teleportation, incredible man. At this time, a cold voice sounded in Chen Tian's head, and what was mentioned in it made him stunned. Incredible people. He knows him as an old Marvel fan. This guy is a product of early comics, and it is extremely unpopular in Marvel, and few people will recognize it. However, incredible people are bug-like existences. His ability is a molecule that controls the body, can transform into all Marvel characters at will, and can have the ability to change objects. Even Marvel screenwriters and comic narration can play between applause. Its ability to control molecules to an outrageous point that it can modify anything casually, once depriving the transcendent of its ability. The planet devourer of the five gods gave the Incredible Man an evaluation. The incredible is enough to threaten the space-time architecture of the almighty universe. And the incredible is determined to start the almighty universe level other battles. And dimensional teleportation is just one of the incredible means. But just one ability is enough to drive countless people crazy. Chen Tian's most impressive impression of the incredible dimensional teleportation is that he can break the fourth wall and shuttle through any beautiful comic world. It's the world of American comics, and not just the world of Marvel. He once brought DC's Supermaster back to Marvel's real-world people and let the omnipotent Supermaster do things for himself. Chen Tian understands that with this ability, it means that he can travel to other American comic worlds, obtain different abilities, and constantly enhance his strength. Thinking about it, he suddenly felt that his beautiful life seemed to be bright. "Hey boy, what are you giggling about?" Logan Howlett changed his clothes, poured a large sip of wine, and saw a smile on the corner of the boy's mouth. But he smiled like a fox at a young age. "I was thinking about where to bury these guys for a while." Chen Tian realized that he was smiling too lewdly and hurriedly retracted his expression. However, he really wants to quickly deal with his car trouble and then go back to study dimensional teleportation, which may help him quickly improve his strength. As long as he can contact the existence of a higher dimension, he has the opportunity to get the other party's ability. Definitely Chen Tian is not stupid enough to contact those high-dimensional creatures with his current strength, and those big guys may be annihilated by him with a single thought. Everything can only come one step at a time. I can't guarantee that he will even be able to do it in the future, so that the entire American comic world can be greatly integrated. Finally, at Wolverine's suggestion, the van was pushed into a deep canyon in the desert, and the vehicle did not explode. Only the loud noise caused by the landing reverberates, but fortunately, the situation at the bottom of the canyon cannot be seen from above. Ordinary people will not go down to the valley with rough terrain, and the wreckage below will not be found in a short time, and will not be targeted by wandering teams and government departments for the time being. Now the government is offering a bounty to Mutant, who they believe should be imprisoned. The two finished disposing of the body. Logan Howlett drove Chen Tian back to the gas station's convenience store, borrowed the convenience store's bathroom, and washed the blood on his hands and car. He still has to get out of the car in the middle of the night, so naturally he can't just go like this. Before leaving, Wolverine thought about it and handed over an address to the yellow-skinned boy and said, "Pay attention to safety. If you get into trouble, you will come to this place to find me." It may be that Chen Tian was the last mutant born in the old era, and after spending more than a month together, Wolverine's conscience made him say these words. "No, Wolverine, you're old. It's up to me to say this. If you get into trouble, remember to come here and find me." Chen Tian smiled. He naturally hoped to participate in the battle of Wolverine in the future. Although the super self-healing factor has been obtained, Wolverine has more than just self-healing factors, but also other abilities. Moreover, Wolverine also hides Charles Professor X, who has a strong psychic ability. This is also one of the goals that Chen Tian wants to achieve. If you get the ability of the mind of the professor, it is equivalent to obtaining the ability that threatens no less than nuclear weapons. Shit. Logan Howlett smiled for a long time when he heard this, shook his head, and drove away. Obviously, he didn't take Chen Tian's words to heart. After all, no matter how weak he is also a battle-hardened fighter, and for more than 100 years, he has become proficient in almost all the fighting techniques in the world. Coupled with a lot of experience, it is not comparable to a teenager. When Chrysler's taillights disappeared into the horizon, Chen Tian slowly closed the rolling door, as if this area was the territory of those old inks, and no other criminals appeared at this time. It's good that he's not in the mood to deal with anything else right now, and his attention is all on the new ability dimension portal. People panel, Chen Tian. Ability, variant ability, small water control, born. Variant ability, super self-healing factor, Wolverine. Dimensional teleportation, Incredible Man. Incredible Man. Ability from the amazing race of Incredible Man. The place where the ability can be reached depends on your imagination, and the high-dimensional imagination can let you go anywhere. Chen Tian looked at Jian Xiao, who teleported from the dimension, and it seemed relatively simple. So he sat down at the head of the bed and tried to open the portal to DC, but there was no movement in the dim room for a long time. More than 10 seconds later, the ability of dimensional teleportation seems to not exist and does not cause any movement. How could it be? Just when Chen Tian thought that the posture was wrong, the space in front of him changed, gradually showing a twisted and broken shape. Next second, roar. The previously empty space suddenly tore out a portal, and then the huge amounts of suction brought Chen Tian in. Above the city with tall buildings, heavy dark clouds are like a curtain, shrouding the bustling city below, and the dim light makes the city look particularly oppressive. The clutter of goods on the streets is thrown away haphazardly, and passers-by walk through the road after the rain, causing splashes on the soles of their feet, but no one cares about this. Everyone is immersed in busy anxiety. The city is always depressing inside and out, and a similar atmosphere is all over the city. After all, this is Gotham. Gotham. Chen Tian looked up at the building facilities, quite in the style of the 90s of the last century, and felt a little emotional in his heart. He really came to the DC universe, which is also a big event in the United States through the dimensional portal. It's just that he didn't figure out which universe he crossed into for the time being. Like Marvel, DC also has the concept of multi-universe, and different universes are going on at the same time, and different things and disasters occur. But fortunately, this universe has not been restarted. Chen Tian muttered as he walked down the street, remembering that there had been a reboot in the DC universe. If he meets with his current strength, 80% will be a complete calf. Now he has to figure out what time period he is in. After all, he came to the DC universe, but in order to obtain a powerful ability, and Superman is undoubtedly one of the goals. For the super superior ability, it can be said that there is no one who does not desire. Only, I don't know if Clark came to Earth at the moment. It's getting dark. Chen Tian felt a little unlucky. It was going to be dark just after crossing over. The haze-shrouded deep space soon darkened, and it didn't take long for night to fall completely, and most of the native Gotham people chose not to go out again after dark. Even if you go out, you will choose a place with more traffic, like Chen Tian, who selectively walks to sparsely populated areas. Passers-by will only secretly shake their heads when they see it. There are also people who avoid it, and the devil knows whether this seemingly harmless guy is surprised or frightened in his pocket in the next second. As a matter of fact, the reason why Chen Tian went to an area with few people and a frequent crime rate was to accidentally hear Batman's news and see if he could meet the other party. However, not long after he left, a tall figure holding a cold, hard object suddenly appeared in front of him. Stand still and don't move. The big man aimed at the yellow-skinned boy with a gunman. His fierce eyes flashed surprise, and after waiting for a night, he thought he was going to return with a feather, but he didn't expect to wait for a defenseless teenager. So he said viciously, "Little guy, obediently hand over the money. I promise that no one will be hurt." Chen Tian was stunned, did not run into Batman, but ran into the criminal first. It is worthy of Gotham, and the criminals are estimated to be more than the righteous people. Don't be stunned. Hurry up and hand over the valuables. Seeing him, the big man was a little anxious and a little angry, and recently he often heard news about the presence of vigilantes. He didn't want to be targeted by that kind of guy. Calm down. I don't want you to get hurt either. Chen Tian's mood was calm, without the slightest wave, and it seemed that the person who was pointed at by someone was not him. Fark, I don't have time to listen to your mouth cannon. Hurry up and take it out, otherwise I can't guarantee what will happen. When the big man saw the young man's calm appearance, he immediately felt insulted by the other party, and waved the gun in his hand and said coldly, "He has killed no less than 10 people. What about killing one more? Airplanes. Wow." But right at this time, a sharp flying darts streaked through the air, shining dazzling white light in the light, spinning and hitting the back of the big man's hand. The sharp blade immediately cut through the outer skin, and the blurred flesh and blood were exposed to the air. "Ah!" The big man screamed, and the gun fell to the ground without his hand. Battle detected. Drop reward. Super flying dart skill, Batman. At this time, a cold voice also sounded in Chen Tian's mind, and the name mentioned in it made his eyes brighten. Batman. Bruce Wayne finally appeared. If Batman shows up, it means that at the moment Superman Clark, it's likely to be in the Met. Please get out of this place. Sure enough, a figure behind him fell steadily, followed by a male voice that obviously deliberately changed his voice, and the other party saw his appearance clearly when he passed by, and it was Batman dressed in black. Just Batman of this period. To Chen Tian's surprise, the other party's costume did not look mature enough. Without a cape and belt, and the universe's Batman seemed to be in its infancy, and he didn't detect a deep resentment in his eyes. It could be judged that Bruce Wayne in front of him is in its infancy. You the vigilante? The big man saw Batman's face change greatly, and recently Gotham has often circulated rumors that someone punishes R***** and eliminates evil at night. I didn't expect everything to be true. Just grab it, no one will be hurt again. Bruce Wayne said coldly. Yu Guang had no intention of sweeping back, and found that the yellow-skinned boy was still standing in place. You're not leaving? Why go? I'm not in danger. Hearing this, Bruce was a little surprised. The person who left Gotham mayor for only 10 years has such courage exercised at a young age? Surprised. He was keenly aware of the metal grinding sound of the butt, and suddenly looked up to see the big man raising the gun and pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Wow. Fortunately, Bruce has been training for many years to react extremely quickly, and lowered his body to avoid the incoming bullets. Just when he was about to throw out the flying darts, the teenager behind him picked up the previously dropped flying darts on the ground at some point, threw it out hard, and plunged into the criminal's neck fiercely, and the sharp flying darts was like a knife cutting through the skin. In an instant, endless blood splattered. The criminal clutched his neck in pain, knelt down on the ground with a fierce face, and looked at the two people in front of him in horror, his throat trying to make a sound, but it would only make the blood flow faster. Damn, what did you do? Bruce Wayne was confused. Today is his 4th day as a vigilante at night. At the beginning, he didn't think of making a fuss, but the seemingly immature teenager tried to lay a dead hand so decisively. Even people like him who had prepared mentally in advance were shocked by the other party's actions. Chen Tian watched his eyes gradually fade into light, and finally fell the criminal, without the slightest pity and fluctuations. As a mutant, he can survive in the dangerous Marvel universe for more than 10 years. He would not be merciful, but looked at Bruce with a smile and said with a smile, "Rich boy, welcome to Gotham. There are only 2 kinds of people here, crazy and normal. Rich boy, welcome to Gotham. There are only 2 kinds of people here, crazy and normal." Bruce Wayne's face under the mask was visibly stiff after hearing these words, and his eyes revealed mixed emotions. As a Gotham native, he naturally knows the dangers of the city, one of the highest crime rates in America, and it can be said that crime is happening all the time in the city. Almost all crazy people gather here, even with personalities that you can't imagine. But really make young Bruce Wayne was stunned because these words came out of the mouth of a 17 or 18-year-old boy. It seems that in the 10 years since leaving Gotham, this dirty city has not been improved. The same depravity and squalor. Maybe his return is the right choice. When I left, I wanted to come back one day and let this unchanging city get metamorphosis, and obviously it was the right choice. Then let me start with you. Bruce Wayne pulled out the rope, revealing a chill in his eyes, and his tone was full of danger. So, you're going to kill me? Chen Tian was not surprised in the slightest when he heard Bruce's words. After all, no one can commit crimes in front of Batman's eyes, and even some people ridicule Gotham, which is ruled by Grandpa, and has a little criminal idea for more than 10 years. It may be subdued in advance. Definitely not the fledgling Bruce now. Wayne, that's something only criminals do, and I'll send you to jail with my own hands. Bruce Wayne said indifferently, "It seems that you don't know much about Gotham, and you don't even know what Gotham is." Chen Tian sneered. He knew that before Batman swore to become a vigilante to punish adultery and evil, he had set the principle of never killing, which was the last insurance to prevent himself from falling into darkness. After all, if you kill someone, you can never turn back, which is no different from a criminal. It's just a pity that his decision led to the disabling and even death of his companions, such as D***K, Grayson, Barbara, Gordon, Jason, Todd, Sarah, Essen. Similar tragedies were caused by Bruce's soft heart. To put it nicely, I don't want to fall into darkness. The ugly thing is the living spirit of America, the son of big capitalists, the embodiment of justice, and the endorsement of the goodness of capital. Foolish people, you are going astray. Bruce. Wayne was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and rushed in the direction where Chen Tian was with both feet, vowing to catch the shameless teenager today. Roar. The moment his muscular body started, it was no less than the start of a world-class track and field athlete, and the whole person instantly turned into a black shadow and rushed straight to each other. It's like a sudden explosion of beast. This also stems from Bruce's rigorous physical and intellectual training from the age of 11. After harsh training and long periods of eating habits, biofeedback training let his physical fitness reach the highest level of humanity. His strength, speed, endurance, reflexes, and flexibility surpassed the Olympic champions of the same period. Roar. However, even so, in the face of the sudden attack, Chen Tian instantly reacted and withdrew his body to the rear, and his fist passed through the fist to cause a piercing wind. The hissing sound is particularly harsh. Bruce was also a little surprised to see that a punch fell short, but soon took advantage of the victory to pursue Chen Tian and launch a more fierce attack. Battle detected. Drop reward. Top fighting skills, Batman. Top fighting skills. After Chen Tian heard that voice in his head, the memory of fighting techniques flooded into his mind, and he mastered more than 100 fighting techniques at once. To be precise, it's 127 fighting techniques. I have to say, Bruce, Wayne is one of the most powerful human martial arts masters on the planet when it comes to fighting technique. After he mastered the top fighting skills in an instant, he immediately saw through the blues in front of him. Wayne's way, predicting the other party's next move, leaned slightly to the side. Bang! Bruce. Wayne's punch hit the wall directly behind him, and the wall tiles were suddenly cracked by the bombardment. Well, it looks like you're also proficient in martial arts. He could tell at a glance that the teenager had also practiced. Gotham is full of talents, isn't it? Chen Tian smiled calmly. What followed him was a more violent punch, and Bruce on the opposite side seemed to see that he also had a foundation, so he didn't care about letting go of his hands and feet, and his fists smashed towards him like a storm. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, bang. Every blow bursts out with extremely strong power. Coupled with Bruce's training since childhood, almost every blow is aimed at the point, and even senior martial arts experts will be unable to cope with such a terrifying attack. Apparently, he wanted to knock Chen Tian down today. It's just that Bruce completely underestimated Chen Tian, and now his every shot is under the expectation of a yellow-skinned boy, and he can accurately dodge and play with ease every time. With dozens of punches in a row, Rao couldn't touch Chen Tian. Seeing this, his face gradually became solemn, and the boy in front of him, who seemed to be 6 or 7 years younger than him, actually had such a powerful fighting skill, no matter what kind of moves he used, the other party could easily resolve it. Enough play, it's time to end. Chen Tian is naturally able to cope with it easily. After all, he can be said to have completely integrated Bruce's philosophy and skills when it comes to martial arts. So, in the next second, when Bruce punched again, he immediately seized the opportunity to punch Batman in the abdomen. Gravity punched down. Bang! The young Batman suddenly turned pale, and his body retreated uncontrollably and fell to the ground. Although he was wearing protective clothing, the strength of the other party was terrifying, and his fist was like a bullet that made him dizzy for a while. This is the vigilante in Gotham at night. It seems that you're not very good. Chen Tian squats and Bruce. Wayne sighed, shaking his head as if looking at a loser, continued. If I were a criminal, you would be dead by now. You don't understand. Gotham City survives. Ahem, cough. Bruce. Wayne was a little embarrassed, and the pain in his abdomen made him cough and couldn't say a word. I don't have time to waste with you. And today, after meeting Batman, Chen Tian already knew roughly the current development of the universe, which was roughly in its early stages. Bruce. Wayne just became Batman. And Clark Kent, who probably hasn't become Superman yet, is probably still in college. That's fine. If all the heroes grow up, he can't collect these people's abilities. However, he does not plan to travel to the metropolis to find Clark now, and the worlds of Marvel and DC are going on for him at the same time, which means that it may be almost dawn on the Marvel side. And the plot of Wolverine 3 will also begin soon. Chen Tian had to go back and find an opportunity to pick up Professor X's mental ability, and it would be easier to travel between the two worlds with that ability. And he didn't want Wolverine to die embarrassed like in the movie. It's time to go back. After Chen Tian possessed the dimensional teleportation ability, he found that he could perceive the coordinates of the world by immersing himself in it, and he could transmit it at any time only by memorizing the coordinate information. He plans to return to the original Marvel Universe first. He can come back at any time after having coordinates. Anyway, no one will care at the moment. A weak person who can use dimensional teleportation. His strength is not enough to pose a threat to the universe at all, and naturally it will not attract the attention of high-dimensional beings. However, if it were not for the two cosmic times of Marvel and DC, it might be happening at the same time. He probably won't go back so early. After all, there's most likely Clark here, and perhaps Clark at this stage does not seem to be as strong in the future. But Clark is full of treasures, and if he can get one of the other party's super abilities, or even all of them, he may become an all-powerful universe in the future. Chen Tian is not in a hurry. He has time. After dealing with Marvel, it's not too late to come to DC again. Thinking, he was just about to open the dimensional portal. At this time, Bruce, who turned his back on him. Wayne staggered to his feet, the rich boy's head still a little dizzy. He has not yet recovered from what happened just now. After all, he has been well-educated since he was a child. How could he have thought that he would be taught a lesson by a cheaply dressed teenager? Tonight's incident will undoubtedly become a shame for Bruce's volunteer career. And the future king of Gotham was taught the survival of Gotham, who did not understand by a guy with a foreign accent. For the rulers of the Wayne family, it is definitely a great shame. Damn it, boy. Don't let me catch you again. Bruce. Wayne's voice was low and hoarse, and his eyes were full of anger, and he turned his head to look, only to find that there was nothing behind him, only footprints on the black mud on the ground. If it weren't for the pain in his body, he even suspected that the man was fantasizing. Damn it, actually gone. Bruce's face became even more gloomy when he saw this. He had only used this trick on Detective Gordon yesterday, but tonight he was tricked by a hairy boy. This made the young and vigorous Bruce determined to find the guy just now. Meanwhile, the world of Marvel is somewhere in the universe. Santa Fe, New Mexico, the endless desert sky rises in the garden. The remnants of the clouds are slightly red, and the earth is gradually illuminated by the sun. Gas station convenience store on the side of the desert road. In the staff dormitory of the convenience store, the space suddenly folded and shattered, then tore out of the portal, and then a figure appeared out of thin air in the room. Sure enough, both worlds are going on at the same time. Chen Tian walked out of the portal and immediately looked at the clock on the nightstand. And the time in the Marvel Universe had also passed for more than 4 hours. Coincides with his time in Gotham. It seems that as he thought, both worlds are going on at the same time. After confirming this, he collapsed on the bed, intending to sleep for a few hours. The convenience store did not open until 10 o'clock in the morning. He still had time to sleep, although he had a self-healing factor and improved physical function, but it did not mean that he did not need to rest. What's more, he also went around Gotham for a circle, and his body was already very tired after a night of tossing. In order to have the energy to cope with the impending crisis, he must maintain sufficient physical strength. So not long after lying in bed, he fell asleep in a daze. I don't know how long to go. Chen Tian in the dormitory room was woken up by a sleep when he heard the middle-aged store manager knocking hard outside the door and seemed to be talking to someone. "Chun, open the door, and a gentleman has something to look for you." The store manager knocked on the door, followed by several people. Click! The old iron door of the dormitory opened, and when Chen Tian heard that someone was looking for him, he immediately thought of the few old inks he'd dealt with yesterday, most likely related to them. In addition, since he came to Santa Fe, he has always been very conservative. However, when he saw the comber clearly, an imperceptible surprise suddenly flashed under his eyes, but it was fleeting and unnoticed. Standing opposite was a white man with short blonde hair. His outstretched hand was mechanically constructed, with a hypocritical smile on his face, and his eyebrows gave people a sense of old calculation. "Hello, I'm Donald Pierce. Last night, someone claimed to have heard gunshots coming from this direction and that someone recognized a familiar figure seen nearby last night, who may have been a mutant." Donald Pierce smiled. "I heard gunshots last night, but I didn't go out to check. You understand that there are a lot of old inks in this place at night. They are hungry. They will definitely attack the convenience store." "I don't dare to leave the convenience store." Chen Tian looked sincere on the surface, but he was a little surprised in his heart. "I didn't expect to clean up the body last night, and it was still by Donald." Pierce found out, but it seems normal to think about it too. This guy is one of the villains in Wolverine 3, the head of a company's security department and a brilliant engineer who specializes in building robots to deal with Mutant. He also hates Mutant and has a great interest in Wolverine Logan, both because he admires Wolverine and, on the other hand, he hopes to defeat him. Perhaps it was this guy's excessive attention to Wolverine that would lead to him still being targeted, even if it was handled so cleanly. However, the appearance of Donald means that the plot of Wolverine 3 has begun. "Chun, if you have a clue, you must tell Mr. Donald. After all, those dangerous mutants are likely to cause us harm." The middle-aged store manager on the side said in a deep voice. "Sorry, unfortunately I couldn't find any suspicious people." Chen Tian's years of survival experience allowed him to face various crises without the slightest emotion on his face. "Excuse me, if you have a clue, call the number on the business card." Donald Pierce resisted the business card, smiled politely, then turned and walked out with a gloomy face. When walking outside a convenience store, he received a message, then turned his head to look at his subordinates and said coldly, "Keep an eye on the guy inside. He has a problem. This guy may have something to do with Mutant, and people in this grade always like to be special." Obviously, he treated Chen Tian as an ordinary teenager, mainly because he had checked Chen Tian's file, and he was very clean and could not see any problems. Donald then continued, "Let me go to the meeting first, our former heroes. Wolf." The message received on the phone was that of Logan Howlett, an Uber driver account registered with fake identity information, and the person in the profile photo had an extremely old face. Donald Pierce still recognized at a glance that it was the long-missing Wolverine. At the moment, the SUVs parked next to the gas station in the desert drove away one by one and disappeared on the horizon, leaving dust and fog everywhere they went, and soon the noisy engine sound gradually calmed down. "I didn't expect that there would be Mutant in the vicinity. I always thought they were all dead. After all, there have been no newborn mutant babies in 10 or 20 years. The store manager, York, grinned and showed his big yellow teeth, and he was afraid when he said this. "Fortunately, I left early last night, and if I ran into Mutant, I couldn't imagine what would happen." Chen Tian didn't make a sound when he heard this. His eyes looked solemnly at the direction in which Donald and the others disappeared, and his brows couldn't help but wrinkle. If the universe follows the plot of Wolverine 3, then the reason why Donald left in a hurry should be to find Wolverine's whereabouts. Otherwise, he would not be in such a hurry. And Donald's appearance also means that Laura escaped. That is the X-23. The girl who was made from Wolverine's genes. She will soon find Wolverine. She's a new mutant. Unlike Chen Tian and Wolverine, the former has better genes. After all, each is carefully selected to cultivate it. A strong conflict is sure to erupt. Do you want to go to Wolverine in advance to discuss countermeasures? Chen Tian pondered, and the next second dismissed the idea. After Wolverine heard the news, with his nature, he would run away directly with Professor X, which is a possible occurrence. Today's Logan Howlett is no longer what it used to be. In his heart, he longed for a peaceful life, even more eager to escape reality. Did not want to face reality. He fantasized about buying a day-by-day to escape to the sea with the professor, which is why he lived in seclusion. Let's wait and see. In the end, Chen Tian decided to wait. In the case of uncertainty, everything still follows the original arrangement, so as not to cause a situation beyond his control. Moreover, his ability is only triggered in the case of battle. The same is true if you want to get Charles's mind ability. However, the current professor will certainly not use the mind ability easily, and after the accidental killing of X-Men members and innocent casualties, he has developed self-doubt and has not had the slightest confidence he used to have. He has been avoiding the use of psychic ability, worried that he will lose control again. And soon after, outside a hospital somewhere in Santa Fe, there were few passers-by outside in humid air after the rain. Pools on the ground were everywhere, and a Chrysler was parked near the hospital building. Then Logan Howlett in the car got out of the car a little uncomfortably and walked towards the blue-clothed doctor next to the hospital gate. The man held a bag of drugs in his hand and saw Wolverine's familiar face. The other party hurriedly handed over the bag in his hand, and then took Wolverine's money and left in a slight panic. The elderly Wolverine took the medicine bag in his arms, quickly got in the car, picked up the wine bottle for the first time, and poured a few times. He didn't notice that everything he had just done was all about to be taken into account by one person. Bang! After a while, the back door was opened. Then a figure got into the car and closed the door accordingly. Shit! Logan Howlett just wanted to open his mouth to scold, turned his head and noticed the other party's mechanical right hand, and suddenly his face froze, and he couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Look who it is. Superhero Wolverine has actually become an addict. Donald. Pierce leaned back in his seat and said in a mocking tone, "Damn it." Logan Howlett probably guessed the point. It must be that last night's murder revealed his identity, and it seems that years of seclusion are about to be broken. Sure enough, Donald turned over a document in the next second and said, "I have a Texas friend. He found that a person who resembled Wolverine was working as an Uber driver, and where the gunshots rang out in the South last night, someone also saw a familiar figure. And chrome Chrysler tire nuts were found at the scene, along with a few drops of blood that were difficult to detect, and apparently there was a clash there last night." Donald saw through the rearview mirror that Wolverine's face was gloomy, and the curvature of the corners of his mouth couldn't help but deepen, and continued, "People from the Federal Bureau may be interested in your affairs. What the hell are you going to do?" Logan Howlett's face trembled. He was gritting his teeth to suppress his emotions, and his hands clenched the steering wheel and wondered. "Wolverine, don't be nervous. I'm not here to trouble you. There's a woman who stole one of my things, and I'm very responsible for that thing. She's a Mexican woman." Donald observed Wolverine's expression, keenly aware that the other party heard this, and his eyes were a little stunned. He knew that he was not looking for the wrong person, and continued, "It just so happens that the person I am looking for, she should also be looking for you. Her name is Galarath. Sorry, I haven't heard of and never seen this woman." Logan Howlett thought of the strangely behaving woman he had seen in the cemetery not long ago. It seemed that the woman was the person Donald was talking about, but he was not in the mood to care about the others right now. "Well, Wolverine, I know that guy is still alive, right?" Donald did not debunk, but changed the topic. "You hide Charles on the Mexican border. I know his location." When he said the second half of the sentence, his tone was aggravated, full of threat, and then he got up and handed out a business card. "By the way, that cashier friend of yours, I also know his address. If you don't want to make a big deal, please contact me if you have a clue." "Finish that, Donald." Pierce smiled contemptuously, turned to open the door, and stepped out with one foot. He seemed to think of something again, and went back and added, "I forgot to say, you are my idol." Bang! Then the doors closed again, making a huge amount of sound. Fark! Logan Howlett smashed his hands on the steering wheel. His forehead was clear, and his eyes were full of mania, hiding for so long or being targeted by this group of guys, and threatened by the other party, he didn't even have the ability to resist. Whether it's Charles or Chen Tian at a convenience store, he didn't want anyone to have an accident, let alone be implicated by him. Thinking, Wolverine felt he could no longer sit still, and he drove to the border, finding a newspaper on the way that read day-by-day ships selling contact details. A long time ago, he fantasized about saving up to buy a day-by-day ship and going to live on the sea for his old age, which would be a good outcome for both the professor and himself. The sea is safer, and no one will restrain the mutant at sea. Thinking, Wolverine stepped on the accelerator, and the car quickly disappeared into the road. On the other side, in an SUV, Donald sat in the main driver's seat, looking at the disappearing Chrysler. Wolverine, I wish you were a little self-aware, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. In the evening, the deep space of Santa Fe gradually darkened, half of the remnant sun in the sky, and then the horizon fell. As always, Chen Tian sat in front of the cash register and looked at the recent news, and heard the sound of the store door opening in his ears, and looked up to see a familiar figure when he heard the sound. Logan, don't get out of the car tonight, actually comes so early. It was none other than Wolverine Logan, who tiredly walked to the front desk and brought a stool to sit down. A trace of guilt flashed in those deep eyes, and he stared at the young man for a moment and said, I was discovered, and I may leave here after a while. Mutant is just that. Once discovered, they can only embark on the road of escape, which is what the mutant race has to face at the moment. Wolverine wanted to leave tomorrow, but the seller, who had no choice but to sell the daily number, refused to compromise on the price no matter how dead he lived, and he could only wait a little longer. At the same time, pray that the guy named Donald will never come to the door again. Wolverine, you don't have to run away anymore. Chen Tian heard this and said in a deep voice, the purpose of my coming here tonight is to tell you that if you want to leave together, I won't care about one more person. Wolverine ignored his words and just said the purpose of coming here. After all, Donald must also have his eyes on Chen Tian. Naturally, he can't leave the other party. After speaking, he took out the mobile phone ringing in his pocket, fell out a pair of glasses that had just been opened, put them on, and squinted at the information. Chen Tian at the front desk also noticed the information in his hand, and he saw that the guest he was going to pick up seemed to be the Mexican woman Donald was looking for. It's just that Wolverine doesn't know this, and he naturally won't refuse when he sees a guest for lack of money. You think about it. I can take you away when the time comes. Logan Howlett took a sip of wine and turned away. I should be able to see the professor tomorrow. Chen Tian watched Chrysler disappear into the pavement. Only then did he show the address that Wolverine had given earlier. If there is no miscalculation of tomorrow Donald's people, there will be a conflict with Wolverine on the Mexican border. After fleeing the Mexican border, Charles's ability is out of control again, and it is the perfect time to pick up the mind ability. Looks like he can quit his job at a convenience store. The other side, Logan Howlett, who left the gas station convenience store, rushed to the location on the Uber app as quickly as possible. However, things seemed a little different from what he thought. Here he saw again the woman he had seen in the cemetery this morning, what Donald had called the Mexican woman Gailaf, who apparently knew him and repeatedly begged him for help. Let him send a girl, Laura, to Canada, and Galaraf claims that Laura in her mouth is her daughter. Donald is her ex-boyfriend and the reason why they will hunt them down. At first, Wolverine definitely refused. He didn't want his life to be broken again, let alone get into this trouble. But when he saw the Mexican woman come up with a stack of money, he was silent and then agreed. He needed that money. So he agreed to pick up the people tomorrow and hurried back to an abandoned factory on the Mexican border, which was so old and rusty that even the nearby train made the house tremble. But it's safe, and no one is eyeing a dilapidated place. At the moment, in an abandoned water storage tank, a huge can fell and was opened on it, making a tight iron door. An elderly man in a wheelchair holds a sprinkler and constantly waters the vegetation on the tabletop, and his elderly face is full of markings. His hands holding the sprinkler trembled a little. At this time, he looked at Logan, who was sitting next to him with glasses, and smiled. You should wear more glasses so that you look younger, Charles said with a smile. Although he sometimes loses some memories of the past, He remembers that since he met Logan Howlett, the other party has remained young, watching Logan grow old over the years. He has an indescribable taste in his heart. Hearing this, Logan held the frame, squinted at the information received in his hand, and said, "Charles, I'm going to be away for a few days, and I have a long and big order." Charles, who was in a wheelchair, paused, but there was no surprise, only that everything was expected. Logan didn't notice anything different, and he said in a deep voice, "After making this order, we will leave, and when the time comes, we will go to live on the sea." "Is that safe?" Charles asked, not knowing what to say. "Safe. No one will bother us." "Logan, do you remember the new mutant I said?" "Professor, we'll be leaving soon. There won't be a new mutant. Does Chen Tian know? He may be the last mutant born in the old era more than a decade ago." Logan sighed. Lately, the professor had been nagging that he had seen a lot of new mutants born. He also said he wanted to save them. But for Wolverine, it was all over, and mutant was just a mistake made by God to give birth to them without allowing them to continue. "Chen Tian, he's special, but I'm not talking about him." Charles looked a little confused, and he paused and continued. "I know, but it's all over. There is no academy without the combat police, and even in decades, there will not even be mutant." Logan Howlett shook his head, took off his glasses, and carried the professor to the bed, and turned away with a gloomy face. Charles, who was lying on the bed, did not speak anymore as if he saw something, and muttered in his mouth, "Laura, he will come to you tomorrow." At the moment, in Gotham City, where high-rise buildings are lined up, the heavy clouds above have never dissipated, and the air is always filled with the smell of kerosene, and the city sinks into darkness as the scorching sun falls. The streets of Gotham have returned home one after another. Especially the streets of the slums have long been empty, and in this heavily divided city, many people cannot even guarantee their lives, and they live in the lower strata to survive. The most intuitive feeling is to stand on a high place overlooking the city, half dark and half bright. Chen Tian is now standing on the tower of the slum, looking around the slum. Gotham really coexists with heaven and hell. His tone was emotional. After the convenience store closed tonight, he saw that the time was still early to teleport to DC Gotham through the dimension, and he was naturally interested in the world of the same American comic giant. What's more, compared to the ability that Marvel can get here, it is obviously more powerful. Simply take Marvel 199999 as an example. He currently has no access to high-dimensional existence, and there is a bug in the DC world, that is Superman Clark. Kent's power, more accessible. But finding Clark is not an easy task, and Metropolis is one of the largest cities in America, and finding someone in all of Met's universities is obviously difficult. Unless, like a professor, you have the ability of the mind. Finding a target through telepathy makes it easier. It's just that Chen Tian has not met the professor yet, and Clark's affairs can only be done later. Bang! At this moment, Chen Tian was keenly aware of a sound of cursing and fighting in the alley not far away. Although he didn't get Wolverine's physical ability, originally is mutant, and all aspects of his body are originally different, which is why he punched Batman. He followed the sound and ran towards the alley, and after a while he saw the situation in the alley. I saw that a figure dressed in all black was fighting with two robbers, and there was a mother and daughter huddled in a corner in horror next to them. Obviously, they were the object of robbery. Gotham never sympathized with the weak, and the survival of the fittest was vividly reflected in the city. Looking at the man in black again, he is a fledgling Batman. His clothes are thicker than last night, and the weapons he carries around his waist are richer. The two robbers on the opposite side were not opponents at all, and a few Rorschachs were knocked to the ground. The two lay on the ground with hideous faces and groaned in pain. One of them had his hand broken at one point. It seems that Batman will not kill, but he will never be merciful to criminals and directly beat them to cripple. "You're safe, Bruce." Wayne turned his head and said to the mother and daughter who were curled up in the corner, "Thank you." The mother and daughter walked out in fear, and they hugged each other and thanked each other. Bruce, standing opposite. Wayne looked at their shabby coats, his eyes showing mixed emotions, and he thought about taking some USD out of his pocket and handing it to the emaciated mother. "This is for you." However, the thin mother did not answer, but directly chose to take her daughter to turn around and leave, and her eyebrows revealed fear. "Bruce." Wayne tugged at the dollar bill in his hand, not understanding why the other party was afraid of him, and they didn't even dare to take the money in his hand. When he was out of his mind, there was a landing sound behind him, followed by a familiar and unfamiliar voice. "Big young master, go home. This place is not for you. It's you." Bruce Wayne will not forget when he dies. He remembers the owner of the voice vividly, and turns his head to see that it is indeed the yellow-skinned boy from last night. He said coldly, "You smuggled in from the east? I didn't find any files about you." It's ridiculous. There are so many people in this city that they can't count on their hands. "Sir, do you really know Gotham?" Chen Tian is very interested in the role of Batman, who is one of the few characters in the American comic world with great personal charm. If it were to be the Master more than 10 years later, he would probably not be able to play. But the Master is just a rookie who is getting started, and he naturally has to get along with him when he has the opportunity. "What the hell do you mean?" Bruce Wayne calmed down and didn't act agitated anymore. He thought he should listen to what the yellow-skinned boy in front of him said. Maybe as Afyu said, there are people who know Gotham better than him. If you had given the dollar to the mother and daughter just now, if you were lucky, you might see tomorrow an orphan who lost his mother, or 2 corpses dumped in a smelly gutter. Chen Tian's tone was indifferent, but the content sounded extremely cold. Hearing this, the young Bruce Wayne was stunned and felt absurd. Just for those USD? Will they take 2 lives? Because this is Gotham. Chen Tian has seen the Gotham depicted in the comics, and the missing people can usually be found in some stinking gutter, and similar things happen every day. No one cares if they live or die. "Who the hell are you?" Bruce Wayne was completely stunned when he heard this. He left Gotham for 10 years, and he still came back young and vigorous. On the surface, he is a volunteer police officer to punish our **** and eliminate evil. But in fact, he is also looking for the murderer who shot his parents back then. Looking at it now, his mind seems to be inferior to that of a 17 or 18-year-old boy, and the psychology or skill shown by the other party are far beyond his expectations. It's not like a teenager at all. He was curious about the identity of this guy. However, as soon as at the moment finished asking the sentence, there were hurried footsteps at both ends of the alley, and then I saw a group of people with firearms surrounding the alley. Their eyes were locked on the 2 in the alley. It seems that there are many bad lucks. Chen Tian was a little surprised. He didn't expect to be targeted after only a while. He turned his head to look at Bruce and wondered, "Have you provoked anyone recently?" "I'm investigating a missing person, and there were people who came into contact with them the day before yesterday." Bruce Wayne swept the sides and said in a deep voice, "Wait a while. I'll take you away. The enemy is too numerous to their advantage." Although he hated this yellow-skinned boy in his heart, it was one thing and another, and he couldn't let the other party stay here and wait for death. "Don't be nervous. They're the ones leaving." Chen Tian looked calm. Bullets could not kill him at all. Perhaps, but they can have guns in their hands. Bruce Wayne was speechless. He didn't know what this guy was going to do, but as long as it wasn't too crazy. It's just that. Apparently Bruce has been away from Gotham for 10 years and has not been able to readjust to this crazy city. And tonight he will meet a crazy man. The dark alleys shrouded in night are gloomy and dark. The damp floors are messy, and the garbage is piled up due to moisture and corrosion, forming a dirty and disgusting picture. Tonight, unknown alleys, but exceptionally lively. Click! The sound of metal friction and collision echoes in the dead atmosphere, but extremely strange space. Chen Tian raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Bruce with a smile and saw a thick worry in the other party's eyes. Apparently, they all understood that it was the sound of a bullet loading, and such a sound shows one thing. There is not much time left for them to make small talk. At this time, the noisy footsteps at both ends of the alley did not stop, but were approaching their position. Compared with the previous hurried steps, it is now calm. After all, both ends of the alley have been completely blocked, and there is no leakage in the air, and no one will believe that the trapped duo can escape. The group of villains with firearms kept approaching, and finally stopped at a relatively safe distance, a pair of fierce eyes staring at the figure in the middle of the alley. In the past few days, they have all heard that the nominal police officer who has appeared recently is very skillful. Because of this, these villains showed two completely different emotions when they looked at Bruce. Half is abomination, while the other half is guarded. In the dim and humid environment, the atmosphere began to become solemn, and everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. A man resembling a small boss walked out of the crowd and stared at Bruce dressed in black. Wayne hated to the point of itching his teeth. The night before, his men were sent to the police station by the recently rumored vigilantes. Not only that, but there's also a den that is almost exposed. Almost caused a huge loss. This made him hate the nominal policeman to the bone, and it was bound to eradicate the other party and make the latter understand that the most real Gotham is not for anyone to come here as a hero. So he ordered people to pay attention to the traces of the policeman. Finally, tonight, an informant brought news. That's why he rushed people over in a hurry, wanted to get rid of them quickly. The little boss glared at Bruce and said in a solemn tone, "Gotham never needs heroes, boy. You've come to the wrong place." Bruce looked indifferent and responded coldly, "Unfortunately, I think this city needs a hero to save her from fire and water." Then he lowered his voice and said to Chen Tian beside him, "There are too many of them. We have to retreat first." In his heart, this fledgling rich young master was obviously not as calm as he seemed, and it was the first time he had encountered a situation like now. Not all as calm as Batman later. "Don't worry too much, rich kid." Chen Tian shrugged his shoulders, looking disapproving. "It doesn't matter if there are many people. He has a super self-healing factor. Unless someone can completely destroy his physical body, he may wake up. Shoot me, don't let them go." The little leader looked at the appearance of the two whispering, deeply felt the other party's insult, and a fire suddenly rose in his heart. He raised his hand and beckoned, and a group of subordinates agreed, and then jerked the trigger in their hands. Data. In an instant, a burst of fire flickered, and endless firelight filled the entire alley. The gangsters in Gotham City kill people without blinking, not to mention that the other party touched their bottom line. Naturally, no one was soft-hearted, and the cold muzzle in his hand also became hot due to the bullets fired. Seeing this, Bruce Wayne secretly cursed in his heart. Damn. Even if such an offensive caught him off guard, his years of training had already allowed his reaction to reach the peak level of human beings, so he had no intention of slowing down in the face of the surging offensive reaction. The moment the little boss was about to give the order, Bruce's arm had already shot out a rope and plunged straight into the wall. He wanted to grab Chen Tian next to him to dodge together, but he didn't expect to catch an empty one. Just when he was surprised, his feet were already off the ground before he could react, and the whole person was pulled upstairs by his own rope. Bang! Then when he stood upstairs, his eyes quickly caught Chen Tian's figure in the narrow alley. At the moment, Chen Tian was still standing on the ground, countless bullets directly through his body. Under such fierce fire, Chen Tian couldn't hold on for even a moment and fell straight to the ground and passed out completely. Damn! Bruce Wayne looked at the scene below and felt a strong guilt in his heart. Although he hated this inexplicable teenager, the other party was implicated because of himself, resulting in the loss of his life. When the fire from the muzzle dissipated, gunsmoke filled the entire alley. The little leader stepped forward, kicked the corpse lying on the ground with his toes, turned it over, and frowned slightly when he found that it was not Batman. Killed the wrong person. But Gotham's death is a commonplace thing, no big deal. Anyway, there's so many people who died at his hands. One more is not much, one less is not much. It's just a pity that I didn't kill the nominal policeman with me. Thinking of this, the little leader took a mouthful of sticky spit with a look of disgust and cursed viciously in his mouth. You deserve it. Stay with a vigilante and die more than enough. Immediately after, he raised his head and glanced up slightly, just in time to meet Bruce's cold gaze. The little boss could feel the anger under Batman's eyes, and seeing this, he was even more proud and said with a sly smile, "Shoot that damn guy down for me." The voice fell. His men immediately made a move, aiming their guns upstairs in unison. Then the muzzle of the black hole was aimed at the black figure that appeared a little blurry in the dim light. Without saying a word, they suddenly pulled the trigger, and countless bullets shot out. In the dim alley, the gunfire once again erupted into a dazzling light. Successive constantly shots made the muzzles slightly red due to the high temperature. In the face of such fierce fire suppression, Bruce's body is extremely agile, like a ghost, tossing and turning in a narrow environment, constantly moving between cover. As for the rich night, it turned into his best protective color. Soon many people lost their goals and vented their gunfire in their hands in the face of empty places. Scorching bullets hit the wall, shattering the otherwise flat masonry walls, leaving craters of varying shades. Some also landed on railings and other metal objects, making a ding sound and blooming dazzling sparks. The continuous sound of constant gunshots directly broke the night that should have been calm. But in Gotham City, calm doesn't mean tranquility. Whether quiet or noisy, in every corner where dirt is hidden, how shocking things can happen. As for tonight's firefight, it is staged all the time. Rao is accustomed to the citizens living nearby, and no one will call the police. Because when there is a problem with a system, and often the biggest problem is the ruler at the top. Chaos, squalor, betrayal, turmoil. This is Gotham. The light emitted by the gunfire is still dazzling, and the crazy mood of the crowd is still intense. At this moment, no one noticed a thing. The yellow-skinned boy who fell before, his eyelashes touched slightly, and then he opened his eyes sharply. Chen Tian frowned slightly and stood up slowly on the ground. The soreness on his body made him feel a little uncomfortable. In the endless gunfire, such a faint movement seemed weak and inaudible. But the figure that stood up in the dark quickly attracted the attention of the people around them, and everyone noticed the movement and looked back at the brows, and couldn't help but be a little puzzled when they saw the blurry figure. There! Were there more people? Soon someone saw the foreground clearly with the help of light, and his face gradually became terrified, and he shouted, "It's that guy just now, he didn't die." This startled roar instantly woke up everyone, and a sense of fear spread rapidly in the crowd, and the expressions on their faces suddenly froze. The gangsters released their fingers that were pulling the trigger and stared at the incredulous scene in front of them with wide eyes. They all knew very well that under such fierce fire, even a cow could not stop the rush of bullets, let alone a thin teenager. Unless the yellow-skinned boy is not a human at all, and only the demons that exist in legends can bring them back from the dead. Everyone's expressions froze and stiffened, almost subconsciously holding roar and sucking, their slightly constricted pupils full of shock. Time! In the dim alley, there was a dead silence. The reddish muzzle, the shell casings on the ground, the smoke of gunfire. Taking the strange atmosphere a step further, the death-like solemnity of this moment quietly shrouded everyone's heads, and it was the fear of suffocating in the face of unknown creatures. The little boss swallowed his spit with difficulty, and his voice began to tremble slightly as he was oppressed by fear. My God! The person who should have died was standing alive in front of him, but he had seen the bullet penetrate the opponent's body before, and the other party was covered in blood holes. Although there are many crazy people in Gotham City, he is the first time to see a person who has come back from the dead. The little boss swallowed, his lips slightly open, and squeezed out a sentence. What the hell are you, monster? Hearing these words, all the subordinates next to him also came to their senses and pointed their guns at Chen Tian in unison. What they learned in Gotham Survival is that everything can be solved with the barrel of a gun in the face of the unknown. At the same time, Bruce stood on the roof of the building next to the alley. Wayne, naturally, also noticed the movement below. He poked his head out of the bunker and looked cautiously at the scene below. When he saw Chen Tian, who had already got up, Bruce's pupils shrank suddenly, and his tone revealed a strong disbelief. How could it be? At the moment Chen Tian's appearance is very terrifying, I am afraid that whoever sees it will feel very terrifying. Although the alley is very dark, the strong smell of blood cannot be fake. Through the weak light, it is not difficult to see that his body is covered with red blood holes, and he cannot find any intact place. Even his left face has been smashed in half, and the flesh and blood turned out are extremely hideous. But at the moment of Chen Tian, he's laughing. Under the pull of the muscles, the wound on the face became even more terrifying. However, in the next second, these blood holes that were almost all over the body began to heal rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the muscle contraction and relaxation, one warhead after another is expelled from the body, and the warhead falls to the ground, reflecting the unique luster of metal. After landing on the ground, it bounced up slightly, emitting a crisp sound. Chen Tian stretched out his palm, touched the skin that had recovered intact, and sneered, This is the self-healing factor in the body that plays a role. As long as the physical body is not completely destroyed, theoretically, he can still come back from the dead in extreme environments. The previous death was just a sleep. Just being able to self-heal does not mean losing the pain, and the sharp pain of the bullet penetrating the body will not dissipate. And even because there is no death, the pain of the blood hole on the body is always accompanied. Chen Tian's anger welled up in his heart, and he looked at the gangster as if he were looking at a group of dead men. Bruce on the roof of the building witnessed all this, felt that the worldview he had cultivated over the years had been completely destroyed, and had seen many crazy people in Gotham for many years, but he had never seen anything like Chen Tian. In Gotham City, sure enough, only madmen and normal people. What the hell are you? The little boss questioned again. His trembling voice and frightened tone exposed the fear in his heart, feeling the coldness in the other party's eyes and a faint creepy in his heart. You haven't seen more. Chen Tian sneered in response, leaned over and picked up the dagger that Bruce had dropped from the fight before, and the dagger with a cold light flew flexibly between his fingers, like a flexible silverfish. The young man played with the dagger and walked in the direction where the little boss was. His pace was very leisurely. The little boss had seen Chen Tian's inhuman ability, and his heart had long been filled with fear, and he subconsciously took a few steps backwards as he watched the approaching Chen Tian. Before the battle, it declined, and the momentum alone has already been instigated. The little boss couldn't suppress the fear in his heart, and roared with a distorted face, "Shoot! Kill him for me!" Seeing this, the surrounding subordinates pulled the trigger without hesitation. In an instant, huge amounts of gunshots rang out again, echoing over Gotham City. But these bullets obviously could not stop Chen Tian's footsteps. In the flickering firelight, Chen Tian bent his knees slightly, and his feet suddenly burst out of huge amounts of power, directly facing the gunfire and killing towards the crowd. He is originally mutant, with physical qualities beyond normal. Coupled with the top-level fighting skills he has previously acquired, his control of the situation allows him to use the favorable terrain around him very flexibly, constantly shuttling through the crowd to dodge incoming bullets. Bruce's dagger, the guns of the gangsters, and the shattered bricks on the ground. As long as it can be touched, all of them are turned into deadly weapons in his hands. With just one look, he had already killed several people who stood in his way, and hot blood spilled to the ground, mixing the fishy smell with gun smoke, turning into a disgusting, complex gas. At the moment in the alley, several bodies have fallen. Their hideous pupils were constricted, as if they had experienced great fear during their lives. Eventually, Chen Tian rushed straight to the little boss. In the frightened eyes of the other party, Chen Tian's hand rose and fell. His movements were extremely fast, and the cold blade pierced into the neck of the little boss. Immediately after, the arm took the wrist and burst out of the huge amount of power, causing the dagger to slash in a circle, and blood bloomed in the night, emitting a cruel fragrance. Chen Tian grabbed the little boss's hair and jerked it upwards. A bloody head just held in her hand. The rest of the people looked at the scene in front of them in horror and immediately realized that they were not a person at all, but monster. The gun that used to be held in his hand is the truth, but now the bullets can't stop this monster's footsteps. Forced by strong fear, the surviving gang members fled in all directions due to fear, and the firearms in their hands were also thrown on the ground, for fear that the monster behind them would target them. Then, Bruce upstairs. Wayne slid down a rope to the ground. He had just stood on the roof of the building and witnessed everything. The other party not only had the world's top fighting ability. Even with a near-immortal body, in the past, such people would only appear in Norse mythology, which was a god. He took a deep breath and looked at the body all over the place, and said with a solemn face, "Who are you?" Chen Tian glanced at Bruce faintly and said something that made his heart tighten. "Don't be nervous, Bruce." Suddenly, the air solidified again. The dim and damp alley fell into an eerie silence again. Bruce's face suddenly became solemn when he heard his name, and his originally calm heart suddenly sank, and even his heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a little. He looked at Chen Tian with his brows locked, his eyes showing vigilance in his mask. The fact that this teenager in front of him, who had never met before, actually knew himself, which made Bruce Wayne feel panicked in his heart. His identity as Batman is known only to the butler Afyu. Bruce Wayne took a deep breath to pretend to be calm and asked abruptly, "What are you talking about?" Although he's tried his best to control it, his voice is still a little muffled through the diacritics. Chen Tian saw what Bruce was thinking, smiled, and replied, "I'm not interested in hurting you. If I had done that, you would have died last night." Bruce Wayne's eyes narrowed slightly. The light under his eyes flickered, and his hands couldn't help but shake them. And the picture of the teenager's previous death and resurrection began to appear in his mind, which could not be dispersed for a long time. He didn't want to admit it on his lips, but he knew in his heart that if the other party really wanted to kill him, he would indeed be unable to escape. Superb fighting skills, incredible tenacity. Bruce looked at the boy who behaved strangely, and after a moment of silence, he said, "You won't find me for no reason." He had experienced tonight's events and felt a little less disgusted with Chen Tian. The two are seriously inconsistent in the concept of implementing justice, but it is always a good thing to have a companion who punishes our asterisk and evil together in the cold and dirty city of Gotham. Moreover, from Chen Tian's expression and words, he felt that he was not a heinous person, but what he did was for Gotham. It's just a solution to things. It's just too extreme. Chen Tian was slightly startled when he heard this, and his head thought for a moment. In fact, he really had no intentions, and these two encounters could be regarded as accidental. Although he admired the charismatic Batman, but he would not bother so much for Batman. After all, he came here for superheroes' ability and to improve his strength in the American comic world. Here, Bruce, though. Chen Tian thought about it for a moment, and then said smoothly, "I want you to help find someone." "Hearsay." Bruce asked who. "Clark Kent. I want his archives." Chen Tian did not hesitation responded, and the person he most wanted to find at the moment was naturally Superman Clark Kent. Hearing this name, Bruce hesitated for a moment. He had never heard of this name in high society. Could it be that the other party is so painstaking just to find a nobody? In this case, it is not difficult to do. It's just that Bruce is not a great benevolent person. Even if he is young, he will never make a loss-making transaction, not to mention that he is the heir of the capitalist Wayne Group. "Why should I help you?" Thinking, he retracted his thoughts and said, "I know who killed the Waynes." Chen Tian had long expected his words. No matter how young the old man is, there's the blood of capitalists flowing in his genes after all, and he will definitely not make a loss-making transaction. In a previous life, he had read the original manga, so he knew the identity of the killer. Even if the universe is different, there will always be commonalities, and this alone is enough to be used as a bargaining chip. And Chen Tian believes that by throwing such bait, Bruce will not be hooked. Sure enough, Chen Tian's faint words directly set off a terrifying wave in Bruce's heart. Bruce's face suddenly stiffened, and his pupils contracted to the extreme because of his undulating state of mind. His hands couldn't help but clench into fists, and his entire body was trembling slightly. He will never forget the gunshots that night. Over the years, it was like a nightmare lingering in my mind. Bruce practiced hard for 10 years, and then returned to Gotham in order to find the murderer of the year. Now a teenager said that he knew the truth, and Bruce was excited but also a little hesitant, not knowing whether he should believe the other party. Bruce gasped heavily, also trying to calm himself. "Is everything you said true?" Chen Tian shrugged his shoulders and said, "Definitely. It's just to help me find someone, and I don't need to lie to you with this kind of thing." Bruce glanced at the other party deeply, and the guard in his heart increased a little. This yellow-skinned boy really knows too much. But Bruce vaguely hoped that what the other party said could be true, and the teenager's terrifying self-healing ability also made him a little curious. In the future, if there is a chance, perhaps he can take the opportunity to study it. It may be possible to crack the genetic code in the teenager's body and use this to improve their physical fitness. In the end, Bruce compromised, nodded slowly, and said, "I promise to help you." Chen Tian hooked the corners of his mouth and stretched out his hand to Bruce. "Then wish us a happy cooperation." Bruce stared at Chen Tian's outstretched palm, shook it after hesitating, and said in a low tone, "If you dare to deceive me, I will definitely make you pay." Bruce said as he increased the force in his hand. Chen Tian raised his eyebrows and began to exert force, but there was still a harmless smile on his face. "How come?" "Our dark night." Bruce snorted coldly and then released his palm. "I will collect information as soon as possible." A rope shot from the arm and embedded in the wall above. After hesitating for a moment, Bruce said to Chen Tian, "You should know how to find me." After that, Bruce's pitch-black figure swept upwards and soon disappeared into the night. After he left, Chen Tian's mood seemed quite good, and after leisurely opening the portal, he finally disappeared into the night. A moment later, a rapid siren cut through the night sky, and a large group of police cars arrived. As soon as Inspector Gordon got out of the car, he smelled the strong smell of blood in the air, and his mood instantly fell to the bottom, and he hurried into the alley. The scene that greeted the eyes was like purgatory, with corpses lying on the dark and damp floor, and some internal organs spilled to the ground, and all the accompanying police officers had gastric juices rushing to their throats. Inspector Gordon covered his mouth and nose, and the strong work ethic prompted him to take a closer look. From those decedent wounds, it is clear that they are all from the hands of one person. Can you kill a group of gangsters armed with guns by yourself? Is it Batman? No way. He promised never to kill anyone. Inspector Gordon's brows furrowed in shock at the same time. He also felt a strong fear creep up in his heart. Meanwhile, Marvel World. Chen Tian had returned to his original room and fell asleep on the soft bed. The sky outside the window shone brightly with the passage of time, and the night passed quickly. At the moment, Logan, who was on the Mexican border, drove away just after dawn and rushed directly to pick up people at the place agreed with the Mexican woman yesterday. This list is related to whether he and the professor can go to sea. Logan Hallett still values it. Otherwise, he would not take such a big risk to do it. However, when he arrived at the agreed place, he found that there was a dead silence around him. With beast-like instincts, he immediately felt a hint of foreboding, and when he carefully pushed the door open, he found Gailrath sitting in a chair. There was a strange smell in the air, and Logan frowned slightly and tried to shout a few times, "Gailrath, I'm here to pick up people, move quickly." Unexpectedly, there was no response. Logan's eyes narrowed slightly, and when he got closer, he found that there was no anger in the other party's wide eyes, and there was a bullet hole left by a bullet on his forehead. Seeing this, his scalp suddenly tingled in his heart, and he realized that the situation was not good, quickly turned around and left, and drove back to his place of residence on the Mexican border. Something is going to happen. This list did not reap the benefits, but caused a commotion, and even the plan to leave had to be advanced. Logan, who was sitting in the driver's seat, felt extremely irritated about the upcoming life of escape, slammed the steering wheel, and cursed. Fark! But he didn't notice that there was a slight tremor in the trunk. It seems like something is hiding inside. New Mexico border. The black Chrysler galloped on the endless desert road, and the cold wind pouring in through the window did not calm the anger in Logan's heart. He looked at the desert that was constantly swept backwards on both sides of the road, and a strong anxiety and uneasiness rose in his heart. I hope nothing goes wrong, Logan muttered to himself in a gloomy tone, slamming the throttle on Chrysler and ejecting it. With the sound of the harsh brakes, the vehicle stopped sharply and raised bursts of yellow sand, filling the surrounding space. He didn't care at all, pushed the open door and walked down, slammed the door with a shake of his hand. Boom! Caliban in the factory noticed the movement, but also smelled the sense of crisis and walked out to meet Logan's figure. The other party came in a hurry. Seeing this, Caliban asked with a smile, "Logan, what?" Logan answered without looking back and continued to walk towards the factory building. "What's wrong with you? What's going on?" Caliban frowned and followed suit. "I shouldn't have taken it. This single start was a mistake." Logan walked towards the dimly lit room, his brows furrowed in a gloomy tone, then paused in his steps and said to Caliban again, "You get ready. Let's get out of this damn place later." When Caliban heard this, he was slightly startled and realized the seriousness of the matter. If it were not for the urgency of the situation, this old man who has experienced countless years would not be so anxious. Yet at the moment, Caliban's afterglow glimpsed the movement of the car, and he turned his head to see that the trunk was open. Fark! He removed the sunglasses on his face to reveal cloudy eyes, walked over carefully, picked up a rubber toy ball in the trunk, and placed it in front of his eyes. There was an unfamiliar smell on it, and it was someone he knew. Albinism Mutant immediately realized that something was wrong and hurriedly shouted at Logan in the house, "Hey, Logan, come here." Finish talking. He picked up the canvas bag in the trunk, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. "What for?" Logan heard roar shout equals out of the house, and as soon as he pushed open the door, he saw the open trunk and the object that Caliban was holding. The pace was slightly stagnant, and he vaguely guessed something different. Caliban held up his rucksack and asked, "Whose things do these things belong to?" Logan reached out to take the toy ball, narrowed his eyes, and recognized it as Laura's ball, and his heart sank. How could this thing end up in the car? At this time, the sound of engine was heard at the door of the factory building, and then a familiar SUV car came into view. "It's so fast." Logan recognized the vehicle as Donald's car, and his face suddenly solemnly said, "You go inside. Hide the professor, quick." Caliban also understood that the situation was very critical, and immediately turned and walked towards the house. At the moment SUV was already parked in front of the factory building, Donald opened the door and walked out. The corners of his mouth outlined a meaningful arc. "Go back. This is private territory." Logan's face was unkind, and his gloomy eyes were like an elderly wolf protecting the territory, and he roared, "Yes, that's right, but I don't think it's yours." Donald looked around calmly and disapprovingly, as if there was no threat from the other side. When Logan heard this, his face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. "I think you've already met her. It's a shame you didn't call me." Donald shook his head slightly and said to himself, "I haven't met the man you mentioned." Logan turned his head sideways to meet Donald's gaze, his fierce eyes meeting it. "You've definitely met its owner." Donald smiled and reached out in the air, pointing to the toy ball in Logan's hand. Yet at this very moment, a steel pipe flew through the air and struck sharply, carrying huge amounts of force to directly knock him out of gravity and a petite figure standing at the place where the steel pipe was thrown. Logan's pupils contracted, and he saw a little girl in red looking at him with a stubborn face. "It's Laura I just saw last night." He was just about to walk over with a black face and teach him a lesson about the girl who had caused him trouble. Charles sat in an electric wheelchair and stepped out to block the way. "Don't scare the little one. She's the mutant I often mention to you." "What?" Logan couldn't help but feel a burst of consternation. "Come with me. It's safe here. No one will hurt you." Charles waved to Laura thoughtfully, and the little girl hesitated before nodding and following. Before leaving, he forcefully snatched the toy ball from Logan's hand. Logan looked at the two people who walked into the house one after another, and was also a little helpless, and complained in a low voice, "Forget it. Whatever you want." Then he beckoned to Caliban and gestured, "This is someone from the Akali Genetically Modified Institute," and you drove him over to the wadi bed. Caliban suddenly panicked. looked at the person on the ground, and asked, "What if he wakes up halfway?" Logan glanced at him, leaned down, and took a pistol from Donald's waist and handed it to Caliban's hand. "Look at it." Caliban looked at the cold gun in his hand, and then at Donald on the ground, looking a little dazed. The other side, Chen Tian was staying in the convenience store, yawning boredly, and there were no customers in the desert at this time in the past. Suddenly, there were several harsh brake sounds outside the store, which attracted his attention and turned to look, and through the glass he saw several SUV cars parked outside the door. A group of burly strong men walked down, their eyes revealing the murderous gun arm held at the waist with one hand, and rushed straight into the convenience store. Buy what? Chen Tian squinted slightly. Obviously, these people did not come to shop at all. Sure enough, in the next second, without saying a word, this group of big men directly forcibly suppressed the teenager at the front desk, and his strong arms held him dead and dragged him out. Chen Tian wanted to resist, but reacted instantly. It seems that the people of the Akali GMO Institute have discovered that Wolverine has taken Laura. Everything is developing according to the original plot. However, he is the only exception. Since he planned to meddle in Wolverine's originally miserable fate, there was nothing wrong with going with this group of people. Besides, he also has to pick up Professor X's psychic ability. Thinking of this, Chen Tian slowly stopped his hand movements and got into the car under their pushing. However, this trip is not comfortable. Upon arriving at his destination, as Chen Tian expected, Donald did not die and captured Caliban. Caliban felt the coolness coming from his temples, and his heart was even more cold. His nose wrinkled slightly, smelling a hint of the same kind, and his gaze fell on a yellow-skinned teenager. It was the smell of Mutant. So Caliban, as if grasping at a life-saving straw, couldn't wait to atone for his sins, shouting, "He's a mutant!" These words naturally fell into Chen Tian's ears, and his eyes narrowed slightly when he heard it, exuding a trace of coldness. The opposite is true. After Donald heard such news, he was stunned for a moment and immediately laughed. His eyes glanced at Chen Tian playfully, and his tone was full of playfulness. "No wonder you can talk to that old trash." He pouted, his expression showing complete disdain, his eyes as if he was looking at a pile of garbage. "You look young. It seems that the government department is still negligent and can actually let these freaks breed." Hearing this, danger flashed under Chen Tian's eyes. He remembered that Donald ended up dying badly, but this time it had to die at his hands. "Huh, the eyes are good, but let's look at your embarrassed appearance." Donald didn't care about the unkindness in the other party's eyes and sneered extremely rampantly. He turned the cold pistol in his hand, and the muzzle of the black hole was suddenly aimed at Chen Tian. "I hope your friend can be obedient for a while, otherwise there will be a big hole in your brain." Asterisk. On the endless desert, an SUV black car drove mightily on the dust, raising endless dust and fog everywhere it went, and looking at the rolling yellow sand on the open land. The cabin of the escort car in the middle of the convoy was dimly lit, and armed Special Forces soldiers sat next to the iron gate. Caliban curled up in a corner, his body trembling uncontrollably slightly, making noises with heavy chains around his hands and feet, apparently frightening him by what had just happened. On the contrary, Chen Tian sat calmly next to him with an indifferent expression, without showing the slightest panic. For him, everything that happened was under control, and with the current super self-healing factor, these guys were not to be afraid. Thinking, he adjusted his posture to make himself as comfortable as possible, but there was still a vicious battle to be fought. "What is your relationship with Wolverine?" Chen Tian glanced at the thin albino mutant in the corner of his eye. He didn't have a good feeling for the first time he met Caliban. This guy could betray him just now. However, it is difficult for mutant to survive in this world, let alone sell an unknown person and do anything to survive. Hearing this, Caliban looked up at him in surprise. Then, he had long carved caution into his bones, and chose to keep silent about the unfamiliar teenager in front of him. "It seems that you don't want to say it." Seeing that he was silent, Chen Tian didn't bother to ask anymore. Anyway, with the memory of his past life, he naturally understands the identity of Caliban, who is one of the members of the Mutant Wanderer Team Morlock. Has the ability to perceive the presence of other mutants within a 20-mile radius. In the comics, he joins the X-Men team. In the cinematic universe, Wolverine turned to Caliban a year ago to help him take care of Charles, but his personality was too cowardly and easy to give in. It also led to his later use by Donald and the GMO Institute. In silence, the convoy of the Akali GMO Institute is about to enter the dilapidated factory where Logan and others live. The moment the mighty convoy appeared, the sky was filled with yellow sand, and the earth seemed to be shaking. In the SUV at the front, Donald in the main driver's seat gradually approached the factory building. The corners of his mouth outlined a curve, picked up the walkie-talkie on the car, and said in a deep voice, "Start moving." The brigade received the order and rushed into the factory area with great horsepower. Meanwhile, the elderly Logan Horlet piloted Chrysler and planned to flee the place with Charles, but it was too late. The plant is surrounded by jeeps coming from all directions, and all roads are blocked by convoy from the Akali Institute of Genetics. Fark! Logan Horlet slammed the steering wheel angrily and cursed the backward car. Charles, who was sitting in the back seat, looked around, fell into the chaotic scene, and said softly, "Logan, I'm figuring it out." Wolverine gasped, her eyebrows revealing a solemn and simple response. "Logan, we can't give up on that girl." Charles chattered and looked in the direction of the factory building from time to time. "Please stop talking." Logan was a little irritable. He really wasn't in the mood to pay attention to the others. He just wanted to get out of this place quickly. Inside the carriage of the escort car, Chen Tian and Caliban both heard movement outside, and the violent shaking caused by the sudden stop of the vehicle also made their bodies sway. "It's over, we're all finished." Caliban, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke, his eyes full of despair. He knew what would happen if he was caught by the Akali GMO Institute. Those damned white coat personnel would dissect them, and no one would survive inside the institute. Chen Tian acted extremely calm, leaning leisurely in his chair as if the person being arrested was not him. "Your friend Wolverine will be with you soon." Donald glanced in the rearview mirror. His gaze fell on Chen Tian's eyes, flashed with anger, and sneered. After that, he pushed open the door and walked straight towards the black Chrysler, standing beside the car with his fingers slowly running through the window and his knuckles tapped on the back seat window. "Knock, knock." Charles Xavier, the octogenarian that the national government wants to arrest the most. Donald looked at Charles in the back seat with a smile, his slightly muffled voice rich in a native Texas accent and sounding threatening. Logan in the main driver's seat pushed the door down in black and asked him, "Where is Caliban?" "I advise you to calm down." Donald paced in front of the car and spared half a circle to Logan. "Why don't you tell me where the girl is first, or I'll ask the old man." Then he pointed to Charles in the car and chuckled. "He looks much friendlier than you." "I told you, she's not here." Logan took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, suppressing the anger in his heart. "Tell me, where is Caliban?" "I threw him into the dry ditch, prepared for me." When Donald heard this, he pouted and looked disapproving, and then looked at the escort car not far away. "But I have a better one for you." The voice just fell. In the escort car, Chen Tian was violently pushed out, and with his limbs restrained, he stumbled under his feet and almost fell to the ground. Seeing this, Wolverine's pupils suddenly contracted, and the blue tendons on his forehead burst out, and the next second he slammed into the collar of the former owner Donald, and the steel claws instantly stretched out from his fists, glaring at the indifferent man in front of him. "Don't hurt him. You'll pay for it." However, the special agents next to him immediately reacted, grabbing Wolverine's arms, slamming him against the door, and holding it deadly. Logan howled angrily and launched a fierce resistance. It's just that Wolverine gradually entered the twilight of his physical function and suffered a sharp decline, and he was out of breath against a few ordinary punks, not to mention that the enemies he faced were professionally trained special forces. Moreover, he was seriously injured the night before yesterday, and now he can't exert strength at all. After the special forces punched and kicked, Logan fell to the ground in pain. The surrounding special forces armed with firearms swarmed up and aimed their dark and cold muzzles at Wolverine on the ground. Donald condescendingly looked down at the elderly man on the ground and pretended to regret. "Wolverine, my heart is broken when I see your miserable condition." He continued, "And you have killed an innocent young man. I am afraid you will have to go to jail with you." After speaking, his playful eyes looked at Chen Tian again. Chen Tian's expression was indifferent, and his cold gaze like frost greeted him. And he said indifferently, "I'll dig out your heart later to see if it is broken." Words fall. A cold voice suddenly sounded in his head. "Battle detected. Drop reward. Super strength, Wolverine." Suddenly, he only felt that his whole body was filled with strength. His thin muscles instantly bulged, and his bones made a slight, abnormal sound. Inside the trunk of the escort car, Caliban looked at Chen Tian outside in disbelief through the small window. He smelled a familiar breath on the yellow-skinned boy. It's kind of like Wolverine. Obviously not just now. How did it suddenly have it after a while? When in doubt. The next scene shocked him deeply. I saw Chen Tian, who was originally bound by this chain, suddenly roared with both fists. "Get out!" Bang! Then the heavy iron chains crumbled and the chains under the feet broke abruptly. Before anyone could react, Chen Tian violently ripped off the dagger from the waist of the nearest person and raised his hand towards the man's neck. Roar! The cold blade cut through the skin, and as a line of blood emerged, a scarlet column of blood spilled into the air, staining the ground in an instant. Neck, chest, abdomen. Chen Tian is not picky and regards all the vital aspects of the human body as his own target. There is only one goal, that is, to kill people in the shortest time. With his ghostly body and Wolverine's super strength when he was young, he quickly set off a bloody storm. Between the electric light and stone fire, several people have fallen to the ground, and the stumps and broken arms and internal organs are scattered on the ground. Dark red blood continued to flow, dyeing the ground made of sand a dark red. The air is filled with a strong fishy smell, and even a strong sandstorm lingers. The battle is still going on, and blood is gushing constantly. The bodies of several guards soon fell next to the escort car, lying on the ground horizontally, with very hideous faces. They are powerless in the face of unexpected situations, and Chen Tian, who has super strength, is simply like a vicious wolf, brutally cutting off their heads, reaping one life after another. A headless corpse fell on the ground, and their eyes widened and they were dead. Roar! At the moment, Chen Tian pulled the dagger out of his still warm body, raised his hand, and shook off the blood beads on the blade, and the inevitable injuries on his body were also healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then he looked at the last guard with a cold gaze. "Shit! Damn freak!" The guard's heart trembled, and he quickly picked up the gun and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang! The shuttle bullet streaked through the air and spun towards Chen Tian. Seeing this, a cold light flashed under his eyes, and his feet stomped sharply, leaving two deep pits in the sand, like a murderous wolf rushing straight towards the guards. "This guy, Chryslery," Charles looked up at Chen Tian, slightly startled, always felt that the posture was very familiar. At the moment, next second, Chen Tian braved the indiscriminate rain of bullets, piercing the guard's neck and cutting off hard bones, and blood splattered from his throat. A human head with a distorted face fell to the ground. Bang! Chen Tian looked at the fallen corpse and raised his hand to wipe a handful of blood all over his face. His clothes had long been soaked in blood, sticky to his skin, making people feel very uncomfortable. However, Chen Tian didn't care, just looked at the corpses and smiled disdainfully. Wolverine's super strength is far beyond his imagination. He thought it was just the peak level of humanity, but now he looks at it without losing to Captain America. Even stronger. "Hell, damn little beast. I really should have killed you in advance." Donald, who was not far away, had a fierce look in his eyes and gritted his teeth. "I thought that everything was under control, but I was actually broken by a little furry boy at the cashier of a convenience store." Logan, who was pressed to the ground by a group of special forces, raised his head with difficulty and the anxious emotion in his eyes had long been replaced by shock. In a trance, Logan seemed to be able to see his younger self from the yellow-skinned teenager's body. Cold, brutal, straightforward. If you don't move, you will seal. Taking someone's life without saying a word. Even the way of fighting is similar. And inside the Chrysler, Charles, who was sitting in the back seat, seemed to notice something. In the originally dumbfounded gaze, a trace of clarity gradually recovered, and a hint of disbelief was revealed. At some point, he seemed to feel an incredible ability from the other person. At this time, Logan, who was suppressed by several people, suddenly came to his senses, let out a roar from his mouth, and launched a counterattack not to be outdone. The elderly body burst out with a power that did not belong to this age and directly overturned several people around him. Logan tumbled, and his sharp steel claws streaked through the air in an icy arc, straight through the chest of a special soldier. It wasn't until at the moment that the old wolf finally revealed his slightly loose but still unshed fangs. The battle is completely on. Between the electric light and stone fire, Logan unleashed a few more claws, each time taking away a life. "Quick, shoot them." Donald stepped back in horror and said that it was all a lie to say that he was not panicking. Just kidding, this old guy is the mutant he admires the most. Perhaps Wolverine's story will fade into oblivion over time, but Donald remembers it clearly. Even if Wolverine is old, the strength of forcing is not comparable to ordinary people. At the moment, Logan has set off a bloody storm, and everyone in sight has been killed. The blood in the sight, the fishy smell in the nasal cavity, and the touch from the steel claws. All this makes Logan feel as if his younger self is back. The other side. Chen Tian is also painting a picture from hell with sword light and blood, and the sound of gunfire and screams is mixed and echoes above the factory area, which seems both tragic and terrible. Under the union of one old and one young, the special forces are not opponents at all, and the armament of the whole body is as fragile as paper. A moment later, there were already a large number of corpses on the ground, and dark red blood permeated a large area of the ground, appearing cloudy and dirty and emitting a disgusting fishy smell. Shit! Donald looked at the purgatory-like scene and immediately took a few of his men to protect himself, preparing to escape from this place of right and wrong. Just as he turned around, the door of the dilapidated factory building was pushed open, and a petite figure came out of it. After seeing the Comer clearly, Donald's heart was cold. This is Mission Target X, 24, also known as Laura. "Laura, go away." Logan saw Laura coming out, and he hurried to this side as fast as he could. However, Laura, who heard Roar's shout, was unmoved, staring at Donald and the others with a pair of eyes, without the innocence of this age. Instead, it exudes a strong, killing intent. Next second, Laura leaned down, landed on all fours, kicked her legs sharply, and threw herself at Donald and the others. In the face of Laura's sudden outburst, the armed personnel at the forefront of the team did not have time to react at all and were directly thrown to the ground. Scold. A metallic vibration characteristic of a hum sounded, and steel claws very similar to Logan's poked out of Laura's immature fist. Laura's eyes were full of fierceness, and she raised her hand and directly cut off the neck of the person under her with a wave of her hand. The head rolled to the ground, and warm blood spilled on her tender face, slowly sliding down. What? Logan's rushing pace was sudden, and his heart shook. How could this girl be so similar to herself? Damn, don't be stunned. Shoot quickly. Donald yelled as he stepped back. But before everyone could react, Laura pounced on the person on her side again. Her slender arms waved, and another living life became cold in her hands. Laura, who has been cultivated as a killing machine since she was a child, shows an extremely murderous scene at this moment. A gunshot burst through the sky. Immediately after, endless gunfire burst out. Laura's petite and flexible body moves through everyone. Even if she is hit by a bullet, she can quickly get up, the wound gradually heals, and she launches a more violent attack under the stimulation of pain. After only a moment's effort, The rest of the special forces fell in a pool of blood. In the end, only Donald was left. Pierce alone. He staggered and slowly retreated to the side of the Chrysler car. It looks like someone is in danger. Chen Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he walked towards him with a dagger in his hand. He didn't have much affection for this guy, either in film or reality. At the same time, Logan and Laura also gathered around, their eyes full of resentment. "Hey guys, calm down. We have something to discuss." Donald looked at the three eyes full of murderous intent and swallowed his spit with difficulty. Actually, we can solve the problem in another way. Killing me will not benefit any of you. Donald felt the killing intent in the eyes of the three people and quickly raised his hand to beg for mercy. Roar. However, the petite figure walking in front suddenly waved his steel claws and flashed coldly, cutting off his mechanical arm as if cutting paper. "Hey!" Donald leaned back in a slight panic. "Don't make a mess with the children." Chen Tian leaned over and pulled the girl to him, smiled at the elder's tone, and said, "Put your paws away." Laura frowned unhappily, trying to break free, but found that the big hand was like an iron pincer that did not move. Although she is the product of the Institute's use of Wolverine Logan's genes, she has undergone cruel and abusive training since childhood. But because he is still young, there is still a big gap in his own strength compared to Wolverine at his peak. But Chen Tian's current strength is the same as the peak Wolverine and naturally much stronger than Laura. In the end, he could only purse his mouth and put away the steel claws. "Wolverine, your daughter is very good," Chen Tian quipped, looking at Wolverine. "Chen, she's not my daughter. You hurry to the car." Wolverine looked at the girl with a bit of a headache, opened the door, and pushed her into the back seat. "Well, it's time to deal with this damn guy." When Chen Tian's gaze fell on Donald, the warmth in his eyes had dissipated, replaced by a winter-like chill. "You come to me." Logan roughly tugged at Conrad by the collar, dragged it behind him, and walked towards the factory building. He wanted to find out the purpose of this group of people to arrest Laura. After all, what kind of person would do something to a 13 or 14-year-old girl? Calm down. Calm down. Wolverine, it's no good for you to kill me. People from the Genetic Research Institute will come to you. Let me go. I can tell you the truth. As the surrounding light became dim, Conrad's heart gradually sank, knowing that if he didn't ask for mercy, he would definitely die in this place. "Tell me." Logan stopped, his arm slamming it against the wall. The steel claw of the other hand has already reached out, flashing with a cold light in the dim light, and it can kill the other party at any time. The tip of the claw that sharpened iron like mud had already caused a line of blood to appear on Donald's neck. "You'd better tell the truth, otherwise." Logan's tone was low, and the tips of his claws were a little deeper. "As long as you tell the truth, we promise not to kill you." Chen Tian looked at him and said coldly. He definitely didn't want Donald to let Donald go, but wanted Wolverine to hear the truth, and although he knew the truth in advance, if he said it, it would make people suspicious. I say, when Donald heard this, it seemed like he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Even if you know that the other person is very likely to be unconvinced, there is no other way now. Actually, Laura was bred with genes. Hearing this, Wolverine's pupils trembled slightly, and the other party also looked at him and said slowly, "Using your genes?" Hear the answer. Logan Howlett was not surprised. He saw many familiar shadows in Laura, and even the appearance was somewhat similar to his youth. It was only when I heard it with my own ears that I was confirmed in my heart. Originally, the gene company planned to raise these children to be killers, but then many people got out of control. Donald observed the look on Logan's face and continued cautiously. So now the company intends to kill these experimental questions, and Laura was rescued by Galarath. He was a little afraid that Wolverine would kill someone. After all, Wolverine was also an experimental subject before, and he must have an extreme hatred for what the Genetic Research Institute did. Sure enough, after hearing this, the already burning anger in Logan's eyes became even stronger. "You guys." But before he could make a move, a cold light flashed in front of him. The next moment, a scarlet gushed out from Donald's neck. Feeling the stickiness and warmth coming from his face, and the light of life in his eyes gradually dissipated. Eventually, he fell and lost his breath. Logan turned his head in surprise to look at Chen Tian on his side. For a moment, he glanced at Donald, who was unwilling to die, before saying, "If you want to do it next time, tell me in advance." "Wolverine, where are you going next?" Chen Tian wiped the blood on his hands and continued, "This place is obviously no longer safe. The Genetic Research Institute will definitely send people over, and if it is not transferred, it will face an endless battle. Go find a place to rest first, and then change cars." Logan replied in a deep voice and walked towards the house. After this battle, Logan obviously also recognized this yellow-skinned teenager from a convenience store, and the other party had his former shadow. Chen Tian raised his eyebrows slightly and followed behind him leisurely. The two walked out of the room. The blazing sun above their heads glowed, and the strong light made their eyes narrow slightly, just in time to see Caliban, who had broken free and was staggering out of the escort car. "Caliban, I thought you were thrown into that dry ravine." Logan's words were not nice, but they revealed joy. After several twists and turns, no one died. This is already a great blessing for an old wolf who is accustomed to seeing life and death parting. "We've got to change to a safer place," Logan said in a deep voice. "Forget it." Caliban hesitated for a moment and said, "Rather hesitation, ally." This time, he no longer wanted to flee. On the contrary, it was better to return to live in the sewers, where it was safer. "Good luck." Logan saw the emotion in his eyes and nodded. "God is with you." Caliban wrapped tightly in the scorching sun, and after saying that, he turned and walked towards the factory building. After a brief goodbye, Chen Tian and others sat on Chrysler and left this place with many unbearable memories. Vehicles gallop up with yellow sand. The world in the rearview mirror begins to become murky, and the factory buildings on the horizon gradually disappear. It didn't take long for the dilapidated factory building to welcome a burly man. If Logan were still here, he would have been shocked, because the Comer is exactly the same as when he was young. At the moment, inside the escort car of the Akali Institute, only the faint sunlight shone through the narrow window, making the light look gloomy. In the cage, a thin figure was bound by iron chains in his hands and feet, and he sat on the ground without the slightest movement. At this time, a figure pushed the open door and walked in, and the light outside also spilled in. "Les!" Caliban looked up, and stood in front of him was a gentle man with his name written on a name tag on his chest. "Caliban, you have to help us find Wolverine's whereabouts." Dr. Rice squinted hypocritically, and the smile on his lips felt eerily friendly. "Who are you?" Caliban asked softly, a little scared. Not long ago, he had just returned to the factory building to pack up his things and leave, but he was knocked unconscious and woke up to find himself in the escort truck. "I'm Dr. Rice." Dr. Rice smiled and spoke in a calm tone. "Those people are too rude. They shouldn't be our friends. What are you looking for me to do?" Caliban didn't believe this guy would be friendly. After all, the other party was wearing the clothes of the Genetic Research Institute. "Help me find Wolverine." Dr. Rice mentioned the name, and a dangerous light disappeared under his eyes. Because his father was once the head of the X-Gene Project, but was brutally killed by the escaped Wolverine Logan. From then on, he began to hate Mutant, and even more so to Wolverine. Driven by hatred, Wolverine searched for as long as he was missing. Now that there's finally news, it is bound to make the other party pay a terrible price. "If I can do it, will you be able to let me go?" Caliban noticed the chill in the other's eyes and asked in a trembling voice. He knows very well that he is not a hero, fears death like most people, and now has to succumb to the enemy in order to survive. "Definitely can." Receiving such an answer, Dr. Rice said with a smirk. After saying that, he turned and left. As the heavy doors closed heavily, the carriage fell into silence. Only Caliban's trembling body pulled the chains, making a slight sound, and a heavy breath of death began to permeate. Leaving Roar, Dr. Rice got into a Jeep again. At the moment, a burly man was sitting in the car and looking at the other person's face that made him hate to the bone. Dr. Rice couldn't help gritting his teeth. His appearance turned out to be exactly the same as Wolverine in his youth. Your goal is to kill Logan, Howlett, and Charles Xavier. Dr. Rice's tone was unusually stiff and resolute. The former is a father-killing enemy, and Les has been preparing for years for revenge. The latter is wanted by the government. Ever since Charles spun out of control, bursting out of power to kill hundreds of people and nearly destroy X-Men, he has long been classified as a weapon of mass destruction. It's funny to think that the world's smartest brain has Alzheimer's syndrome and has become a demented and incompetent old man. Clone X, 24, looked calm, did not answer, but nodded in silence. Meanwhile, in a hotel in a city in New Mexico, Chen Tian and his party simply bought some clothes and moved in temporarily, and under Logan's leadership, they planned to rest for the night before going to change cars. After all, after today's battle, everyone is very tired, and the Chrysler is already full of bullet holes. There is no way to run too far, and it may attract the police. If that happens, things will undoubtedly get very troublesome. Therefore, Chen Tian naturally has no objection to such a decision. Compared with Logan's hurry, Chen Tian is always leisurely, as if he is out of the way. Since he knew the original storyline, Chen Tian knew very well what would happen next, so no matter how much he rushed, it was useless. Then, Chen Tian sat bored on the sofa in the living room, picked up the TV remote control next to him, and pressed the switch. There happened to be a news item on TV. The truth is, Tony Stark was wearing a suit and leather shoes, and his slightly drooping eyes seemed to be a little hesitation. The next moment, he looked up at the camera, and the emotion in his eyes became firm. I'm Iron Man. Iron Man's timeline begins. Chen Tian sat on the sofa and watched the picture played on the TV, and the corners of his mouth curved. For this inexplicable words, Laura on the side immediately cast a strange gaze. She was a little obsessed with the previous matter. He had been judging the direction of the timeline through news information, and now it seems that Iron Man's time has begun, which means that the Avengers Alliance is no longer far away. As if she thought the news was too boring, Laura picked up the remote control that Chen Tian had placed on a coffee table and began to watch the movie channel. Inside is a desert movie. Wilderness, Charles's favorite movie. Chen Tian did not fight with the little girl for the remote control, but leaned back comfortably on the soft sofa, thinking about the events that would happen in the future. If all goes as usual, there will be a chance to earn Thor's ability soon. It is even possible to gain the power of Odin. Chen Tian leaned his head on the back of the chair, his eyes showing a little yearning. The thoughts in his mind became more and more active, and Chen Tian immediately felt that his protege-like ability was indeed a bug. Protege. I think of the guy who appears in very few episodes in the manga. Protege is extremely unpopular in Marvel, and few people notice him, and he can only have some impressions of him by relying on the experience of Marvel fans. Although ignored by many people, his strength is extremely strong. In the original book, as an artificial man, he could be named a god of faith by the Cosmic Truth sect that created him. Your own strength can be seen here. As a sectarian god, Protege can perfectly replicate the abilities of any living being, even gods. But this is only one of Protege's abilities, but it is enough to make countless people flock to it. Thinking of this, Chen Tian feels that the future of his American comic career is bright. What others ask for but do not fall, you can have. His ability means that when facing the enemy will be you, and the enemy will not. Just like when young Bruce gets along with himself, he may feel that his fighting skills are similar to him in every way, but he is far superior to him in terms of regenerative ability. This feeling makes people feel desperate just thinking about it. And as you copy more skills, the more possibilities you have when fighting. No matter what strange skills, you can use them all. Laura next to her glanced at Chen Tian, feeling that he had a mental problem and was there smirking all the time. Charles's bedroom. The afternoon sun shines through the glass on the floor, making the room feel warm. Duh. Logan. Charles, who was resting on the soft bed, heard a slight movement from the side of the bed and slowly opened his eyes. Logan stopped pouring water and moved his gaze from the glass to the professor's old face. Charles, who received a response, smiled reassuringly and then said, "Your friend Chen Tian, he is special. What's wrong with him?" Hearing this, Logan Hallett was puzzled. He still trusted Chen Tian, who helped in a critical moment. Thought for a moment. Charles's tone was indescribable. He has an indescribable strangeness. In your current state, I'm afraid everyone will feel that there is a problem. Logan frowned and reluctantly handed the glass to Charles. No more. Charles shook his head and didn't answer the water. His eyes looked through the door, and a large and small figure in the living room sat on the sofa watching TV, and he had a strong premonition in his heart. This feeling does not originate from Laura, but from Chen Tian. It was an ethereal, indescribable feeling, and he always felt that the other party could bring some kind of surprise or could create some miracle. And when Chen Tian was outside the factory today, the moment Chen Tian broke free from the chains, Charles suddenly felt a breath that belonged to Wolverine. But unlike Laura, Chen Tian is a natural mutant, and it is impossible to contain other mutant genes. Charles was silent, his eyes showing a depth that only appears when he is in a good state of mind. He was deeply puzzled, but he did not detect malice in the yellow-skinned boy. On the contrary, the other party is like the students in the former Xavier Genius Youth Academy, vaguely showing care and respect for themselves, and the eyebrows are also revealed. That's why Charles didn't mention it to Logan, intending to observe it for a while. Charles, who can read other people's minds, knows better than anyone that anyone has secrets and needs them. Since the other party has no malicious intentions, there is no need to dig into the bottom line. I'll have to go out and fix the problem with the car, and I'll be back soon. You remember to take your medicine on time. At this time, Logan habitually put the water cup on the bedside table and took out a small medicine bottle from his arms. Charles smiled and waved his hand, signaling that Logan didn't have to worry about himself. Without Caliban's help, taking care of Charles did become a troublesome task, and Rod was afraid that something would happen to them in his absence. This old and young, one with limited mobility and the other still young. If you are rated, you will not be directly served by a pod, so you must leave this place as soon as possible. With a thick worry, Logan suddenly quickened his steps, walked into the living room, and beckoned to Chen Tian, who was doing nothing. "Chun, I plan to change the car. You come with me." "Happy to help." Chen Tian immediately got up from the sofa and followed Logan towards the door. A second-hand sales site built under a bridge, with lots of vehicles filling the empty land. Logan drove in his Chrysler, riddled with bullet holes, and the two got out of the car, handed the keys to the man next to them, and walked deeper. Chen Tian looked around and found that they were all vehicles of different models, messily placed under the bridge, just enough to take advantage of this to avoid the rain. Due to the small number of guests, it is extremely deserted. In the end, Logan, with his experience, bought a large pickup truck that looked 80% new for a very small price. Originally, the money was to prepare for the purchase of the daily number, but now the situation is urgent, and he has no other way. Fortunately, the trip was uneventful, and a moment later the two got in the newly purchased large pickup truck and drove towards the hotel with the slight roar of the engine. Vehicles are driving on the road, with vehicles coming and going on both sides. "What's your variant ability? Regeneration?" Logan looked at Chen Tian in the passenger seat, remembering what the professor had said to him earlier and how little he knew about him. With small water control, you can survive underwater in a short time. Speaking of which, Chen Tian didn't say much. After all, it is impossible to tell outsiders at will if he can pick up other people's abilities. Even if it's Wolverine, this ability should be much more comfortable than us if we live at sea. Logan didn't ask anymore, just followed Chen Tian's words. While the two chatted, the car quickly drove to the front of the hotel. Groups of people came and went in and out of the door, obviously inconvenient to park, so Logan had to step on the accelerator under his feet and drive forward. At this time, Chen Tian frowned, found a vehicle of the Genetic Research Institute parked on the street, and quickly reminded, "Wolverine, look over there." "Chet, let's go." Logan looked in the direction Chen Tian was pointing. His pupils shrank sharply, and he immediately realized that the professor and Laura were in danger, and pushed the car door and ran towards the hotel. And Chen Tian also hurriedly ran out of the car, followed Logan, and cursed fiercely in his mouth. These damn flies are really fast. Just as the two of them stepped into the hotel door, a violent spiritual fluctuation instantly swept through the entire hotel. Suddenly, Chen Tian felt a trance, and the rushing pace under his feet faltered, almost falling to the ground. Immediately after, a sharp pain came from his head, forcing Chen Tian to lose control of his body in an instant, and could only grit his teeth and squeeze out two words, "Damn." Charles, Logan on the side, was also hideous-faced, and as he in neck burst out of his blue muscles, and he whispered in a difficult tone. Even so, Logan still took a step with tenacious will and staggered forward. The people in the lobby of the hotel were all affected by this spiritual fluctuation, and many of them fell to their knees, and even twitched incessantly, as if it was a sign of impending death. Chen Tian stared at his bloodshot eyes, looking at the old but firm back in front of him, and also wanted to take a step under his feet, but he felt extremely difficult. Just when everyone was in great pain, Chen Tian's heart suddenly rejoiced, because he remembered a cold voice in his mind. Battle detected, drop reward. Psychic ability, Professor X. Battle detected, drop reward. Psychic ability, Professor X. Chen Tian listened to the cold voice echoing in his head, and his eyes suddenly showed joy. His purpose in following Wolverine and his party was to gain the ability of the professor's mind. Definitely also wants to help Wolverine change his fate, but he understands that only if he is strong enough to survive in the dangerous Marvel Universe. Immediately, Chen Tian felt as if a clear stream was pouring into his mind, and his consciousness was clearer than ever. His heart enveloped the hearts of everyone around him, and negative emotions from countless people also poured in. Pain, fear, all of them stemmed from the truest reaction in his heart at this moment, and similar negative emotions instantly poured into Chen Tian's mind, making him frown. If others estimated that they would have collapsed on the spot, Chen Tian's strong willpower made him endure it. Subsequently, he deeply absorbed his mind and gradually became familiar with the use of mental ability, and the fluctuations around him gradually returned to normal. The noise of negative emotions in the ears dissipated, and everything returned to calm. "Boy, keep up." At this time, Logan's low roar shout was heard from the front, pulling Chen Tian's thoughts back to reality. When Chen Tian heard this, he saw Wolverine standing in front of him with a painful expression. His face was red, and he tried his best to tremble. "We have to help the professor, otherwise that tragedy will repeat itself." This is not a lie. There have been lessons before. The professor's ability directly led to the death of hundreds of people, including the main members of X-Men, which has since announced its disbandment. Xavier Academy and Mutant are also seen as dangerous existences. Charles is listed as a weapon of mass destruction by the Conquest, and is considered a heavy wanted criminal by the government. And the professor's body will also be harmed as a result. Chen Tian turned his mind solemnly and quickly kept up with Wolverine's pace, but he deliberately kept a step slower than Wolverine, because he had just thought that he might be able to appease the other party by entering the professor's god's telekinesis through the psychic ability, which the professor used in Doctor Strange 3 to try to awaken the soul controlled by Wanda. Thinking about it, a flash of determination flashed in his eyes, and he raised his left hand and placed one finger on his temple. Roar! Next second, Chen Tian's thinking gradually enveloped the entire hotel, and everything around him began to become transparent, and 360 degrees appeared in his mind without dead ends. Everyone's hearts were covered by him, and more voices echoed in Chen Tian's head. Soon Charles's location was quickly locked, and through the professor's field of vision, he saw that several people from the Genetic Research Institute were about to leave the professor downstairs. Fortunately, due to the professor's mental fluctuations, they froze in place, leaving only their eyes to roll slightly. And the petite Laura struggled to prod herself on the floor. Her immature face was unusually hideous, and she fell to the ground wailing in pain. In order to resolve this crisis as soon as possible, Chen Tian took a deep breath and closed his eyes, completely immersed in the spiritual world. The immediate mobilization of thoughts forcibly invaded the professor's mind. Airplanes. Next second, in front of his closed eyes, a white world came into view. This is Charles's inner world, and the moment he arrives here, endless negative emotions sweep through. Suddenly, Chen Tian's heart also surged with a sense of helplessness. A faint wail came from a distance, diverting his attention. Turn your head and look. I saw that Charles in the thinking world was kneeling to the ground. His face was extremely distorted, and his expression was even more painful. And that wail came from his mouth. Charles's mind kept flashing through the unbearable past, making countless emotions continue to accumulate: self-blame, guilt, regret. All kinds of negativity trapped him here, unable to return to reality at all. Professor Charles. Seeing this, Chen Tian hurriedly stepped forward and called softly, but the other party always knelt on the ground and did not give any response. He looked at the situation in front of him. The situation in the outside world was still turbulent, and he knew very well that he could not tolerate the slightest hesitation. Professor, wake up quickly. Chen Tian put his hand on Charles's head, and his fingertips seemed to touch the space with magic, constantly twitching the professor's nerves. Although the ability of his mind is far less pure than Charles, the other party is now a helpless child and has no way to control himself. Soon, next second, Charles in the room suddenly came to his senses, gasped, and his chest rose and fell violently, feeling dazed and shocked by his situation. Because his consciousness just now was extremely confused, he didn't know what was going on in the world of thought. He also knows very well how dangerous it is to fall into a state of loss of control, and it is almost an incredible thing to be able to wake up naturally. Or rather, it's a simply impossible thing. This has never happened before. As the psychic fluctuations suddenly stopped, the affected people were relieved. They did not understand what caused all this, and only felt that they were only one step away from death. At the moment, Logan, who was in the corridor, was relieved and surprised that the spiritual fluctuations had disappeared, but he didn't have time to catch his breath, so he raised his leg and slammed open the empty door and rushed inside. Logan's roar attracted the attention of all the special agents, who were blue in the face and obviously had not yet recovered from the previous psychic fluctuations. Taking advantage of this gap, Logan stretched out his steel claws and directly set off a bloody storm. Within a few moments, several corpses had fallen in the room. Only then did Logan slump weakly, finally getting time to breathe, and looked at the potions scattered on the ground, apparently showing no signs of being injected. No injections? How will it return to normal? Logan looked at the equally weak professor and licked his dry lips and asked, I don't know. Charles shook his head hard. His face was full of blankness, and looked at Chen Tian, who had just entered the room, always feeling that the other party's body exuded a particularly familiar aura. Professor, are you all right? Chen Tian noticed the sight, raised his head, and said doubtfully. Although Logan's heart is also puzzled, it is imperative to get out of this dangerous place. We have to go. Logan stood up with one hand, knowing that the people from a Gene Institute would definitely come again, and he had to leave this place quickly. Thereupon, the group crossed a path that was not monitored by the Institute, and finally got into a truck and set foot again as fast as possible. On the vast and shadowless desert, the sun is extremely dazzling, drying the land into a dry place. A large pickup truck of wind and dust servants sped down the road, leaving 2 faint car marks on the ground, and the dust and fog pulled out a long distance behind the car. Chen Tian sat in the driver's seat, bored holding the steering wheel, and driving long distances made him feel extremely monotonous. In order to escape the pursuit of the Akali Institute of Genetic Change, they had to rush to Canada as soon as possible. Laura and Charles in the back seat fell asleep deeply, while Logan looked at the video on Gallaraf's phone, his brows furrowed even more. In the picture, countless young children are dragged into a small room as genetic experiments and forcibly euthanized. Although he had heard Connard say this before he died, he was extremely angry after witnessing it. Roar. We headed in the direction of Canada, avoiding the Genetic Research Institute, and by the way, to get Laura to her destination. Logan let out a long sigh of relief, looked at the sleeping Laura through the rearview mirror, and said to Chen Tian on the side. Chen Tian nodded. He currently had no new ideas. Time passed. The sun gradually set in the west. The sky closed the last sunset, and the night shrouded the desert. The moonlight illuminates the sand white. The stars in the sky are emitting their own faint light, and everything around makes people feel peaceful and comfortable. Unless this is on the way to escape. At the moment after a day of galloping, Chen Tian and his party were far away from the crowds, and they could see a gas station at a long distance. Even so, Logan refused to let down his vigilance, staring out the car window into the darkness as if trying to see through it. Stop ahead. Let's take turns. Logan withdrew his gaze and said to Chen Tian on the side. He was worried that the people from the Genetic Research Institute would catch up and plan to rush overnight tonight. Okay. Chen Tian was slightly stunned and simply replied, feeling a little helpless. It seems that there is no way to go to Gotham City in DC tonight. I originally wanted to use the newly obtained psychic ability to find Clark's whereabouts, but now I have to give up. But now there's Bruce. If Wayne helps over there, it should have results soon. Meanwhile, Gotham City is also shrouded in deep darkness. The city is illuminated under the clouds, and in those places where dirt is hidden, emotions called madness begin to spread. On top of a tall building large enough to overlook most of the city, two figures meet here. One of them is Batman, dressed in this black battle suit, and the cloak behind him sways with the cool evening breeze. And the person standing across from him was Detective Gordon. The current Gordon is still only a police detective and has not become the future commissioner. Batman, who did that thing last night? Gordon's face was solemn, frowning and looking at the black shadow in front of him, and his tone also showed a little doubt. It's not me, it's someone else. After sensing the other party's suspicions, Batman answered lightly through the deep voice of the voice changer, but did not confess Chen Tian's existence. You know him. I found your flying darts on the scene, with the blood of those gangsters on it. Gordon talked about his discovery, convinced that the man, if not Batman, must have a great connection to him, and that this was the only clue he had now. And then what? Hearing this, Batman's expression remained unchanged, but there were more complicated emotions in his eyes when he looked at Gordon. You should be glad I disposed of it for you. Otherwise, today's Gotham headline is Batman Bloodbath Gang. That being said, Gordon admired the mysterious man's approach and continued to himself. Sometimes, if you really want to scare the scum of Gotham, leaving some corpses will help. When Batman heard this, he just kept his own silence, but his firm gaze showed his inner attitude. He didn't want to kill. He didn't want to fall into the abyss, thinking that this kind of thing was only the first time and countless times. As you gaze into the abyss is also gazing back. Looking directly into the darkness, Batman understands very well that once people's hands are contaminated with human life, they will have a disregard for life, and this mentality is very terrible. More importantly, he believes that everyone has a family, and if one member dies, it can cause catastrophic damage to the entire family and indelible harm to the remaining members. He has experienced this kind of thing, so he doesn't want this kind of tragedy to happen to him. Although Batman did not stop Chen Tian's radical practices before and later reached a cooperative relationship with him, it does not mean that he agrees with the other party. If you want to check, then go ahead. Hearing this, Gordon retracted his thoughts and swept his gaze in the direction where the voice came from. But where was Batman's figure in place? The other party always likes to hide in the night like this. After this conversation, Batman left the rooftop and wandered through the dirty alleys, looking for tonight's target, while waiting for the mysterious Chen Tian to appear. At the same time, the police department also began to act, following Batman's actions to maintain the security of the entire Gotham. Time flew by in a hurry, and within a few hours, countless criminals were brought to justice. Batman had just finished fighting a criminal's den, and he couldn't wait for Chen Tian to appear until this time. But thinking that the other party was even stranger than himself, he drove the Batmobile into tonight's operation. Wayne Manor. The silence in the hall was shattered by a sound of footsteps. Back home, Bruce removed the equipment on his body one by one, and finally took off the entire battlesuit, and his tense nerves were relieved. Bruce poured himself a glass of whiskey, took a sip, and lay down on the couch, ready for a short break. Young master. It didn't take long for a light call to come from not far away, making Bruce open his eyes. This is the person you are looking for, called Clark Kent in the metropolis. There are thousands of them in total. The man came by Alfred, the butler, who was holding several thick documents in his hand and handing them to Bruce. I see. After Bruce answered, he reached out and took the file and couldn't help but wonder what kind of person Chen Tian was looking for. In the hall, the crystal lamps hanging from the ceiling glow faintly, reflecting the entire room low and dim. After Bruce took over Alfred's file, the two fell silent, only the rustling of flipping through the paper. These people are too ordinary. Bruce flipped through more than half of the file, his brows furrowing tightly. These people were too ordinary for him to be the target Chen Tian would be looking for. Young master, these people's files will be relatively excellent. Seeing this, Alfred, who was guarding the side, reminded softly and took out the stack of materials at the bottom of the pile of files. These files are specially classified. Bruce nodded when he heard this, took it, and continued to flip through it. However, after some searching, he still failed to find anything special about these people, and the best resume was a high-achieving student of the metropolis. Even that wasn't worth Chen Tian's exchange for the murderer's clues. In his opinion, collecting this information is much simpler than learning the truth about the death of his parents, even worth less than $1 million USD. However, the yellow-skinned boy revealed strangeness everywhere, and it was impossible to figure out his intentions. And after thinking about it, Bruce had to put the file aside. Now that the information has been collected, it only needs to be exchanged for intelligence, and other things have nothing to do with you. Young master, why did you suddenly collect this information? At this time, Alfred said doubtfully from the side, "A friend needs it." Bruce replied briefly, without revealing his transactional relationship with Chen Tian. Although he could feel that Chen Tian had no ill will towards him, he still felt that the other party was a very dangerous person, and if he did not have very important clues, there would not be this cooperation. Is it the man who killed more than 24 people last night? As the butler of the Wayne family, Alfred is experienced and thoughtful, and he has broken through what his young master has not said. When Bruce heard this, he did not open his mouth to answer, acquiescing to Alfred's statement. Young master, give up this job. Don't live in hatred in the past. Seeing this, Alfred said worriedly that such a thing as a vigilante was too dangerous, and he was worried that Bruce would die at the hands of some murderer one night. I will immediately know the whereabouts of that scum in the alley. Bruce's face suddenly sank, and his tone became gloomy. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, he is not willing to give up. Even if a road goes to the dark, there will be no remorse, and from what happened in the alley that day was doomed to his life. Maybe it's just a waste of time. Alfred shook his head slightly, his tone showing strong regret. I'll prove it to you. When the young Bruce Wayne heard this, he dropped a word in emotion, got up, and went back to his room with a calm face. Alfred was left alone, standing in the deserted hall. Marvel World. At the moment time came the next afternoon, Chen Tian and his party left the desert full of yellow sand, and the one-man-tall grain on both sides of the road was everywhere. Fully automated, driverless trucks are speeding down the roads, and trucks have long been labor-free. Chen Tian has been in the desert for more than a month, and now he is in a much better mood to see the scene around him, and his fingers are tapping rhythmically on the steering wheel. Sitting in the back seat, Laura cast a curious glance out the window. It was a carriage, and through the gap between the guardrails, the full inside could be seen. Charles smiled kindly when he saw this, and only a child could observe the world with the purest eyes. Damn it! At this moment, a truck suddenly changed its route, breaking the warm atmosphere. Chen Tian saw that he was about to hit it, and he slammed the steering wheel to avoid a car accident and turn around. Perhaps he, Wolverine, and Laura, with their strong self-healing ability, reacted quickly enough to avoid the oncoming truck. However, the vehicle still rushed uncontrollably into the green space next to the road, raising the road dust and fog. When will these guys grow their eyes? After a bump, Logan steadied himself, turned his head to glare at the moving truck, and cursed angrily. Logan, they are artificial intelligence. There is no consciousness. At the same time, the carriage was also affected by the truck, rushed straight into the green space on the other side, and finally stopped after a sharp brake sound. But the gate of the carriage was loosened by this jolt, and a frightened foal rushed directly off the car and hissed onto the road. The farmer noticed the abnormality and hurriedly pushed the door to get out of the car, and the rest of the people in the car also got out of the car. It's just that the frightened foal scurries around, and there is no way to control all. We need to help them. Charles looked at the chaotic scene and frowned worriedly. No, we have to hurry. Someone will come to help. Logan just glanced at it, then withdrew his gaze and motioned for Chen Tian to continue on his way. Isn't it us? Words fall. Charles closed his eyes slightly, releasing his mind ability to appease the frightened foals. Under his appeasement, the foals settled down at great speed, but even just standing on the road would affect the passing vehicles. Chen Tian and Logan were helpless when they saw this, so they had to listen to the professor's way to get out of the car to bring back the frightened foal. With the help of the two, the foals quickly returned to the carriage. Thank you so much. The farmer wiped a handful of cold sweat from his forehead, thanked Chen Tian and the two, and warmly invited, I don't know how to express my gratitude. Can I invite you to dinner? Logan looked at the smile on the other person's face, a little overwhelmed, and hesitated in place. Okay. Chen Tian on the side agreed for him. After all, driving for so long does need to find a place to rest. Moreover, you can also find an opportunity to go to DC Gotham. Wolverine saw that Chen Tian had agreed, and the professor also wanted to have dinner, so he had to nod his head in agreement. Night falls, and the moonless firmament is full of stars. Chen Tian and his party followed the farmer to the latter's residence, named Will, whose ancestors ran farms in the south. Not long ago, he had built the classic southern double-story in the middle of a cornfield. Being in the middle of a cornfield, the surroundings are immersed in silence. The Wolf family were welcoming, and dinner was prepared quickly. Under the orange light, the food on the table is dyed with a warm color. For the first time, with so many people, Laura, who was dining around the table, had no scruples and directly reached out to grab the food in front of her. With this, Chen Tian smiled wordlessly, pulled Laura's hand back, and shoved a fork into it. Laura gave him an unhappy look and continued to eat with her head down. Next to him, Charles had a good conversation with the farmer, and Logan joked about their old days at the Xavier Genius Academy in a rare relaxed atmosphere. Chen Tian stopped talking, thinking about the matter of DC Gotham Bank. End of dinner. It was also close to midnight. The farmer's family, seeing that it was late at night, warmly opened their mouth to stay overnight. Considering that there were pursuers behind, Logan was about to open his mouth to refuse, but he heard the angry scolding of the farmer's son, Nate. Oh my God, damn it. Here, it is again. Everyone seeks prestige. I saw Nate punch angrily, unscrew the valve, but did not move the faucet. Logan and several people were confused about his performance, but looked back to find that Will, who had been showing enthusiasm at the moment, also had an unexpectedly gloomy expression on his face. Fark! It must be that group of B*********** who moved their hands and feet on the water supply pump again. Will opened his mouth to curse, his brow furrowed deeply. Someone did something? Charles wondered. Laura didn't pay much attention and sat in her chair a little sleepily. Chen Tian knows why. All the surrounding land has been acquired by the Camwood Beverage Company, except for the Will family, who stick to their ancestral land and refuse to make the slightest concession. So they've spent most of their recent days tormented by wood beverages. Breaking the pump and cutting off the water supply is just one of the methods of torture. No, I have to deal with it, There are guests. You can't even have water for bathing. Will took a deep breath, stood up, and walked out the door. I'll go with you. Maybe I can get a handle. Logan felt that Will was warm and had to do some help, so he chose to follow. I stayed to take care of Doctor and Laura. Chen Tian considered that the people from the GMO Research Institute were very likely to come to the door and did not choose to go together. Logan knew what Chen Tian was thinking, didn't say much, just turned around and gave a word, and went out with Will. The three Chen Tian who remained were arranged by the farm hostess, Catherine, in the guest room upstairs. Time passes slowly. After days of near non-stop rushing, before Logan and the farmer could deal with the water supply, the tired Charles and Laura soon fell asleep in bed. Sorry, please forgive me. Charles, who was sleeping, seemed to dream of the past and muttered some apologetic words in his mouth. The sound was not loud, but woke Laura lying on the small bed next to her. She quickly opened her eyes, her body instinctively tensed, looked at the surrounding environment, not the cold white room, and quickly relaxed. Then his eyes inadvertently fell on Chen Tian. Chen Tian did not sleep and sat by the window, looking at the scene outside the window with a slightly solemn expression. He knew that people from the GMO Institute would most likely come to him, so he needed to be vigilant to avoid the tragedy of Charles's brutal murder. Sensing Laura's doubtful gaze, Chen Tian looked back, pulled the corners of his mouth, just wanted to smile, and the next moment, his expression froze. Heavy footsteps were heard outside the door. Chen Tian's five senses are beyond ordinary people. He can hear that the other party is deliberately controlling his steps, and besides, the farmer and Logan who drove away have not returned yet. Seemingly, the coma is not good. Click! The door was pushed open. Laura looked at the person standing at the door, her little head stunned. Because the person standing at the door is no different from Logan in terms of size and appearance, but he looks younger. Laura's slightly narrowed eyes revealed doubt, and she smelled a strange breath. Then, Chen Tian got up and walked out in front of Charles, staring at him with a solemn face. In front of him was exactly the same guy as the young Wolverine. Not Wolverine, it's a clone of Wolverine. X-24, with all the variants of Wolverine ability. In the movie, it is also because of the other party's extremely confusing appearance that he easily approaches Charles and then kills the other party. Bang! The moment X-24 saw Chen Tian get up, his cold eyes flashed a dark light, and his feet suddenly stomped on the ground, like a bloodthirsty lone wolf turned into an afterimage. Wrapped in a strong wind, he pounced towards the yellow-skinned boy. Meanwhile, the outside of the farm has been shrouded in thick night, and there are many cars parked on the path, all with the sign of the Genetic Research Institute. In the center of the convoy, in a special jeep, the newly appointed head of security at the Institute is staring at the room where Chen Tian and others are. There is a hint of worry in his eyes, not because he was worried that the X-24 mission would fail, but because he was worried that the other party would lose control. After all, if they want to euthanize the subjects, there is basically only one reason. That is, the subject have autonomous consciousness and thus disobey their orders. The X-24 won't lose control, will it? He wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't help but ask. After all, they would euthanize the experimental subjects they created in batches because those subjects lost control and gave birth to self-awareness. Losing control, giving birth to self-awareness, and moving freely mutant will cause immeasurable trouble. Don't worry. Dr. Rice beside him, looking at the former's reaction, had a confident smile on the corner of his mouth. X-24 is the most perfect experimental subject and has never been out of control. X-24, this is my most confident work. There could be no way to get out of control. Dr. Rice leaned back into the seat behind him and looked at the detached villa not far away, a confident smile on his lips. Since you can say so, then I am relieved. The scene caused by the loss of control of the experimental subject, I still have lingering palpitations when I think about it now. The person in charge of security said, and his body shook unconsciously, just as the two were talking. The door of the single-family villa was pushed open, and a figure exuding a dangerous aura came out and slowly approached the location of the vehicle. It's the X-24. The Laura he was holding in his hand had lost consciousness like a little rag doll, and her limbs hung down weakly. Haha, what do I say? The most confident work. Only after such a while, in a few words, the task has been completed. Seeing this, Dr. Rice got out of the car with a satisfied smile. At the moment, X-24 was already in front of the vehicle, standing expressionless. Dr. Rice walked around him, his eyes looking X-24 up and down, his expression becoming more and more satisfied. Good job, he praised, and the person in charge of security behind him also got out of the car at this time, and the nervous expression on his face still did not completely dissipate. Dr. Rice looked back and noticed his expression and raised his eyebrows. I don't know what you're nervous about. I said no problem. That is, no problem. Then he turned his head and gave the order to the X-24 in front of him, put the X-23 in the back of the car. As soon as the words fell, the Wolverine replica in front of him, X-24, was like a sculpture, deaf to his orders, motionless. Click. Seeing this scene, the person in charge of security behind him subconsciously put his hand on the gun on his waist. The other security personnel also raised their rifles, dark and cold muzzles, and aimed them at the X-24 in unison. And the expression on Dr. Rice's face was also a little unbearable, and his words showed a little anger. X-24, I command you, put the X-23 in the back of the car. He snapped. Dr. Rice, as well as the people at the GMO Institute, were completely unaware of the detached villa not far away. Chen Tian was standing behind a second-floor window, an index finger on his temple. His eyes locked on the X-24, his brow furrowed slightly. At the same time, the X-24 in front of the Institute's convoy also made no different movements, frowning slightly. Something is wrong. Dr. Rice, who was on the opposite side, noticed the frown on the other side, and his heart tightened, and for no reason he felt a cold breath rushing from the tail vertebrae to the top of his head. However, he didn't have time to make any moves. First, 3 adamantium claws, as cold as ice without the slightest temperature, had already entered his abdomen, stained red with blood, and protruded from his lower back. Damn it! A curse flashed in Dr. Rice's mind, but unfortunately, he had no time to react. The next moment, the 3 sharp claws made by adamantium have easily cut through all the flesh, internal organs, and bones from the bottom up. Dr. Rice's entire upper body, neck, and head were instantly cut into 5 slices of meat by sharp claws. Hot blood, emitting a thick, fishy smell, with pieces of internal organs and colorful other liquids flowing to the ground. It all happened between electric light and stone fire, too suddenly. Even the surrounding security guards with guns did not have time to react. Dr. Rice died in front of their eyes. Fark, the head of security, looking at the scene in front of him, cursed in fear of being struck by lightning, picked up the pistol he was holding and shot at the X-24. Boom! Fireworks spit out, and the sub pops out of the chamber. However, the moment X-24 killed Dr. Rice, he dropped Laura in his hand, and his figure turned into an afterimage, easily dodging a shot from the head of security. Do it! The head of security spoke loudly. The surrounding security personnel immediately pulled the trigger in their hands without hesitation. Blah blah. In an instant, countless bullets turned into a dense rain of bullets and tilted out. X-24 killed them. In a single-family villa, Chen Tian's index finger pointed at his temple, and there was a scarlet murderous intent under his eyes. Standing in front of the security personnel, the X-24 has turned into a fierce beast that is not afraid of death. Unexpectedly, with most of the bullets, he rushed fiercely towards those security personnel of GMO research, and the sharp claws on his left and right hands flashed coldly, cut through the air. It also crossed the bodies of security personnel. In the face of cloned experimental subjects made from the Wolverine gene, these people simply did not have any power to fight back. For a time, the heart-wrenching screams were incessant. The stump broke its arm and flew around. Even the ground was soaked into a muddy exude hot breath by a huge amount of blood. However, Within a dozen roars sucking, several security personnel had all collapsed, and none of them were intact. X-24, the only one bathed in blood, stands on top of a pile of corpses. God, what's going on? It just so happens that at the moment, there was a sound of hurried footsteps in the distance. It was Logan Hallett who rushed back in advance, and when he saw the figure standing on the corpse, it looked exactly like himself. He froze in place, his eyes revealing disbelief. Roar! The cool night breeze blows by, the muddy soil stained bright red with blood, and the rising heat is blown away by the wind. Covered in plasma and riddled with bullet holes, the X-24 stood between various stumps and broken arms and pieces of visceral flesh. Calmly looked back at Logan. Logan Hallett frowned, his gaze flickering and his spine tightening. When he saw the X-24, he immediately realized that the other party was a clone cloned by the Akali Institute of Transgenic Research, using his genes. This bunch of scum, Logan Hallett cursed secretly, but X-24 seemed to have lost control just now and actually killed all the people of the Akali Genetic Research Institute. He is now only worried about Charles and them, and does not know if there's an accident. At this time, Laura's petite figure slowly walked out from behind the car, full of bullet holes. Hey, Laura, get away. Logan Hallett saw Laura's pupils constricted, afraid that X-24 would hurt him, and immediately shouted nervously. It's just that Laura didn't seem to hear it, and looked at X-24 with a curious look. Right at this moment, X-24 also made a bizarre move. He raised his steel claws. And then, burst! The steel claws hung, full of plasma, actually penetrated his own skull directly. Poof! With the sound of the X-24 corpse falling to the ground, Logan Hallett froze in place. He was ready to attack, and the opposite side made a strange move. What's going on? At this time, his afterglow noticed Chen Tian, who jumped from the window of the detached villa. Chen, you did this? Logan Hallett reacted immediately, and the strange scene just now may be related to him. Yes. Chen Tian came over and did not continue to hide it, and said bluntly, I just found that I have a different ability, and I have newly excavated an ability. Mind manipulation? Logan Hallett was stunned for a moment, thinking that what happened just now was all related to the ability of the mind. A long time ago, when I was at Xavier Academy, Charles once said that some mutant with extraordinary abilities can have a second awakening situation the day after tomorrow. Ability to have multiple variants at the same time. Logan wondered if he needed the professor to examine Chen's body. After all, the latter had worked at Xavier Academy for many years and had contacted countless mutants. Can help Chen develop and control his own variant ability. Now that Mutant is facing extinction, he hopes that Chen Tian can control his powers so that he can survive. At the moment, Farmwell is back, who has lived on a southern farm all his life and has not seen any wind or waves, when he gets the broken bones all over the place in front of him. Suddenly, his face turned pale and bloodless, and he trembled and took a few steps back. God, what happened here? Seeing this, Chen Tian stretched out his finger and pointed at his temple and said slowly, There are no corpses in front of you. Nothing happens at your door. I saw that Will, who was originally panicked, immediately eased his expression and returned to calm, as if he had not seen a bloody scene. He looked at Logan gratefully and smiled. Are you waiting for me? It's thanks to Logan that I drove them away just now. A show of hands. Chen Tian said nonchalantly. Laura next to her glanced at Chen Tian, then at the farmer, and walked to the single-family villa with a hitch. And Logan Hallett, who was standing in place, couldn't help but complain. This disgusting ability. When he was young, Charles also had self-control and often did what Chen Tian does now. He has experienced it many times, and he could be said to have suffered from it. Chen Tian, who was on the side, smiled. Wolverine, unless you can think of a better way, you can avoid a lot of trouble by doing so. As long as you don't use it on me, it's fine. Logan Hallett didn't care, picking up the gun that fell on the ground. We should deal with it here, otherwise we'll definitely be targeted by the people of the Federal Bureau. Will on the side was affected by the psychic ability, as if he could not hear their conversation, and turned to walk towards the back. Then Chen Tian and Logan Howlett simply buried all the corpses on the ground so as not to be targeted by the Federal Bureau, and now America, and even the whole world, are very resistant to mutant, and ordinary people may not have realized the threat of mutant before. After years of publicity, mutant has gradually become a freak in the eyes of countless people. After processing the scene, Logan felt that the GMO Institute would not come to the door for a while. So he also went back to his room to rest. After driving for so long, he was already physically and mentally tired, and then he might drive all the way to Canada without accident. And Chen Tian came to the farm's warehouse alone, and the space in front of him instantly twisted and folded when he reached out. Then a spatial crack leading to DC Gotham was torn out. Asterisk. DC Gotham. Under the ink-soaked night, black is the main tone of Gotham City, like an uneven black curtain, dotted with lights like stars. From above, you can see the most prosperous high-rise buildings, as well as the dirtiest narrow laneways. Bruce Wayne, dressed in a black bat battle suit, stands on the roof of a residential building, looking down at the street that is now plunged into darkness. Roar! The cool night breeze of the late night blew his black cloak. Under the mask, Bruce Wayne frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. Birthday boy, Riddler, Joker, what a crazy Gotham, endless. And more girls disappear on birthdays. His face became more and more solemn, and he muttered, and his mind flashed through the successive cases of missing girls in recent days. In recent days, he has been pursuing this case, but it seems that someone has been obstructing behind it, making the already confusing truth even more ambiguous. However, under his investigation in the past few days, he still grasped some clues. It was a guy codenamed Birthday Boy who was committing the crime. The night became deeper and deeper. Thanks to the shock of the 20 or so corpses in the previous 2 days, the rats hiding in the sewers stopped a lot, and even the gangster side was surprisingly quiet. Bruce could have put better energy into this case. Birthday Boy, why on earth are you attacking those girls? He was constantly in his thoughts, summing up the clues he had gathered, trying to find some cobweb horse traces in the fog. At this time, a sound suddenly came out of thin air behind him, and Bruce heard the reputation and found that it was Chen Tian who appeared at an unknown time. It seems that you like to appear quietly. Bruce still maintained a gloomy tone after changing his voice, but the corners of his mouth outlined under the mask betrayed his mood. Bruce, I hope you found what I was looking for. Chen Tian smiled and saw Bruce's reaction to find Clark's file with a high probability. Sure enough, Bruce took out the file materials that had been prepared long ago, handed them over, and said in a deep voice, I hope you don't disappoint me. As long as I get what I want, you will naturally not be disappointed. Chen Tian took the file, and the top was placed by Brewster, so he flipped through a few times and found Da Chao's file. After a simple look, I found the address of Da Chao's school in the metropolis. After that, as long as the timing is right, he can get a superb ability. I want the truth. Bruce on the opposite side couldn't wait to say. Back then, the person behind the murder of your parents was such a Gotham mayor, Copote. Chen Tian didn't sell the Guanzi said. Copote. Bruce was startled at first. The dazedness in his eyes gradually cleared, and his face was gloomy and self-deprecating. I should have thought of him a long time ago, when his father ran for mayor of Gotham. Copote was his biggest opponent. He got the identity of the real murderer and pondered in his mind how to solve Copote. Bruce took a deep breath. Thank you. Happy deal. When Chen Tian heard this, he thought that the young man was quite polite, and when he grew up in the later stage, he was expected to choose to subdue his opponent. Right at this moment, a mournful and sharp scream suddenly resounded from the street not far away, cutting through the quiet night sky. Something happened. Bruston's face froze. Although he has now obtained the truth of that year, he is not ready to give up his work as a vigilante. Immediately took a step, rushed in the direction from which the sound came. As for Chen Tian in the back, he thought about it for a while and chose to follow. It was too late by this time, and there was certainly not enough time to find Clark. Kent, after all, Gotham is too far from the metropolis, and there is a star city in between. Perhaps I should go to Star City to find the Flash and take the ability of the Speed Force. Otherwise, it will be too troublesome to act. Chen Tian muttered to himself, turned and jumped towards the opposite building, keeping up with Batman. Soon the two arrived in front of an abandoned building with an old-fashioned car parked in front of it, and the exhaust pipe at the rear still emitted white smoke. Apparently someone had arrived first. This building has been abandoned for a long time. Bruce Wayne looked up, walked over, and pushed open the hidden door, a little dust spilling over his head. The hall behind the door was extremely dark. Furniture was scattered on the floor, and shards of glass everywhere made a creaking sound when stepping on the threshold that had fallen into disrepair. Batman, just as the two walked into the hall, a light shone around the corner. "Stop!" Batman. Around the corner, Gordon walked out with a flashlight in hand, the expression on his face cloudy and gloomy that it almost dripped. "Gordon, what happened?" Bruce Wayne wondered. Hearing this, Gordon glanced at the two in front of him. Although he was surprised that Batman would bring a yellow-skinned boy here, he did not link Chen Tian to the gangster tragedy the day before yesterday. After all, the thin image of the other party is completely unrelated to the murderer. What's more, it was a guy who slaughtered more than 24 people in the gangster, and he wasn't in the mood to think about anything else right now. "Birthday boy, take my daughter away." It's him again. When Bruce heard the familiar name, danger flashed under his eyes. It seems that he likes to attack girls. What clues do you have? Chen Tian has known about the birthday boy and has previously appeared in the Batman comics, and is a typical perverted murderer of Gotham. Picking out young girls is simply a criminal talent in Gotham. But for such people, Chen Tian was naturally disgusted in his heart. Bang! At this time, there was a loud noise from the dark and narrow staircase, as if someone was smashing the muffled sound of objects. There is movement. Go up and take a look. Gordon was anxious and didn't say more, turned and walked upstairs. Chen Tian at the back seemed to have heard some unusual sounds. Pedaling. In the dim stairway, the three of them rushed up to the second floor, and the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. The flashlight in Gordon's hand shook from running. His face was eager and fierce, and he gritted his teeth. "I swear, if something happens to Barbara, I will screw this damn guy's head off." When the three of them rushed to the second floor, the strange noise that came from the upper floor also disappeared, and they hurriedly stopped, and the dust that had been deposited on the ground was stirred. The upstairs rooms were empty, except for a huge amount of mirrors inlaid on one wall, but it was as thick as the 4 rotating walls. No one. Bruce Wayne looked around and warily explored the surrounding rooms, only until he had seen them all. Nor did I find anything wrong. Gordon found nothing on his side, and he searched every corner for only scattered bricks and stones and the rancid stench in the air. "No way, I got the news from that guy. He's here." Gordon's face was solemn, and he had previously learned the whereabouts of the birthday boy from a gang member. Bruce Wayne was silent and began to look around. At this time, Chen Tian came to the huge mirror that occupied most of the wall, leaned over, and picked up a brick and smashed it out. Bang! Whoosh! The huge amount of mirror burst open in an instant, turning into countless fragments reflecting bright light, and Ding Zero fell to the ground with a bang. The sound also attracted the attention of Bruce and the two, and when they turned their heads to look at it, they saw a heavy iron door exposed on the wall that had been hidden behind them. Bruce and Gordon looked at Chen Tian in surprise. They didn't see the slightest problem in the mirror. The main thing is that it is full of dust, and it looks like it has not been moved recently. "How did you find out?" Gordon asked suspiciously. "I hear very well," Chen Tian casually explained, reaching out to try to pull the door, finding that the iron door was tightly locked, and immediately raised his foot without hesitation. Boom! Huge amounts of collision. The iron door in front of Chen Tian opened in response. On the facade, there was even a twisted footprint. Gordon was stunned when he saw this scene, swallowed a mouthful of spit with difficulty, and the 1-finger-wide iron door said kick and kick. "Batman, where did you find your helper?" He looked at the yellow-skinned boy's slightly thin body, and his eyes shook. Unfamiliar. Bruce was no longer willing to say more, picked up the flying darts, and looked at the room inside warily. Oh, the sound of the girl whimpering and crying came out. A party house? Chen Tian saw the layout of the room and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This slightly larger room is decorated with light balls to reflect the space and a table with birthday cakes in the middle. Directly opposite the wall was a banner with the words "Happy Birthday." Someone. Bruce narrowed his eyes and walked towards the strange room in front of him. The closer he got to the choked person, the greater the movement. Soon I saw a girl curled up in a corner, her shoulders constantly shaking, crying. The girl's face was covered with tears. Her face was distorted after experiencing a lot of fright, and she struggled frantically when she saw someone come in. Barbara. Gordon, who came in later, saw the girl's face clearly, found that it was his daughter, and rushed towards the other party nervously. Unaware, as he passed a corner, a tall figure slowly raised the kitchen knife in his hand and slashed at him with all his might. "Gordon, be careful." Bruce stared at him and reminded loudly. Gordon also reacted. Looking back, his pupils suddenly shrank. The kitchen knife in the tall figure's hand had already slashed towards him, and the blade with the cold light was reflected in his eyes, rapidly becoming larger. The next moment, a black shadow flashed before Gordon's eyes. Clang! With the sound of metal clashing, Bruce was already in front of him between the electric light and stone fire, and blocked the slash with his bracer. The huge figure, seeing that his attack was blocked, roared angrily, "Damn bat!" Before the words fell, he had already abandoned the kitchen knife in his hand, took Bruce in his arms, broke through the wall, and jumped downstairs. Bang! Countless bricks and stones splashed, and a large hole was knocked out of the wall. With the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, the two sides have smashed into the road outside the abandoned building, raising endless dust and fog. Damn it! Bruce fell in tearing pain like his internal organs, cursed secretly, and struggled to get up. At the same time, looking back at the huge guy lying at his feet, his face wrapped in a yellow hood, he had also determined the identity of the other party. "Birthday boy, I've been tracking you down for so long. I won't let you go." Bruce endured the tumbling in his chest and abdomen, gritting his teeth and thinking. Unexpectedly, before he could stand firmly, a big hand had already grasped his calf and suddenly pulled back. Bang! Bruce smashed directly on the ground facing the ground, and the birthday boy next to him took advantage of this gap to raise his big foot and slam down on him. Rumble! But the birthday boy stepped on the air, and the ground under his feet trembled violently. Bruce rolled to the side a few times before standing up slightly embarrassed, and the young man was not very experienced in combat, resulting in multiple mistakes. Next second, the birthday boy roared angrily, did not do much nonsense, and directly punched him. Bruce barely parried. The two sides entangled for several rounds, and the latter was always downwind due to the superiority of the opponent's power, coupled with Bruce's previous fall from a tall building and injury. Ultimately, Bruce was accidentally hit in the head with a punch, groggy and incapacitated, and was grabbed by the neck and pressed against the wall. Inside an abandoned building, Gordon knocked out the hole in the second-floor wall and was anxious to see this scene. He reached his waist only to find that the gun had landed on the car. Right at this moment, Chen Tian next to him walked over slowly, leaned over to pick up the kitchen knife that had been left by the birthday boy before, and threw it out forcefully. Swish! The blade cut through the air, flashed a cold light, and had already crossed a distance of more than 10 meters in an instant. The blade body buzzed, snorted, and cut half of the birthday boy's head diagonally, and suddenly blood splattered like a fountain. Airplanes! Laugh at! The blade of a blade carried a huge impact with a cold light, and the gusts of wind surged through the air. In the blink of an eye, the blade of the cold light directly cut off the head of the birthday boy, and endless blood splashed like a fountain, and the hot blood soaked the dirt on the ground. The blade containing Yue was fiercely inserted into the ground due to inertia before stopping. Bruce Wayne looked at the huge figure that suddenly froze, and a line of blood spread across his face. Subsequently, The birthday boy exposed half of his brain and smashed down to the ground with a muffled echo in the silent street. The blood sprayed at the brake was steaming, and the viscous blood flowed all over his body, leaving a pool of blood on the ground under his feet. Bang! In the next second, huge amounts of body overwhelmed Bruce's body. Ahem! Bruce struggled to crawl out from under the corpse and couldn't stop coughing loudly. Gordon in the building saw such a stunned scene, and then looked back at Chen Tian beside him with shock. For a long time, he realized with hindsight that the thin boy who came with Batman in front of him was most likely the murderer of the gangster. Barbara, realizing this, Gordon quietly pulled his daughter with a complicated face and took a few steps back. Barbara, who was already immersed in fear, the fear on her face has not faded, and now seeing such a bloody scene, her weak heart was greatly hit, standing in place and letting her father pull. Downstairs, Bruce also recovered some form, looking at the miserable birthday boy on the ground and the whole kitchen knife that had sunk into the ground. I couldn't help but scold secretly. This freak. Chen Tian didn't care about their reaction, but looked at the entrance of the basement and said in a deep voice, "You better go to the basement to have a look. I smell a strange smell in the basement." "You're not supposed to be a werewolf, are you?" Bruce Wayne was speechless, thinking of his brutal fighting style, which seemed reasonable. Thinking, he came to the door of the basement and kicked the rusty iron door open. He did not question Chen Tian. After all, if the other party wanted to do it, there was no need to use tricks at all. Bang! After the iron door was kicked open, a burst of dust was raised. The Gordon and his daughter also came over, watching the entrance to the basement warily. "You better be prepared." Chen Tian followed, and said slowly with a slight anger between his eyebrows, "Hearsay." The three of them immediately realized that there might be something below that made them subvert the three views. In fact, they had already guessed. Click! Bruce Wayne in front walked down first, and as soon as he got closer, an indescribable stench came to his face. The Gordon father and daughter were so smoked by this smell that their stomachs turned into the sea. Chen Tian in the back took protective measures in advance and wore a mask to avoid the stench that hit. Fart! Bruce covered his mouth and nose to endure the stench, walked inside the door, and turned on the basement light. Syllable. The lights come on, dispelling the darkness. The brightness for a while made them squint, but when they saw the scene in front of them, their expressions instantly froze. Barbara let out a strange cry from her mouth, covered her eyes, and her body trembled uncontrollably. This damn beast. Gordon's body trembled and his eyes were fierce, and he cursed loudly. In the basement of the abandoned building, under the illumination of a light, the bodies of countless girls were piled up there. Because of the number of piles they could not count, some were just a mountain of corpses. Rao as Chen Tian's face was suddenly cold when he read the comic and was mentally prepared. After all, in comics, it's just pictures, and only a small part of the painting is made, far less impactful than witnessing the scene. Chen Tian narrowed his eyes and swept over the pile of corpses in front of him, all of which were covered with scars and rarely intact. The girl who was crushed under the pile of corpses is estimated to be the first to be killed. The whole pile of corpses, the more you go below, the higher the degree of corruption of the corpses, and the gray and yellow sap of decay continues to flow out from between the piles. It's hell on earth. I'll let someone from the police department handle this. Gordon was silent for a long time and said slowly. His tone was full of self-reproach, and the entire Gotham Police Department was involved in this matter, because no one would ever deal with the birthday boy. It's just that the behind-the-scenes black gestures standing behind him are huge. Now, let's go out first. Chen Tian glanced at Barbara, who was crouched on the ground and close to collapse. Only then did Gordon react and appease Barbara a few words. Several people then left the basement of the abandoned building and went outside. The expressions on everyone's faces facing the night wind looked a little solemn, and the picture they just saw in the basement still lingered. "Gordon, how much do you know about birthday boys?" Bruce asked Gordon in a serious tone. Gordon took a deep breath and his eyes were complicated. "My subordinates took the file of the murder case of the Waynes couple in the archives. Then, tonight my daughter was abducted here by the birthday boy. Well, it seems that there's a reason why the Gotham police rarely care about supercriminals. Chen Tian is indeed not being sarcastic about Gordon. The reason why this police detective ignored the supercriminals in Gotham was that he was worried that his daughter would be implicated, and as a result, the righteous subordinates actually wanted to investigate the matter. Bruce, after listening to it, Wayne's eyes were gloomy to the extreme. Apparently, this matter is inseparable from Copote. I know what to do. He left such a sentence, and then raised his hand and shot a grappling hook at the surrounding tall buildings, and the rope was tightened and lifted off the ground. Then, it disappeared into the thick night. Gordon watched Batman leave, looked at Chen Tian, and stopped talking. He knew that the man in front of him was an extremely dangerous guy. I should go too, Chen Tian said casually. Now that Batman is gone, there's no need for him to linger any longer. After leaving Gordon's line of sight, he uses dimensional teleportation and returns to the world of Marvel. Tomorrow it's time to go to the Metropolis to find Da Chao, but I don't know if the dimensional teleportation can be accurately located. Chen Tian walked towards the Weir family's single-family villa and suddenly thought that dimensional teleportation also has the ability to teleport, but he can't accurately teleport to the specified location. Unless you remember the coordinates, you could transmit accurately. That's why it's randomly teleported to Gotham. At the moment, the bustling Washington of the United States. A towering building stands out from the surrounding buildings. This is S.H.I.E.L.D. in the Loose Wing building. Even at night, the building is still brightly lit. Inside it is an office near the top floor. Current S.H.I.E.L.D. director, Nick Fury, looking at the picture on the monitor in front of him, his dark brows furrowed. He kept touching the top of his egg-like head with his hand, and his expression became more and more gloomy and solemn. The content on the screen is the scene where Charles lost control of the hotel that day, and everyone within a radius of 10 kilometers lost his ability because of his sudden outburst of ability. Charles, I didn't expect you to be alive. Nick Fury's fingertips tapped lightly on the top of his smooth head, muttering with a serious expression. The disaster caused by Charles getting out of control is still fresh in retrospect. For the mutant, who was labeled extremely dangerous, even after disappearing for several years, S.H.I.E.L.D. was still doing security work against him. His reappearance today has caused such a significant impact that it is not up to Nick. Fury took it so seriously. Right in Nick. Fury was lost in thought. The picture on the monitor jumped, but it jumped to a yellow-skinned teenager with a thin body. This person is naturally Chen Tian. In the picture, Chen Tian walked slowly towards the interior of the hotel, then tapped his finger on his temple, and then only saw a few seconds. Charles, who had been raging before, gradually calmed down. Seeing the scene, Nick Fury's expression became more serious, and he couldn't help but sit up straight, his eyes narrowed slightly. At this time, the screen on the monitor switches again. Came to the wilderness. The protagonist in the picture is still Chen Tian. It's just that this time his head was pierced, and he fell to the ground and lost his breath. Time passed a few roars sucking. The teenager with bullet holes on his body actually stood up again. The bullet shot out of the body, and the wound healed quickly. This guy, Nick, with years of experience as an agent, Fury immediately noticed something different. Because of the teenager on the screen, the abilities displayed are all related to the people around them. He was able to replicate other people's variants of ability. Realizing this, he excitedly took out his cell phone and dialed Phil Coulson's number. Phil Coulson, go check this guy's whereabouts. The voice is over. He transmitted Chen Tian's photo to the other party. Do it all. The super agent sat in a chair with his eyes flickering. The other side, in the office of the president of the Security Council on the top floor of the Tri-Curved Wing building. Hydra's leader within S.H.I.E.L.D., Pierce, also received at the same time, received from Nick Fury's message. An eager expression appeared on his face. Quickly summoned his subordinates, Crossbones, and said with a solemn face, "This yellow-skinned boy is a little strange. You have to catch Phil Coulson before he does." When Crossbones received the order, he answered and quickly left the Tri-Curved Wing building. Pierce sat in his seat, lost in thought. He had a hunch. This yellow-skinned boy will bring huge amounts of influence to the world. As the undercurrents surged on all sides, night soon fell. It was the second day, and it was not yet dawn. Chen Tian and the others embarked on the journey to California again. Charles sat in the back row, his cloudy eyes looking out the window, feeling a little down. Laura has been fiddling with the Walkman that will give her son. Large pickups sped down the highway, and the surrounding scene kept receding. Charles remembered the memory of last night's dream and looked at Logan on the co-pilot, his tone low and unconcealable sadness. "You should have told me earlier, Logan. I hurt so many people. What you've been doing is right, and I'm starting to understand you." When Logan in front heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then looked back and smiled. "It's all gone, Professor." Chen Tian, who was driving, did not look back. He knew that last night Charles had dreamed of the past, remembering the fact that he had erased the grief of the X-Men because he was out of control. Laura's ears were still stuffed with headphones for the Walkman. "I don't seem to be very interested in talking to the outside world." Then, the car drove to a gas station next to the road, and Chen Tian slowly stopped the car. "Guys, I think we should fill up the car and take a break." "I'm okay." Logan glanced at Charles, who was silent, and said with a sigh, "Get away. Two dirty things. There is nothing for you to eat here." "How dare step on the floor? I just mopped dirty." "What a damn." As soon as Chen Tian got out of the car, he heard cursing from the convenience store, and then he saw two thin figures being pushed out. After the two thin figures were pushed out, they had to curl up in the corner and shiver because of the cold wind blowing. "Is that Wanda and Pete?" When Chen Tian saw the two people who came out, surprise flashed under his eyes. It's just that at the moment they look very immature. But Wanda is surprisingly well-developed, much plumper than her peers, and her facial features are delicate, if not for the shabby clothes on her body and the mud on her face. It can even be mistaken for a rich girl. Perhaps the Wanda and Pete of this universe have nothing to do with Magneto. Chen Tian guessed. After all, the X-Men and mutant brotherhood of this world have long been gone, and it is impossible for the immature two to have anything to do with Magneto, who has been dead for many years. Thinking, he walked over to the Wanda siblings, who were curled up in the corner. After all, one of the purposes of coming to Marvel is not to... In front of the gas station convenience store, Wanda and Pete, curled up in the corner, heard footsteps and looked in the direction from which the sound came, only to see a good-looking boy with good intentions walking towards them. "Do you need help?" Chen Tian put his hands in his pockets, leaned forward and looked at Wanda softly, a warm smile on the corner of his mouth. Wanda looked up a little stunned, looking at this beautiful Eastern face. Her jewel-like clear eyes were slightly startled, and a trace of unconcealable warmth flowed in her heart. Having been in this country for so long, the girl heard such words from the rest of the population for the first time. In the past, no one wanted to pay attention to them sleeping on the streets, and even if they did, they were plotting against Wanda and did not have the slightest kindness to speak of. However, she did not completely let go of her guard because of simple concern. "If you need it, I can buy you something to eat." Chen Tian smiled and continued. The brother Pete next to him was so hungry that his eyes lit up, and when he heard this, he directly let go of his guard and said without the slightest hesitation, "Sir, you must have been sent by God to save us. My sister and I just need to buy something to eat." Afraid that he would repent, Pete pulled up the other party and turned around and walked inside. Seeing this, Wanda in the back was too late to hold his brother, and the other party was already about to walk to the convenience store. "Are you coming?" Chen Tian looked back at the hesitating Wanda and asked. "Thank you." Wanda looked at her dumb-looking brother, took a deep breath, and decided to follow. After all, no one will have trouble with food, and she doesn't want to sleep on the streets hungry, and tomorrow there will be a cold corpse on the street. Moreover, she thought about it. If Chen Tian really had any bad intentions, she will definitely not let the other party have a good time. Thinking, the girl secretly clenched her fists. Chen Tian noticed her cute behavior and couldn't help but smile. In fact, he came to Wanda for another reason. That is, the other party may get Chaos Force in the future. It was powerful enough to affect the power of the multi-universe, and he naturally wanted it. 3 bowls of instant noodles. Chen Tian ordered 3 bowls, and Wolverine stayed in the car to rest and did not come out. 3 bowls. Sir, you are too young to pity these smugglers. They are simply parasites of the state. The short, stocky female cashier noticed the 2 figures following behind, her brows furrowed in disgust. Hearsay. Wanda tugged at her hand with some fear, worried that Chen Tian would dislike them. However, after she thought more, Chen Tian just took out the cash and said coldly, "Do you sell it or not? Don't listen to good words." The female cashier rolled her eyes and turned to soak 3 bowls of instant noodles. Seeing this, Wanda had some good feelings for Chen Tian. After all, she had been here for so long, and everyone else was cold-eyed. But Chen Tian always had a warm smile on her face, which made her feel an indescribable feeling in her heart. The 3 of them sat down at the table by the window and served the noodles very quickly. The 2 brothers and sisters looked at the hot and fragrant noodles, swallowed, and took a big bite to eat. The hot noodles were eaten, and the body that was chilled by the cold wind also got warmed instantly. Wanda took a small bite of noodles, looked up at the tall big brother opposite, her sapphire-like beautiful eyes full of gratitude. "Thank you." A show of hands. Chen Tian looked at the girl in front of him, and the hatred in Scarlet Witch's heart during this period was far less intense than the back. She is just a weak girl, with a delicate face like a ceramic doll stained with a little mud, who came to the United States to seek revenge on Stark. What a naive idea. The other party is the head of the Stark group. Moreover, there is a misunderstanding in this. The girl opposite saw that he had been staring at herself, a little embarrassed, and then remembered something. She hurriedly opened the school bag she had removed, took out a book wrapped in a parchment scroll, and said softly, "Thank you. My name is Wanda. He is my brother Pete. This is a thank you gift." Between talks, Wanda's voice was a little weak, and her eyes flashed pitifully for fear that Chen Tian would dislike it. This is one of the few things on her that can be called a household possession. "My name is Chen Tian." Chen Tian took the gift, looked at the 16-year-old girl in front of him, adorable like a cat, and couldn't help but reach out and touch her head, being made by a boy so intimate. Wanda's slender eyelashes couldn't bear to tremble, lowered her eyes, and didn't dare to look at Chen Tian, her cheeks covered by sludge quickly stained with a layer of redness. Chen Tian, who was sitting opposite, had a psychic ability, felt the girl's mood fluctuations at the moment, but did not expect to win favor so easily. The silly girl was fooled in a bowl of noodles, and Pete next to him is burying his head in eating noodles, not knowing that his sister is being housed by others. Click. Then, the convenience store door was pushed open. Laura walked in, and her gaze fell on Chen Tian's hand, rubbing Wanda's head, and her brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. Seeing this, Logan Hallett, who followed behind, seemed to see his younger self, and a mocking smile was outlined at the corner of his mouth. "Chun, after driving for a day, you actually have energy." "Wolverine, I'm not as merry as you." Chen Tian retracted his hand nonchalantly and shrugged. Sitting opposite, Wanda lowered her head and continued to sip and eat noodles. "With a full tank, we can go." Logan paid and urged. "Sir, where are you going?" Pete's eyes moved when he heard this, and he immediately swallowed the food in his mouth and asked, "We're going in the direction of Canada." Chen Tian replied. Hearing this, Pete turned his head and exchanged glances with Wanda. Wanda pursed her lips and pleaded, "Chun, can you take us along the way? We'll get off in New York." "No problem." Chen Tian agreed crisply. He knew that the 2 brothers and sisters would go to New York to seek revenge on Stark, but he did not expose it. Originally, Logan refused. They were being hunted down by the Akali Genetic Research Institute, and it was easy to implicate others, but seeing that Chen Tian insisted on taking people, he didn't refute anymore. Anyway, 2 more people in the pickup truck just happened to sit down. The Pete Wanda brothers and sisters saw that there was a car to sit, and they were naturally very happy after walking for a few days, and Wanda, who seemed to be extremely guarded, easily removed his disguise after a short time and sat in the back seat of the big pickup truck together. It's just that Laura is a little sullen and incompatible, and the optimistic Wanda sibling atmosphere is incompatible. However, after Chen Tian drove the pickup truck away, he did not know that a black SUV drove out behind the gas station. Sitting in the co-pilot was a burly man with muscles as knotted as the roots of an old tree. Pierce was sent to capture Chen Tian's crossbones bullock. Rumlow. Rumlow took out the walkie-talkie and made a low, hoarse voice. The people behind followed, and the target began to go far. The voice is over. The vehicle's engine hummed and instantly accelerated in the direction in which Chen Tian and his party left. Dense forest trails flanked by trees rustling against the wind. A large pickup truck, whistled past, and two plumes of smoke fluttered behind the car between the rolling tires. Chen Tian chose this more remote path for safety, and he survived in America for so many years, just in case of emergency, almost figured out the path between major cities. At the moment, the midday sun passes through the canopies on both sides, being divided into scattered spots of light that shine on the car body. Chen Tian took the steering wheel, thinking about what to do next. The Wanda siblings and Laura in the last row were already asleep. In the passenger seat, Wolverine wore glasses and tinkered with her phone. "Chen, I felt a familiar breath in you last night." At this time, Charles, who had been closing his eyes and falling asleep, opened his eyes to look at Chen Tian's back. "I accidentally discovered last night that I have the ability of the heart." Chen Tian replied, unsurprised. "Are you sure you only have the ability of the mind?" When Charles heard this, the smile under his eyes thickened. "I knew I couldn't escape your eyes." Chen Tian smiled helplessly, knowing that he would definitely escape telepathy, who was not a professor. After all, the other party has the smartest brain in the world, and it is only a matter of time before it is discovered. "Don't worry, they're all asleep." Charles glanced at the sleeping Wanda siblings, both of whom fell into a deep sleep. Another variant of mind, ability, is able to replicate anyone's ability. Chen Tian pondered for a while, knowing that it was difficult to hide it, so he simply chose to confess. Anyway, more and more abilities will be gained in the future, even if not to say that other people will notice this fact sooner or later. Instead of being suspicious of each other, it is better to say it yourself. Then he added, "Anyone's ability can be copied, not limited to mutant. So you could copy mine too?" When Logan in the passenger seat heard this, he recalled Chen Tian's self-healing ability earlier and suddenly realized when he heard this. He originally thought that Chen Tian himself had a super self-healing ability, mainly because similar situations have been reflected in other mutants. It's just not as perverted as Wolverine. It turned out that this kid copied his ability. "I'm curious if your ability is to mimic temporary storage or to completely copy it as a part of yourself." Charles asked with interest when he heard this. Chen Tian smiled and did not speak again. UB asterisk 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 D is really capable. Charles sensed Chen Tian's mental fluctuations and scolded with a smile. Logan next to him also got the answer from the communication between the two. Looking at Chen Tian's pupils flickering, the other party brought him too many surprises. Airplanes. Yet at the moment, Chen Tian's expression suddenly froze. A strong sense of crisis surged in, and the hand holding the steering wheel couldn't help but tighten, and his eyebrows revealed gloom. "There are guests coming." Charles also sensed something different, and the smile on his face faded. Next second, the sound of a motorcycle roared from far and near, and in more than 10 seconds, several figures riding motorcycles appeared in the forest on both sides of the path, galloping among the trees to make the trees dance. "Fark, how did someone from the FBI find us?" Logan caught a glimpse of the rider's uniform, recognized the logo as the FBI uniform, and couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Originally, the Akali GMO Institute was annoying enough, and now there is actually another FBI. "Chun, be careful ahead." Charles in the back seat reminded. "Saw." Meanwhile, several jeeps appeared on the horizon of the road ahead, stopping there to completely block the entire road, and then several motorcycles roared and chased after them. For a time, the four sides of the front and rear were completely blocked. Seeing this, Chen Tian had to slam on the brakes and the big pickup truck left 4 forced parking tracks on the side road, and the body shook a few times before stopping. The violent shaking woke Laura and Wanda's siblings in the back seat, who looked up blankly. What happened? Pete saw the situation outside, and his eyes suddenly widened and looked around in panic. At the moment the pickup truck had just stopped, Hydra's camouflaged SHIELD members surrounded their vehicles, staring at them warily with rifles in their hands. Dressed in a black uniform with his sleeves rolled up to reveal his muscular forearms, Crossbones Rumlow walked to the front of the car, took out his FBI documents, and placed them in front of him. FBI checked the car. Shouldn't it be coming to get U.S.? Pete saw the big man in the SWAT uniform and was a little worried that he was coming at the two siblings. Logan Howlett and Chen Tian are suspected of premeditated murder. Charles Xavier, classified as a weapon of mass destruction, caused a terrorist riot. Please get out of the car and cooperate with the investigation. If you disobey, we have the right to shoot you to death. Crossbones Rumlow's fierce gaze swept over several people. Finished talking. Dozens of Aegis Task Force members dressed in FBI costumes around them simultaneously raised their muzzles and aimed at the large pickup truck in front of them. It looks like we're already being targeted by SHIELD and HYDRA. Chen Tian looked indifferent. He recognized the identity of Crossbones and was not too surprised. With their performance in the past few days, it was natural to be targeted by SHIELD, and Hydra hit it and waited for the opportunity. It's really a continuous succession. He sighed helplessly and opened the car door. Be careful. These guys are not good stubble. Seeing this, Logan also got out of the car. His eyes looked around. His gaze swept over the necks of the people around him, exuding a dangerous aura of a bloodthirsty lone wolf. Count you acquaintances. Crossbones Rumlow said this, but his heart did not relax in the slightest. After all, anyone on the other side is an extremely dangerous mutant, and the slightest slack will pay a terrible price for it. Put on, don't let me do it myself. Thereupon, Rumlow put a few collars in front of the two, which are collars that can inhibit the mutant ability, and the X gene will be useless after wearing it. Any mutant will be like a normal person. You don't seem to be figuring out the situation. Chen Tian sneered, and his slender fingers tapped his temples. For a while, an intangible energy fluctuation instantly spread out towards the surroundings. What are you going to do? Put your hands down. Crossbones Rumlow noticed Chen Tian's movements. His face suddenly solemnized, as if he was facing a great enemy, and then raised his gun to shoot. Yet the next second, his face turned pale instantly, because he found that his body was completely out of control. Even the facial features on his face could not be controlled, and his expression slowly became dull. But his consciousness is completely awake. It's not just him. All the members of the contingent who came with him at the moment stayed frozen in place, as if they were instantly frozen like stone statues. Charles in the pickup truck saw this scene, felt the spiritual fluctuations in the air. His eyes flickered, and he couldn't help muttering, "Chun, it's really amazing." The professor did not expect that the other party had mastered the use of the mind ability in only one day, and this guy simply did not need any adaptation period. That's right. The people around him are controlled by Chen Tian's mind ability, and although he uses the ability of mind control is not as pure as Charles, he can still control dozens of people at once. Swish! Logan Horrett next to him saw that the person on the other side was controlled and did not hesitation, and his hand stabbed out wolf claws between his fingers. Transform into a swift and bloodthirsty wolf and slaughter the Crossbones men. The sudden burst of power in his aging body resembles a heavy truck, wielding the sharp claws of the adamantium structure and throwing his hands at everyone to easily penetrate the enemy's head. Crossbones Rumlow stood in place, watching his men fall one after another, but he could only wait and do nothing. Damn! He roared in his consciousness. However, to no avail, ordinary people's consciousness is no match for Chen Tian. After all, the other party can easily resolve even the professor. Next, in tens of seconds, all the members of the contingent fell to the ground. Scarlet blood flowed from the broken head, and soon the ground was soaked with blood. "It's your turn." Logan's gloomy eyes carried the wolf's paws dyed red and walked up to Crossbones. "Nope. No. Nope." Crossbones' Rumlow was hoarse in his consciousness. He regretted underestimating the enemy's strength, but in the next second, the cold steel claws wrapped in hot blood and fiercely penetrated his brain. Then the last sound of consciousness completely disappeared in this world. Poof! Logan pulls the wolf's paw out of Crossbones' skull, his eyes indifferent as the latter's corpse falls and gradually loses its temperature. It took less than a minute. The elite contingent brought by Crossbones' Rumlow was completely destroyed without being able to resist. The cement-paved road was already stained red by the blood flowing from the skull, and the air was filled with a hot and strong smell of blood. Chen Tian swept the scene in front of him and lowered his hand expressionlessly. Inside a pickup truck, Pete looked at the corpses all over the ground outside the car, and his immature face had already become extremely pale. He didn't expect that the big brother with a warm smile on his face was actually a murderous maniac, and there were so many corpses lying on the ground for a long time. Pete panicked internally, curled up in his chair and shivering, thinking about escape. After Wanda next to him saw Chen Tian's ability, a glimmer of expectation flashed under his eyes, and his eyes flickered with his small hand, not knowing what he was thinking. Chen Tian's face outside the car was unusually gloomy, and he knew that being targeted by Hydra and SHIELD was not a good thing. It means that in the following days, for a long time, they will most likely not be very peaceful. Logan returned to the pickup truck and saw Chen Tian looking at the corpse in fascination, and immediately understood that these guys were definitely not FBI people, otherwise the latter would not have paid so much attention. After all these years, if the FBI can really catch them, it's long overdue. "Chen, let's get out of here quickly," Logan said. "Let's go." Chen Tian came to his senses, took a deep breath, and turned back to the car. Now the only thing they can do is to cover the water, but he is not worried about the threat of S.H.I.E.L.D. It's just that dissatisfaction will be disturbed in the future. Thinking of it, Chen Tian started the car again, and the bodies that ran over the ground drove in the direction of New York City. Shortly after they left, several more black SUVs arrived. A figure stepped down from the passenger seat, his brows furrowed and his face solemn. This person was Phil Coulson, the famous good man of S.H.I.E.L.D. At the moment, he looked at the corpses all over the ground, and his eyebrows revealed an incapacious gloom. The technicians accompanying him have quickly begun to work, using various instruments to check for any traces that may be left in his surroundings. Soon, someone came to report to Phil Coulson. "Sir, there have been fluctuations in the magnetic field around here, and it looks like someone has used the psychic ability." Phil Coulson listened to the report, leaned over and unwrapped open the clothes of a corpse and found proof of work from S.H.I.E.L.D., his brow furrowed deeper. "Stop the mission first. Close the team." He set his sights on Crossbones' Rumlow's corpse, and, through the technology, just now, he detected magnetic field fluctuations, and it seemed that Rumlow and Chen Tian had met each other. Phil Coulson also wondered why the other party would come on this mission. After thinking, he dialed Nick. "Fury's call. Boss, Rumlow is in front of me and has been in contact with the subject." The dozens of contingents he brought with him, including himself, were completely annihilated. On the other end of the phone, Nick. Fury was silent for a moment, then said, "It seems that the strength of that yellow-skinned boy is beyond our imagination. You guys come back first. I need to be prepared." After a pause, he added, "Rumlow's thing, come back and talk about it." Time passes. Soon it was approaching evening, and the remnants of the sun were like blood, and the clouds were churning. The sun gradually intersects with distant mountains. Chen Tian drove the pickup truck through the dense woods. The bright red afterglow spilled on his face, and the outline of New York City finally gradually appeared in everyone's field of vision. Looking under the firmament, the buildings are lined up, outlining a staggered stretch of lines. At the end of the horizon is a huge amount of silhouette, a city considered the heart of the country, right in sight. Chen Tian, who was in the driver's seat, sat up slightly and looked complicated. knowing what might happen in the future. He knew New York was in the Marvel Universe. It is a special place where almost half of all the big events take place. At the moment, it's getting closer to New York City. Logan Howlett in the passenger seat looked at the silhouette of the sky, gradually becoming clearer, and his face that reflected the afterglow of the residual sun showed strange emotions. For both Wolverine and Charles, New York City is also a special presence. They used to be in the city, and they used to have an academy, which was equivalent to their home. Only now it's all gone. Logan's pupils trembled slightly, and he was silent for a moment. Chun, let's stop here. It is easy to be discovered by others when entering the city. Wolverine, we're already being targeted now, so we're still going into town, and no one wants to be rats in the sewers. Chen Tian just continued to drive forward, without the slightest intention of slowing down. In fact, since he came to the Marvel Universe to become a mutant, he already had an idea in his heart. After all, he can't always be tired of running. After all, it is not a long-term solution, and he prefers to live a peaceful life. Logan fell silent when he heard this, and slowly spoke for a long time. This is fate. In the past, he did not choose to fight, but the reality is so cruel, step by step, to push the situation to what it is now. Logan, your fate has never been a lifetime of bloody battles, but in the end you will die alone at sea. Chen Tian turned his head slightly and said seriously, anyone can hope for everything they want. As long as it's not the end of the world, then tomorrow everything will continue. At this moment, the sunset in the distance has been half submerged below the horizon, and the golden sunset sun is softly spreading through the window into the car. Charles, who was in the back seat, fell silent when he heard the teenager's words. He had fantasized countless times that he could do everything he could so that the children could sleep peacefully on the soft grass, staring at the starry sky, dreaming of the future so that they could hold the stars in their hands. This one reason has put him in charge for decades. He had spent his whole life giving all mutant a home, only now everything was gone. Now hear Chen Tian's remarks. Charles's cloudy eyes flickered slightly, and the elderly body was once again ignited. Chun, I support your idea. Mutant was not born to endure scorn. We should also have our hope. He spoke out in support of Chen Tian's idea. On weekdays, Laura, who showed no interest in many things, also nodded solemnly with a small face at this time. Pete nodded as well. He was now full of fear for Chen Tian and wanted to leave quickly. As for Wanda, he stared blankly at Chen Tian, bathed in the sunset sun. At the moment, she felt that the latter exuded some kind of inexplicable charm. Logan, on the co-pilot, however, felt that everything was very absurd and was silent for a long time, only saying this sentence, "You will regret it." Logan, you made the right choice. Chen Tian smiled when he heard this and stepped on the accelerator. The big pickup, driven by him, drove faster toward New York City. And at the moment, based on the idea of a peaceful life, he came up with a new idea to build a new country. Only war can bring peace to races. It didn't take long for Chen Tian and his party to arrive in New York City, which is full of high-rise buildings, and stayed in a hotel in the yellow area, close to Hell's Kitchen. Using fake ID information, Wolverine rented 2 apartments for several people, including one for the Wanda Pitt siblings. As for the remaining set, it was reserved for Chen Tian and others, and Wolverine did this for safety reasons. After all, there was a previous experience of the X-24. As the night darkened, everyone went to sleep, except for Chen Tian's room, which was still lit. He stands high in front of floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the night view of New York City at night, illuminated by the high-rise buildings and crisscrossing streets. Chen Tian still had things to do, not to travel to DC Gotham, but to another matter. If I want to stay in the DC universe for a few more days later, I must arrange things on this side of the Marvel Universe. He thought silently. The main problem dealt with by the Marvel Universe is that the group has no stable place to stay and needs to run nonstop. There's not much time left for Chen Tian to travel to the DC Universe every time, and it can't last forever, and each time he can only travel to the DC Universe for a short time, and the restrictions are too big to do too much. Moreover, since he had already planned to establish a kingdom that belonged to Mutant. Then you have to pick the first puzzle piece. Avengers hadn't been founded. The SHIELD organization was in chaos again, and now was his perfect time. Thinking, Chen Tian's gaze fell in the dim direction of Hell's Kitchen in the distance. New York City that never sleeps is far less glamorous than it seems, and Hell's Kitchen, which is closer to the city center, is known for its slums and breeding many criminals or gangsters. In the darkness of the night, Chen Tian walked among the dimly lit streets of Hell's Kitchen. Dirty coal forced, the unconcealed stench of corruption and incessant cursing, the ubiquitous homeless man sleeping on the floor, nestled in a dilapidated tent, roar shook the sky. The brighter the city, the more unsightly it hides in its shadows. Chen Tian walked, feeling the huge amounts of class gap in the city, and sighed in his heart that the city was not inferior to Gotham. It's just that New York City is obviously not rich in madmen, but definitely rich in manic gangsters. Just when he was about to walk around a corner, Chen Tian noticed that his hostile eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze froze, and his fist was withdrawn from his pocket. Swish! Sure enough, the next second, several black shadows suddenly rushed towards him, but he reacted extremely quickly and threw his fists, and dull collisions sounded one after another. Several people suddenly fell to the ground and curled up on the ground and groaned. "Why do you do it to me?" Chen Tian grimaced. The crime rate in this city can be described as no less than Gotham, and he only went so far to catch 3. Moreover, if you change to someone else just now, the sneak attack will be enough to sleep for one night. "I want to borrow some gambling money from you." The wandering man, clutching his abdomen, was covered in sweat, and replied intermittently with the pain. He looked at the yellow-skinned boy in front of him, who looked clearly not strong, and even had some slender arms, and his eyes were full of shock. Just now, he had the illusion of being hit hard by a mud truck, and even his whole body was torn when he spoke. What a bunch of scum. A cold light flashed under Chen Tian's eyes and said coldly, "Please raise your noble hand and let us go." Several homeless men fell to the ground and opened their mouths to beg for mercy. "Do you know Kim?" Chen Tian glanced at them and asked. His purpose tonight is to come to the underground Emperor Jin and make Hell's Kitchen the first puzzle piece of the Empire. After all, Jin's gangster can be said to cover the sky in New York and even most of the North. Kim Ant. When the homeless man heard the familiar name, he shook unconsciously and seemed to hear the demon crawling out of hell. He often hangs out of the Hell's Kitchen warehouse, where Kim goes out every night. The homeless man took a deep breath and said tremblingly, "Good." Chen Tian got an answer before letting go of the homeless man. Everyone knows where Kim is, including the New York City police. He looked at Chen Tian's back after turning around and reminded him. The meaning of the phrase tramp is obvious. As the underground emperor, Jin is an extremely dangerous guy. Chen Tian ignored him much and left. Everyone in New York City knows where this big collective is hiding, but they think they are at the top of the food chain, and even the police dare not provoke them. They even have a lot of important dirt in their hands, which they're able to sell to government personnel and celebrities. Underground trading, even arms smuggling. There's nothing they dare not do because no one will restrain them, and even if there is, it is only symbolic. This is Hell's Kitchen. At the moment, the sky is gradually approaching late at night. Night hangs over the city. Meanwhile, in a warehouse in Hell's Kitchen, a group of workers are busy carrying goods. Their steps are rushing and hot, but no one knows that danger is quietly coming. "You stupid pigs, move faster for me. If you delay Gina's business, everyone will not be able to eat and go." Josh, the bald man next to him, had a cold gaze, his eyes scanning back and forth impatiently. "Bush, I'll worry that Daredevil will come over." The muscular Max came over, his eyebrows showing concern. Previously, Daredevil would always interfere with Jin's business from time to time, causing the latter a lot of losses. Those in power suffer losses, and the pressure will naturally spread anger on his subordinates. "Don't worry, that damn blind man was crippled by a bullseye yesterday, and whether you can get up today is one thing. If he really dares to come again, it is to find death. No one dares to interfere with tonight's business. When Bush heard his companion say this, he raised his eyebrows and sneered coldly. Since you said so, I am relieved. Max, who had been worried, heard that the annoying daredevil was actually disabled, and suddenly felt a stone fall in his heart. Yet at this very moment, damn, stop him, don't let him in. Huh, my hand. There was a heart-rending scream from outside the warehouse, and even just listening to the sound, you could feel that something extremely terrifying had happened to them. Josh, the bald man who was still light just now, and his companion Max changed their faces greatly when they heard the voice, and they looked at each other, and their pupils vibrated continuously. Daredevil is here again. Just when the two were in doubt, several of his subordinates who had fled in a hurry ran towards the warehouse, each of their faces white and bloodless, and their expressions were terrified to the extreme. Monster! Monster! Some people even couldn't hold the gun in their hands steadily, screaming loudly and not looking back to run for their lives. Looked at, both Josh and Max frowned. Daredevil came to disrupt their business, not just a day or two, but no matter which time, these subordinates have never reacted so badly. What's going on? Their reaction is too exaggerated, right? The two frowned with doubts in their hearts, and at the same time tacitly pulled out their guns. At this time, they saw behind those Tsang Huang's fleeing subordinates, and a strange figure slowly walked in. I saw that the man's body was covered with bullet holes, and his clothes were red with blood, but he was unmoved by his injuries, and his steps were steady towards the warehouse. Stop! Do you know where this is? This is Jin's territory. When Josh and Max saw this scene, their faces changed drastically, their pupils shrank, and they raised their guns in panic to threaten. Where is Kim? That figure was none other than Chen Tian. He looked at the two people holding guns at him in front of him with cold eyes and asked coldly. While speaking, Chen Tian's footsteps did not stop, and he walked straight toward the other party. Stop! I'll shoot again. Josh aimed his gun at the center of Chen Tian's eyebrows and threatened angrily. However, Chen Tian on the opposite side was not moved at all and even quickened his pace. Fart! Josh scolded angrily and decisively pulled the trigger. The pitch-black muzzle flickered with fire, and a burst of gunfire rang out through the warehouse, and bullets spun out. Bang! Gunshots rang out in the old and bright warehouse, and the bullets carried huge destructive force through Chen Tian's skull, leaving a hideous blood hole in the center of his eyebrows. The flesh and blood of the wound were charred black by the high temperature of the bullet. But Josh didn't see the slightest joy on his face, because the boy standing on the opposite side who was pierced through the skull was not affected in the slightest. The wound was visible to the naked eye to heal rapidly, and the bullet fell out of his forehead. The steps towards them did not fluctuate, except for a pause when they had just been shot. Fart! Fart! Josh and Max instantly lost all blood on their faces and stood frozen in place, their eyes full of horror. They looked at Chen Tian as if they saw Satan crawling out of hell. His blood seemed to be counterflowing, and his body was quickly cold. How could the two not understand at this time that the young man in front of them was not a human being, nor was he a rival existence for them? The haze of death blinked and occupied their minds, leaving them speechless or able to make any moves. Then, a barrage of bullets recalled. When Josh and Max looked back, their bodies shook, and they almost flew away in fright. Chen Tian had already discharged all the bullets in his body. All the wounds on his body were healing, and he walked not far from them. Tell me, where is Kim? He looked at the other two with indifferent eyes and spoke in a calm tone. Josh opened his mouth just to say something. However, in the blink of an eye, countless unknown gang members surrounded from all directions like a black tide. With the muzzle of the black light circulating in his hand, he aimed his brush at Chen Tian. Shoot me. Shoot hard. Beat this monster into a sieve for me. Beat. Seeing that his men were ready, Josh seemed to have grabbed the last straw. His face twisted, and he spoke eagerly, and even his voice was hoarse. However, in the next second, Chen Tian's fingertips had lightly tapped his temples. Invisible psychic fluctuation spread. Josh's voice fell, but there was no expected dense gunfire, and the entire warehouse fell into an eerie silence. He and Max looked around, and all the gangster men had already collected their guns and stood in place in a daze. Chen Tian uses Charles's usual technique to build a mental cage. But the professor is used for mutant personalities who don't want to hurt but constantly hurt other people. Chen Tian, on the other hand, directly locked all the thinking of these gangster scum and plunged them into a brief sluggishness. Then, Chen Tian cast his calm gaze on Josh. "What the hell are you? What the hell is the monster?" Josh and Max looked at the situation around them, and then noticed that the boy opposite began to approach again and retreated in horror. "Where is the address of the Gene Hub base?" Chen Tian ignored the other party's question and asked in an icy tone. In fact, as the Underground Emperor, few people know his true identity, let alone the address of his base. After all, there are too many enemies of Gene. Josh and Max heard a little hesitation. Their eyes flickered, as if they were thinking about which of the more tragic endings would be more tragic if they fell into the hands of the boy in front of them and betrayed the gold and were caught. If you don't cherish the opportunity, then let's stop here. Chen Tian was too lazy to do more nonsense with these two, reached out and pointed at the center of their eyebrows, directly using the mind invasion. He broke into each other's consciousness and retrieved all the memories of the two. Then, after slightly comparing the memories of Josh and Max, Chen Tian finally got Kim and the exact base address. As for the two who were invaded by the heart, they felt like their brains had been drilled back and forth several times, and they were lying on the ground pale and painful. "Sorry, we were wrong. Let us go." Josh and Max have completely broken their guts, and there's only endless fear in Chen Tian's heart, and their mouths are whispering for mercy. It's just a pity that there is only one chance. Next second, when they raised their heads, they saw Chen Tian's palms slowly covering their eyes, and they spoke softly as if to comfort a baby. "Psychic invasion hurts, right? It's okay, it won't hurt next." Boom, boom. Then two skull-bursting sounds sounded. Chen Tian crushed the sticky blood of the two people's skulls, and the two headless corpses fell one after another. Scarlet blood flowed in an instant, spreading across the old ground of the warehouse. Then Chen Tian had already got the answer and turned away without stopping. There were still many gang members at the scene who were not killed, but he had more urgent things to do, and they could only be regarded as getting away with it. Minutes passed. Those gang members who were confined to their minds and fell into sluggishness by Chen Tian's mental cage began to regain control of their bodies. "Josh and Max are dead. You have to report to the boss quickly." The gang members, who had partially regained their senses, looked blankly at the miserable bodies of Josh and Max, and quickly came to their senses. Immediately gave Kim and called. With that, a high-tech building with a top-floor office. Jingle bell. The phone rings. Gene squinted slightly in a white suit, and his large, round body leaned back in a chair to rest, and he answered the phone impatiently because he was disturbed by the ringing. "Say," Kim spat out a word angrily, annoyed at being disturbed. After a few seconds, he hung up the phone, his face even more angry. "Fark, someone dares to provoke me." Gene roared and smashed the desk in front of him with a punch. His body is round, but under the wrapping of the suit, is full of exaggerated muscles with great strength. So much so that the men outside the door could hear the movement inside. I don't know what it is that makes my boss so rage. And not long after Gene hung up the phone, he received another message from a guard. "Boss, someone has invaded the base building." The guard's voice trembled with a bit of fear. "What?" Gene's face was solemn, and the computer monitor in front of him appeared, and many different areas of surveillance screens. "Contains all corners of the building." Gene frowned and clicked on one of them. "I saw a yellow-skinned boy who actually walked towards it openly, and the corpses were like mountains everywhere he went." Hell's Kitchen, Kim, and headquarters in front of the base building. Chen Tian shook off the broken flesh and blood stains on his hands. Perhaps he had survived in such a world for too long. He had long been numb to the matter of killing. Even if his hands were now stained with sticky blood, he walked expressionlessly to the depths of the building with the blood stains of corpses on the ground. Stop! Not taking 2 steps, another fierce gang member with a gun blocked in front of him. With a casual wave of his hand, Chen Tian exerted his psychic ability to instantly control the other party in place. Under the frightened gaze of the gang member who froze in place, Chen Tian's slender fingers easily rested on his neck. With 5 fingers tightened, pinching the neck of a gang member was as easy as pinching a rotten deadwood, and the cervical spine, trachea, and muscles were all twisted into a paste under the huge force. Boom! The gang member who stood in the way fell, and the body fell apart. It's a pity for a loyal subordinate. Chen Tian looked at the corpse at his feet and admired Jin Zheng a little. What a powerful skill to make any of his subordinates willingly work for him. Thinking, he continued to walk towards the building, slaughtering a few guys who were in the way, and easily walked into the hall of the Gina building. At the moment, the hall was empty. Chen Tian looked around calmly, as if he was not in the enemy camp, but as if he was at home. Boom! Then, the doors on 3 sides of the hall slammed shut and locked, leaving only the door facing Chen Tian open. Then a neat footstep came from the open gate, and a team of guards in white uniforms ran out with weapons in hand, lined up on either side of the doorway. It's like greeting the arrival of a big shot. Chen Tian's eyes calmly fell on the center of the gate, and he had far beyond the 5 senses of ordinary people, and he had already sensed that the person he was looking for had arrived. Sure enough, a few seconds later, a tall, mighty, and terrifyingly oppressive figure walked out of it, and the sound of each step landing was extremely heavy, and the tower-like body was slowly enveloped by the huge shadow cast by the light. The person who came is the underground Emperor Jin He. He glared at Chen Tian, extremely annoyed at the uninvited guest who broke into the base. In this New York City, it belongs to the government by day, to the gangster at night, and belongs to his underground Emperor Jin He. Chen Tian's move was undoubtedly to roast him on the fire, which Kim could not bear. You are Kimio? Chen Tian looked Jin He, who was tall in a suit and leather shoes, and said lightly, "Some people say that this big man with a round body like a ball, the body fat rate, is actually only 2%, and the muscle strength of the whole body is close to the peak of human beings. Kim doesn't have any super ability, but he trains professionally every day against a group of top martial arts masters from around the world. Each time it was 1 against 10, but every training session could not exceed 20 seconds, and the opponent in training was either dead or injured. As a human being, the individual combat power is second only to Captain America. Boy, you've messed with the wrong person," Jean said angrily. Then he asked, "Who instructed you to do this?" In his memory, he had never had an enemy like Chen Tian, who most likely ordered him to raid him. No one directed. Chen Tian's expression was indifferent, and Roard didn't mess with half a minute. "I'm here today to give you 2 choices. Either surrender." Saying this, he paused, tilted his head to look at Jin He, and the corners of his mouth hooked up a cruel smile. "Or die. Who do you think you're talking to?" When Jin on the other side heard this, his brows immediately turned up, and his face was bruised and angry. Fine death. The men around him were equally angry, and suddenly raised their guns. These people have been working for Jin for so many years, and they have never seen a guy who dares to be so arrogant here. The bullseye, who had been hidden in the dark for a long time, looked gloomy, took out the steel ball, and rolled nimbly between his 5 fingers, watching this scene ready to wait for the master's order. "But I'm curious, why do you dare to make me submit?" At this time, Jin Zheng, who roared angrily, suddenly changed his tone, suppressed his throat, and looked at Chen Tian with bloodthirsty sneering. "Just because you can break into the building, it's not enough." Feeling Jin He's transformation, the surrounding subordinates suddenly became nervous, and a suppressed anger erupted, even more terrifying than the outward anger. "You don't have a choice," Chen Tian said indifferently. Jin on the other side still wanted to say something, but suddenly his eyes inexplicably began to sour, rubbing his eyes and finding that the surrounding environment had changed drastically. He came to a hospital, Yellowed ceilings, icy white lights, the pungent smell of disinfectant water. Kim also recognized the hospital as the same hospital that treated his wife and children. A few years ago, his wife and children were killed by his nemesis, and since then Kim has been left alone and without a family. It was also from then on that Jean began to rise by any means, and eventually became the only emperor of the underground world of New York City. It's just that he's back in this place that makes him sad again. Jean inexplicably felt that his heart, which had been indifferent to everything, suddenly wavered. He staggered along the memory to a door and saw his wife and children lying breathless on the hospital bed inside. Vanessa, Richard, Kim, and Roar shouted the names of his wife and children, collapsed and felt his knees on the side of the bed. His eyes were red, and huge amounts of grief swallowed him up like a big wave. Humph, Jean Lien, you are too embarrassed to even protect your family. In the future, you still obediently clamp your tail and stop being my opponent. You are not worthy. When he looked up again, he saw that the man lying on the hospital bed had become his enemy, Hill Vyman, who was laughing evilly and mocking himself. Next second, the real world. Damn it. Jean didn't actually go anywhere, just stood in place and closed his eyes, only to suddenly open his eyes a few seconds later and come back to his senses in fear. The bullseye in the dark saw that the master's expression changed, mistakenly thought that the latter was hurt, and immediately held the steel ball and prepared to strike. Don't move! But Jean suddenly stopped him. Then Jean Ji put his eyes on Chen Tian again. His eyes were strange, and he began to realize the strength of the latter. What can you bring me? Jean Ji's eyelids moved, and he questioned after the picture just now. Your family. Chen Tian spoke indifferently. My family. Jean Tian's expression was touched when he heard Chen Tian's words and fell into silence, and the picture he saw in the psychic illusion just now in his mind was vividly remembered. After Chen Tian has a psychic ability, even if he does not deliberately use the psychic ability, he can detect the other party's emotional changes. He knew that the underground emperor in front of him, at the moment, he must be deeply trapped in the grief of the death of his family. After all, the emotion squeezed in his heart for many years. Being awakened again means that anyone can be affected, even if it is the underground emperor Jean Yuan. What's more, Kim doesn't care about his family. Thinking. Chen Tian once again quietly drove the mind to fluctuate, constantly provoking every nerve of the other party, making the latter subtly submit. This is Charles's usual method. As long as he knows the professor in the past, he will be careful when meeting each other, and he will be invaded by the mind of this sophisticated guy. Such tactics are most effective when people are most vulnerable. This is also the reason why Chen Tian previously let Jean He fall into the illusion of the tragic death of his wife and children, and he had to tear some cracks in the other party's thinking before he could do what came after. In fact, he didn't expect to be able to make Jean obediently submit by violence from the beginning. After all, if people surrender to the underground emperor because of this, it is difficult to guarantee that they will not have two hearts in the future. It is still necessary to fundamentally change the thinking of the other party and make them willing to serve themselves from the bottom of their hearts. I think your proposal is fine, but I am not surrendering, but working with you. Jean took a deep breath and looked at Chen Tian with a twinkle in his eyes, unaware that his hostility towards the latter had been completely removed. At the same time, there's a strong trust in my heart. He recalled the ability that Chen Tian had shown along the way, and felt that as long as he tried his best to cooperate with the other party, he would definitely be able to change back to his family. However, he did not know that in fact, the so-called cooperation was called. The moment he spoke, he was already completely surrendered to the teenager in front of him. As you like, happy cooperation. Chen Tian smiled when he heard this. He just took advantage of Jean and fell into the gap of thinking and wavering, and used the ability of the mind to split the latter's personality in two, and locked up with a mental cage in it. A personality full of hostility and suspicion towards himself. After that, unless Chen Tian takes the initiative to unlock the spiritual cage, Kim will have unreserved trust in him. The bullseye hidden in the shadows next to him always felt that something was wrong, but seeing that his boss agreed to Chen Tian's request, he stopped talking. After all, he serves Jean and gives remuneration, not Jean and this person, as long as it does not affect him to take money. After a partnership, Jean also took Chen Tian to the top floor office. "Say, what do you need me to do for you?" Kim asked as he sat in his seat. "At present, I need you to pay more attention to the people of SHILD for me, and notify me as soon as there is any abnormal behavior, and send people to pick up some people at the Canadian border." Chen Tian said slowly, handing Jean an address and a list at the same time. The person in his mouth is none other than Laura's experimental body friends, who also escaped from the Akali GMO Institute, the New Mutant. These young New Mutants also have a big role and can form part of Chen Tian's future mutant country. So Chen Tian thought about taking them all in. Two very simple things. But I'm looking forward to challenging things more. Jean looked at the address and list all and said that there was no problem. As he spoke, he didn't even realize that he was in Chen Tian's shoes and thinking about the latter. "There will be later." Chen Tian smiled when he heard this, and after explaining what Jean had done, he did not stop too much and returned to the hotel. It was late at night when Chen Tian returned to the hotel, more than an hour after he left the house, but only a little more than an hour. Actually let the underground Emperor Jean give in, so that this guy who controls most of the underworld in the north of America is willing to do anything for him. If this matter is spread out, it will definitely make the entire underworld of America tremble. Knock, knock. Chen Tian had just returned to his room to take a shower, and not long after lying down, the glass window was knocked. "Laura? How are you standing here?" He looked up and saw Laura's petite figure standing outside. "Is there something to find me? Why don't you come in through the main entrance?" Chen Tian hurriedly got up and opened the window, watching the other party quickly turn over from the windowsill and enter the room, full of doubts, and asked. For the little girl's late-night visit, he didn't have any unusual associations. After all, the other party was only 14 years old. How could he have other thoughts? Laura remained silent and did not answer, but pointed to her nose to indicate that she smelled blood. A pair of big eyes stared at Chen Tian with question marks. "I just went out to do something." Chen Tian didn't explain much, just said so briefly. Laura frowned as she listened to the other party's tone of fooling herself like a child, but did not do too much entanglement. Reaching out and taking out the comics of the X-Men in his bag, he turned the pages and handed it to Chen Tian, looking at him sincerely. "Want to read the story?" Chen Tian took the comic and seemed to understand the other party's meaning a little. Laura nodded with a slight smile on her face when she heard this. Then, knock, knock. There was another knock on the glass window. Chen Tian heard the reputation. "Chen, did you sleep?" Then I saw a timid figure standing outside the window. "It's Wanda." At this moment, she has cleaned herself up cleanly and refreshed. The face is no longer covered with sludge, and the whole porcelain doll-like delicate face exudes its due beauty. A pair of sapphire-like clear eyes seem to contain the slight uneasiness and expectation because of the late-night disturbances, and the white face was also slightly stained with a layer of redness. See Chen Tian's gaze projected. The fingers of Wanda's hands behind her back are tightly twisted together, revealing her body wrapped in pajamas, curvy and thrilling, exuding a sense of maturity that is completely different from her young face. If the whole person ignores the face, it looks completely like a ripe peach, and you can imagine the scene of juice overflowing with just a light bite. With such a figure, coupled with a pure face that still has a youthful atmosphere, two words suddenly appeared in Chen Tian's mind: pure desire. Definitely. Seeing that Wanda also chose to visit from the window at this moment, Chen Tian was more puzzled in his heart. Why doesn't everyone like to walk through the door? And what did Wanda come to herself for at night? Also listening to stories. The night is as thick as ink, and the sky is high without moon or star. The SHILD Triboloid building is still brightly lit. Inside the director's office, these mutants will never be worrying. Nick Fury had just finished his call with the congressman, leaning back in his seat and pinching his eyebrows and murmuring in distress. I thought that the government would issue a drug to food to suppress the mutant gene, and this race would soon disappear from the world. As a result, I didn't expect that a few remnant parties would still bring them such a big threat. Meantime, Nick Fury is also thankful that the government made the right decision. Otherwise, Mutant will grow up in the future, and the consequences will definitely be unimaginable. Then, the door to the office was pushed open. Boss, someone saw Chen Tian's group driving into downtown New York. Phil Coulson walked in and handed over a document with a solemn expression. Before Nick. After Fury asked him back, he had to put it aside for the time being because the task was too risky. But Phil Coulson is still paying attention to Chen Tian's related matters, and now that he has found their clues and traces, he chose to report it as soon as possible. Nick, hearing this, Fury sat up straight and took the document with a serious expression, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. They actually entered the city. Aren't they afraid of being discovered? He looked at the record on the document about the arrival of Chen Tian and his party in the city center. His eyes flickered, and his mood became heavier. Not only is downtown New York crowded with people, but there are a lot of important people staying there if Chen Tian and these mutants are determined to make trouble and do something extreme. I am afraid that it will have an impact on the entire country and even the world pattern. Such a thing has not happened before, and the aftermath took a long time and the heavy cost to subside. The same thing can't happen again, and these uneasy elements must be disposed of as soon as possible. Nick, Fury thought of Chen Tian's terrifyingly exaggerated variant, ability, and immediately made a decision. Chen Tian and Charles, two people with psychic abilities at the same time, in his eyes, have completely become a time bomb with terrifying destructive power, which may explode at any time and bring misery to the world. Especially their location at the moment is still equivalent to the city center in the heart of the city, which is not to be taken lightly. But to exercise control, it is not so simple. Before you're sure of their motives, if you rashly organize people to arrest them with great fanfare, you must not backfire and provoke them. Boss, someone found Jin's Hell's Kitchen, and the warehouse in the north was washed in blood, with heavy casualties. At this time, Phil Coulson also knew the seriousness of the matter and continued. According to the situation on the scene, it is very likely that Chen Tian did it. It's just that we haven't found enough evidence yet. Phil Coulson looked solemn because the cameras in many parts of Hell's Kitchen were in a state of disrepair and there was no way to get the video footage from the time. After all, gangsters don't leave any handle for themselves. Nick, Fury narrowed his eyes when he heard this, and he couldn't figure out what Chen Tian's motive was. Okay, I see. He thought carefully and asked Phil Coulson to go down first, then dial the phone. Natasha Romanoff, come and see me. Nick, Fury said to the other end of the phone in a serious tone. Soon, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, wearing a black tights that outlined her hot figure to the fullest, walked in. Ed, you wanted to deal with Tony again. What about Stark? She walked with the wind. Her burgundy short hair fluttered with her steps, and her eyes were as bright as amber, looking at Nick. Fury, every move of this woman exudes a variety of charms and charms all the time, seducing people's hearts. Don't worry about him for the time being. I'll deal with it later. Nick, Fury looked at the other party. His tight frown did not stretch from beginning to end, took out a piece of information and handed it over. Now you need to contact this person. He is extremely dangerous. You must be careful. Black Widow took the information and opened it, looking at Chen Tian's beautiful face in the file, and her sexy red lips outlined a good-looking smile. No problem. Meanwhile, in a hotel near Hell's Kitchen, Chen Tian was unaware of what had happened to S.H.I.E.L.D., holding a comic book and whispering bedtime stories to the two girls in bed. Roar, roar. It wasn't long before Laura and Wanda fell into a deep sleep, making a slight and even roar-sucking sound. Although they are not together, they have experienced days of rushing, and they have not slept so peacefully for a long time. Sure enough, they are still little girls, and they will listen to bedtime stories. Chen Tian leaned on the bed and looked at the two people sleeping peacefully on the left and right, put down the comic book in his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, as the afterglow swept over Wanda, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the Snow White of a deep ravine. It's really a crime to look at. It's not at all what this young segment should be. What was I thinking? Chen Tian quickly withdrew his gaze when he sighed. After all, the current Wanda is only a 16 or 17-year-old girl. He really can't do it. With a lot of thoughts, he got out of bed, stood up, and walked to the bathroom. He's going to take a cool shower. It's early morning. The sky has just turned a touch of fish belly, and the cloudless New York City has just experienced the story of night, and it is about to wake up again before it sleeps. In the hotel near Hell's Kitchen, Chen Tian and his party got up one after another and came to the lobby to gather. Logan Howlett went to the front desk to check out, collected the fake ID, and walked out the door. Chen, where should we go next? On walking to the door of the hotel, Wolverine turned to look at Chen Tian and asked, after all, it was his idea to enter the city. We don't have to think about going to the Canadian border next. I'll have someone bring Laura's friend over. Chen Tian thought about it, and then slowly spoke. Let's stay in New York. Anyway, this city is so big. Isn't there a place for us to live? What do you say? Are you really going to put down roots in New York City? Logan was stunned when he got such an answer. He frowned and stared at Chen Tian and found that the latter was not like a joke, and suddenly a little anxious. He originally thought that he chose to enter the city just because he didn't want to hide his head and leave after a night's rest. But the other party had the intention of staying. You know, a lot of people are eyeing us now, and if we stay here, it's definitely not good for us. Logan became emotional, and scenes from his past experience in New York flew by in front of his eyes. New York City deserves a place for us. He used to think the same, but unfortunately it is different now. However, Chen Tian did not speak, just smiled silently and looked to the end of the road. An extended Lincoln came slowly, and when it finally stopped in front of everyone, a waiter got out of the car and respectfully opened the door of the back seat. How does this car look like it's greeting us? Logan frowned and looked at the extravagant luxury car in front of him and cast his gaze on the Wanda siblings who came with them in surprise. After all, he was sure that no one else in the group would be greeted except for these two of whom were of unknown origin. As a result, just before Logan's thoughts fell, Chen Tian had already stepped into the car and at the same time turned back to Roar and several others to follow. Let's go. This place is not familiar with life. Don't waste too much time. It's easy to get into trouble. Chen Tian spoke, motioning for the Wanda siblings to come with them. This is your car? Where did it come from? Logan Howlett looked at this scene a little confused. The car came for Chen Tian, and things were completely unexpected for him. Logan, you're old. Don't you allow a young man to do things you can't do. Charles, who was in a wheelchair next to him, laughed and teased. As soon as he finished speaking, the professor was carried into the car by Laura with a chair. Although she is young, she has a powerful variant ability, and it is not difficult to lift a thin old man in his 90s. As for the car in front of her, Laura was not surprised. She knew what happened when Chen Tian went out last night. Wanda, it's time for us to go. Just as Wanda was about to get into the car, she was pulled by Pete and shook her head repeatedly. After the latter saw the scene of Chen Tian's murder yesterday, he had a deep fear in his heart, and he was awakened by nightmares more than once when he slept last night. Pete really didn't dare to get along with Chen Tian anymore. Instigated, Wanda glanced at her brother extremely speechlessly and strode into the car without looking back. You. Seeing this, Pete was anxious to die, looking at Chen Tian, who was smiling at him, gritting his teeth or choosing to keep up with his sister. Chen, I need an explanation. Logan Howlett, who stood at the end, had many questions in his heart, but he chose to get on the bus at this point. After Chen Tian watched Logan get into the car, he did not answer his question directly, but asked the driver, how did Kim arrange it? Mr. Chen, the boss has already arranged accommodation for you, so I'll send you over first. The driver said slowly in a respectful and humble tone. Good. Chen Tian nodded, and the vehicle began to drive slowly. You actually got in touch with Kim? Listening to a few simple sentences of dialogue, Logan's experience naturally easily figured out the cause and effect of the matter. He looked at Chen Tian in shock. I never expected that this young mutant would be able to get the underground emperor of New York, Jin He, overnight. Chen Tian smiled softly and pointed to his head. It's thanks to Charles's help. Chun, you are really the strongest mutant I have ever seen. Charles suddenly laughed and said with emotion, even if you copy ability, it is usually impossible to reach your current level. After a pause, he continued, you have now reached the 5th level of mutant. Chen Tian nodded silently after hearing the other party's words. He has evaluated his current ability and control, which is almost the level of a 5-level mutant. Definitely is not considered Omega class, because all Omega-level mutants must have the ability to control the molecular structure on the basis of the 5th level, and the potential must have endless possibilities. Both are indispensable. Chen Tian, who has the ability to copy, is not worried about the latter condition. He only needs to strengthen his control over ability, and it is only a matter of time to achieve the Omega level. Chen, level 5 mutant. Logan was shocked when he heard Charles give such a high opinion of Chen Tian. But when he thought about it again, he seemed to feel normal again. After all, the ability shown by Chen Tian before was too perverted, and he was only 18 years old. This means that he has unlimited possibilities in the future. At this point in his thoughts, Logan's face looked quite complicated when he looked at Chen Tian again. He remembered what the latter had said while holding the steering wheel before entering New York. After Chen Tian and his party left in a car, they had just left in the lobby of the hotel. Step out of a mature and sexy figure. She wore a short red close-fitting skirt with a thrilling undulation, a pair of slender, round, straight thighs wrapped in black silk, and a pair of high heels with black and red soles on her feet. It was the Black Widow sent to investigate Chen Tian, Natasha Romanoff. Mission objective: left the hotel. She looked at the elongated Lincoln that disappeared at the end of the road, and her long white fingers pressed the Bluetooth headset in her ear and gently spoke. Keep up and keep up with the mission. The person across the headset said, yes. Natasha Romanoff hung up, stepped on her high heels, and walked to the hotel, stopped the taxi, and followed. The rising sun is gradually rising little by little to the city skyline. At the moment is still early, but the road of New York City, a behemoth, is already full of traffic. After all, as the heart of the country's economy, countless people have been busy with work at dawn. Fortunately, the extended Lincoln, who was carrying Chen Tian's party, arrived at the manor that King had prepared for them before the morning rush hour. Mr. Chen, this manor is specially prepared for you by our boss, named Deeren Hut Manor. The waiter opened the car door for Chen Tian and respectfully introduced. Tell Jean on my behalf. Well done. I am very satisfied. Chen Tian stood beside him, looked around the manor in front of him, and nodded. I have to say that Jean is very attentive, and the prepared manor is located in a famous wealthy area of New York with a beautiful and quiet environment and fresh and pleasant air. Just entering from the gate of the manor and driving at high speed took more than 10 minutes to arrive in front of the villa in the center of the manor. The 5-story villa, with white as the overall tone, has a palatial atmosphere just standing at the door. As for the flower garden surrounding the villa, it is planted with a variety of expensive and rare flowers and plants. And when you look at the color matching, you know that you must have asked the master to carefully match and prune. In addition, there are all kinds of courts, swimming pools, and even cinemas. This will be our temporary residence, and now we are safe. Chen Tian said, with the destruction of an elite task force yesterday, SHIELD will certainly not act rashly lately, so they can clean up here for a while. As for the Akali Institute for GMO, even SHIELD cannot solve things, let alone the Institute. Logan looked at the house in front of him and immediately sighed when he heard Chen Tian's words. More than 100 years ago, he also lived a peaceful life of ordinary people, and then everything was broken. After all the ups and downs, Logan thought that he would die in a mess in his life. I didn't expect that everything seemed to be slowly coming back now. He looked at Chen Tian with a complicated expression, and a complicated look flowed in his eyes. Logan remembered what Chen Tian had said earlier. How can an 18-year-old boy have such great ambitions? and really down-to-earth step by step toward the goal. Chen Tian noticed Logan's gaze and grinned, then looked at Wanda and Pete next to him with tangled faces. Wanda, Pete, you can stay here if you want. He's still interested in origin magic power, which is one of the reasons why Wanda is around. Laura on the side was a little unhappy to hear Chen Tian's invitation to the siblings, and after coming out of the Akali GMO Institute, Chen Tian was one of the few people who gave her warmth. She always felt that Wanda would steal Chen Tian's concern for her. Thinking of this, Laura unconsciously looked at Wanda's face, and then moved her gaze down, her brows furrowed deeper. And Pete resisted when he heard Chen Tian's words, twisting and pinching, and wanted to open his mouth to refuse, but he was afraid that the latter would be angry and couldn't open his mouth. Chen, thank you. When I have ability, I will definitely answer you back. Wanda rushed up and hugged Chen Tian and said movingly. She was still worried that she would sleep on the streets tonight. Unexpectedly, the big brother in front of him actually took them in again kindly. Okay, but Wanda, you let go first. Chen Tian felt 2 balls of softness and a little stiffness pulled the girl stuck to her body apart. Charles sat in a wheelchair and did not speak, with a kind smile on his face, silently watching Chen Tian. There was a twinkle in his cloudy eyes full of vicissitudes. He always felt that he could see rising hope in this young man. And after the Wanda siblings will also live, everyone decided to choose a room in the villa first, and then take a good look at the manor that will live here in the future. And every move of Chen Tian and his party was watched by Natasha Romanoff in the distance. Ed, Chen Tian seems to be on a line with Kim. She called Nick Fury to report what she had learned. Okay, I see. You continue to follow up. Received. Natasha Romanoff then hung up the phone and continued to focus on Chen Tian. I didn't expect that in this era, there is actually a mutant that can threaten S.H.I.E.L.D. She narrowed her eyes slightly, stretched out her pink tongue, and slowly licked her red lips, muttering. The other side, S.H.I.E.L.D. Triboloid Wing Building. Inside the director's office, Nick Fury's elbows were folded on his desk, his brows locked, and his face grew worse ever since Natasha Romanoff hung up. You can even see the bruises beating on the egg-like head. Chen Tian got involved with Kim. This message made Nick Fury was uneasy. Mutant means a force beyond the understanding of ordinary people, a danger that can erupt at any time. The gangster behind Jean and behind him represents the gray under the order, the shadow and the sun, riot, disorder, and dirty. If mutant plus gangsters. Damn, I can't even imagine the consequences. Nick Fury clenched his fists and cursed in a deep voice. Meanwhile, Drenched Manor, a luxurious and extravagant room. What's the matter? Chen Tian picked up the phone and asked with squinted eyes. On the other end of the phone, Jean he stroked the cat in his arms and said in a deep voice, "What you asked me to do. People are already on their way to the northern border. But there is one more thing to contact you this time. There's a Star Group banquet tonight, and I don't know if you'll be interested." Tony, Star Kid, after admitting that he is Iron Man, has been in the limelight lately. After hearing the other party's words, Chen Tian remembered that before leaving yesterday, Jean said that the gang had a transaction with the Stark Group. When definitely Kim walks in the sun, he will change his identity if he is cautious. The people of Stark didn't know that their trade partner was the king of Roar Storm in the New York underworld. Okay. Chen Tian hesitation for a moment, but decided to participate. After all, the other party is a famous figure in the Marvel Universe, Tony Stark. This time, maybe there will be other gains. The time soon came to evening. The setting sun dyes the entire sky red, the clouds roll, and the breeze is cool. A glittering star hotel in New York City, in front of a sea of people crowded with media and newspaper reporters. They were holding their spears and cannons in anticipation, all waiting for a person to appear. Airplanes. A white supercar engine roared into the room, and the person in the driver's seat had just opened the door, and he didn't even have time to stick his feet out, and the group of reporters were like wolves who had been hungry for a long time and smelled blood, regardless of the crowd. Click, click, click. Countless flashes of light flashed in unison, shining like stars around the supercar and terribly enthusiastic. Tony, it is said that the military court will pass you over because of the steel battlesuit. What do you think? Will Stark Group mass-produce steel battlesuits later? Tony, say the word Tony. One question after another came out of the reporter's mouth. The man who just got out of the driver's seat, wearing sunglasses, giving people a cynical feeling, smiled helplessly in the face of such a scene. He's Tony Stark, inside the hotel lobby. Jean whispered to Chen Tian. I know him, so what kind of deal do you have with him? Chen Tian knows the plot of Marvel well, even better than Tony. Stark also needs to know Tony. Stark, there have been arms deals before, but now it's all about other technologies. As the two whispered their conversations, there was no shortage of people who were attracted by Jin's exaggerated body shape and threw surprised glances at them from time to time. However, few people know the true identity of Kim, and many people in the outside world think that he is just an entrepreneur and philanthropist, Mr. Wilson. As for Chen Tian, no one knows. Many people passing by thought he was Genie's follower or something. Definitely, he didn't care either, and focused most of his attention on Tony Stark. Watching the latter casually respond to reporters' questions, he entered the hotel lobby under the protection of Driver Happy. Chen Tian silently judged. Tony of this universe. Stark has just become an Iron Man, not so responsible, and just a playboy who cares about fun. Meanwhile, Tony Stark also stood on the high platform in the hotel lobby and began his speech for tonight's banquet. Soon, his humorous opening remarks ended and the banquet officially began. Hey, long time no see, Mr. Wilson. As the host, Tony Stark enthusiastically greeted Roar with each guest and soon came to Jean he. Mr. Stark, or should I call you Iron Man? Haha dash. Jean joked. The two lightly clinked glasses, and then he introduced Chen Tian to Tony as his partner. Stark, nice to meet you. Tony Stark smiled and nodded in greeting, and also clinked glasses with Chen Tian. However, the two did not communicate more. Tony Stark quickly turned around to deal with the other guests. Tonight, there are a lot of entrepreneurs who have come to his Iron Man identity, and he can't afford to spend too much time on everyone. Seeing this, Chen Tian didn't have any other ideas. Tony Stark's more combat power comes from his Iron Man battlesuit. As for his own physique and fighting skills, he is considered top-notch among ordinary people. But Chen Tian, as a mutant, has a variety of abilities and Batman fighting skills, and has no idea about Tony's own abilities. I just don't know my ability. Can you just give me the Iron Man battlesuit? Or the way to make the battlesuit? In this way, I can make ordinary people have combat power in batches. He thought silently. At this time, a charming and moving figure walked out of the crowd. The person Chen Tian recognized was none other than Natasha Romanoff. Her black, close-fitting evening gown outlines the curves of her body, and the design of the low-cut suspenders makes her delicate collarbones and large areas of skin show. Natasha Romanoff, painted dressed in red lips sexy, stepping on the cat's stride and swaying, juicy and full and trembling, diffusing seductive beauty. I seem to be seeing you for the first time. Do you want to have a drink together? She walked up to Chen Tian with rolling eyes, gently raised her glass, and showed a charming smile. With peach blossoms coming so soon, it seems that I am not suitable to stay here anymore. Jean showed an ambiguous expression to Chen Tian and walked away with self-confidence. However, Chen Tian does not think that Natasha Romanoff is a peach blossom. The other party is simply a poisonous scorpion. It seems that you're the one sent by SHIELD to keep an eye on me. He didn't intend to go around the corner and directly opened his mouth to expose Natasha Romanoff's identity. This gentleman, what are you talking about? What does SHIELD mean? Natasha Romanoff was stunned when she heard this. She obviously hid it well. How could she be seen through? But she refused to admit it. Natasha Romanoff, trained as an agent in the Red Side since childhood, has greatly slowed down its aging rate after pre-modification, codenamed Black Widow. Now joining SHIELD for Nick. Fury does things. Chen Tian stared at the face on the other side, which was obviously beginning to become a little ugly, and said indifferently, "What do you want me to say?" Hearing your life experiences are being told like you know. Natasha Romanoff's original enthusiasm immediately became extremely gloomy. "You invaded my brain?" After reading Chen Tian's information, she naturally knows all the abilities of the former, including the ability of the mind. But she didn't feel anything abnormal. "I didn't do anything," Chen Tian said. He really didn't do anything. After all, as a traverser, he knew everything about Black Widow. But at this point, Natasha Romanoff didn't bother to talk too much nonsense with the other party on this issue. She took 2 steps forward, and her coquettish body almost directly attached to Chen Tian, and a faint fragrance penetrated the latter's nose. Natasha Romanoff's red lips came close to Chen Tian's ear and threatened coldly, "You better leave this city, otherwise you will pay a terrible price for it." "Threaten me? Does it mean that you don't think the lives of these people around you matter?" Chen Tian took 2 steps back, looking indifferent, and then he turned to Tony. Stark beckoned and pointed to Natasha Romanoff. "Tony, did you invite this lady?" "Tony." Stark saw Natasha Romanoff go dark for an instant, and he remembered the woman who had infiltrated his company. And the thought that he was fascinated by a female spy almost slept with the other party. It made him feel humiliated. He immediately began to recruit the Roar people to drive Natasha Romanoff out. "Security guard, please ask this lady to go out. She is not welcome here. We'll see you again." Natasha Romanoff, self-aware, glanced coldly at Chen Tian and walked out of the hall. Chen Tian watched with interest as the other party's back quickly moved away. I have to say that this woman's back curve is also perfect. After a while, seeing that the time was almost right, Chen Tian also left the dinner. Natasha Romanoff is sure to take his word back, and the SHIELD will not be a threat to him again lately. Back to Drenched. Chen Tian saw that there should be no problems on the Marvel Universe side in a short period of time. So he explained to Logan and said that he was going out for a few days. Logan didn't ask too much either. Chen Tian then returned to the room and used dimensional teleportation to travel to DC Gotham. He always felt that this visit would be very rewarding. DC Gotham. At this moment, it is in the evening, and the residual sun is slanting. The upper half of the city is dyed golden by the setting sun, and the lower half sinks into shadow. Chen Tian walked through the streets of the city, passing by the wrong pedestrians, most of them with the fatigue of work on their faces. The breeze swept the corners of a newspaper in his hand, and every line on it smelled of fresh ink, which was the freshly baked city evening newspaper. The Penguin Man was killed. Chen Tian looked at the headlines of Copotes shooting in Gotham Market, narrowed his eyes slightly, and muttered. Flipping through the newspapers, you can see that the headline on the other side reads, "The new mayor has the majority of the citizens and will take office." The man in a white suit who appeared in the newspaper page has a square and angular face that exudes a sense of righteousness, and his posture is majestic and tall, as if he is a righteous partner. Now this guy can be said to be a completely good person, but unfortunately, Chen Tian recognized the identity of the other party, the future two-faced man Harvey. Dante, a man who sees the city as a writer. He sighed in a low voice and continued to read the rest of the newspaper. Seeing that most of the reports were that Batman had assassinated the former mayor, Chen Tian shook his head. He knows that although Batman is hiding in the dark, he has always adhered to his principle of not killing. There are other people who shoot and kill. Bruce, Wayne's butler Fred, definitely has no interest in clarifying the truth. Anyway, the Batman guy carries enough negative speculation, and it is estimated that Bruce himself does not care. After reading all the reports, Chen Tian put down the newspaper and cast his gaze on the surrounding neighborhood. At this moment, he had reached an old neighborhood where most of the buildings exuded an old atmosphere, and pedestrians were gradually becoming scarce. Now that winter is getting colder, you can see smoke billowing from the dumpsters, and many homeless people are crouching in front of makeshift shacks, burning garbage to keep warm. The walls are littered with colorful lines and messy graffiti. On the street, there are young people with thin hands and feet and pale complexions squatting on the ground in 2s and 3s, picking and choosing cigarette butts that have been thrown down. Looking at such a strange cultural scene in Gotham City, Chen Tian felt the dirty and messy atmosphere coming to the surface, thinking that he had come to the slum. Data. A crisp and swift sound of footsteps suddenly approached quickly from behind him. Before Chen Tian could turn around, he smelled a faint fragrance, and the tip of his nose moved, feeling that the smell was very good. "I'm being followed. Can I temporarily disguise my boyfriend?" At this time, he saw a woman following him, and the other party lowered his voice and said in a slightly panicked tone, "Don't look back, otherwise it will be very troublesome to expose." However, Chen Tian, who has the ability of the heart, knew that the woman was lying but did not immediately expose it, but looked at the woman in front of him. The other party is only half a head shorter than himself. He has long brown hair that reaches up to his shoulders. His skin is as smooth as cream, and his facial features are delicate and charming. It's a pity that the autumn clothes on his body are heavy, and the whole person is tightly wrapped. Chen Tian raised his eyebrows and felt that she was familiar, but he couldn't immediately determine the identity of the other party. At this moment, a cold voice sounded in his head. "Battle detected. Drop reward. High-level theft, Catwoman." Hearing this voice, Chen Tian reacted. The other party is not Catwoman Selina. "Kyle, it seems that the so-called being tracked in the mouth of this habitual thief is probably just to steal his wallet. Not an estimate." Chen Tian, who had obtained all the ability of the other party's theft, had realized that his wallet had fallen into the hands of the other party in the past few seconds of contact. At the same time, he instinctively judged all the details of Catwoman's theft. "Those people are gone. Thank you." At this time, Catwoman, who had her wallet in hand, whispered thanks and was ready to leave. Syllable. As soon as she took half a step, her hand holding her wallet was directly detained by Chen Tian. At the same time, the latter's slightly mocking voice sounded in Catwoman's ears. "Since you want to thank you, can't be so hasty. What are you going to do?" Catwoman was confused. Her brows furrowed and wanted to resist, but she found that the teenager in front of her, who looked not much stronger than herself, had amazing strength in her hands. Unable to resist, he staggered and pulled her into a coffee shop not far away. "No one is following you out there, right?" Chen Tian brought Catwoman to the bar and looked at the latter with a smile. "I didn't expect to meet an expert," I confessed. Seeing this, Catwoman knew that she was exposed, and she was a little discouraged and handed over her wallet directly, her eyebrows lowered and pitiful. "It's not okay to admit the mistake just like this. The wallet is originally my thing, and you don't have to pay any price for returning it to me." Chen Tian took back his wallet and smiled playfully. "Maybe you should treat me to a cup of coffee. Otherwise, you don't want to go directly to the police to confess your mistake, this young lady." But Catwoman's eyes widened, scanning the price of the menu and crying. No matter what kind of coffee was so expensive that she felt distressed. Just looking back at Chen Tian, still smiling at himself, as if saying that he would call the police if he didn't ask for coffee. Catwoman suddenly softened and ordered the cheapest cup of coffee with the pain of the flesh. "Drink it. I'm going to watch you drink it all. Not a drop is allowed to be wasted. Wait until the coffee is ready." She was angry that Roar brought it to Chen Tian, and her big dark eyes were full of resentment. Because of a cup of coffee, the already difficult economic situation is even worse. Chen Tian took a sip of coffee and looked at Catwoman's face as dark as a resentful woman, feeling funny in his heart. Catwoman in this period doesn't seem to have grown up yet, not a few years older than him. There's still a lot of naivety in behavior and psychology, but there's a lot of room waiting to be developed when it can be bumped up. Then, the news from the store's television caught Chen Tian's attention. 6 government personnel were killed in Gotham City last night, and riddles were left at the scene of the murder. The Gotham police have identified the suspect as Riddler and are making every effort to arrest it. Chen Tian turned his head to look at it. His eyes narrowed slightly. The Riddler has begun to show up in Gotham, but he can meet this guy before going to the metropolis. He became interested. At this time, Catwoman next to him saw that Chen Tian's attention was focused on the TV, and quickly took the opportunity to slip away quietly. She didn't know that after she left, Chen Tian chuckled, took a sip of coffee. If Chen Tian were willing, 100 Catwomen would not be able to escape his control. But he still has a lot to do, and there is no need to bring a woman with him. Wait until you have time to play with her. The other side, Catwoman, who had already run into the alley outside, was full of remorse. Damn it, damn it. She clenched her fists and tried her best to vent. Her expression was indignant. If the wallet is not stolen, forget it, and put a cup of coffee money into it. How can coffee be so expensive? Catwoman frowned, thinking of the price of that cup of coffee becoming more and more distressed. That shop is really... They can obviously grab it directly, and they will even give customers a cup of coffee. After walking through the streets and sighing for a while, Catwoman's mood calmed down a little. The Riddler, someone is going to be in bad luck. She remembered the news she had just seen in the coffee shop, frowning angrily and muttering to herself. Time passes slowly. Not long after Gotham, which had already entered the evening, it was completely shrouded in the thick night. Snakes, insects, rats, and ants hiding in the dark alleys of narrow streets began to move out at this time, stirring up the otherwise quiet night. An ink-colored cloak fluttered, like the swift black figure of a bat, and also flew through the major streets. Chen didn't show up last night. I don't know if I can wait for him today. Bruce, who turned into a vigilante, flashed his eyes, and the hook and claw rope in his hand contracted rapidly, helping him cross the distance of 100 meters and reach the roof of dozens of high-rise buildings. He stands under a full moon hanging from a wheel, overlooking the neighborhood where Chen Tian frequents at his feet. The Riddler who appeared in the past 2 days has caused countless citizens to panic, and even the police station has no way to do it. And Bruce is also investigating the Riddler's affairs, but he alone seems to be a bit struggling, and he needs a helper. Chen Tian is undoubtedly the best one. No. Just as Bruce's eyes kept scanning the street below, a panicked female voice cut through the night sky. Next second, Batman sniffed the wind, a few tossing and turning, plus hooks and claws to help, but in a blink of an eye he was already in the alley where the female voice came. I saw a drunken gangster who was about to violate the woman in front of him, and he didn't notice that there was a dangerous figure behind him. Blah blah. Several muffled sounds of fists colliding with the body sounded, and the gangster who was held in Bruce's hand had fainted. Thank you. The woman regained her freedom and looked at Batman in thanks, and then quickly left in shock. It seems that Mr. Vigilante has not been very popular recently. At this time, Chen Tian's voice came from behind Bruce. You finally appeared. Bruce casually dropped the gangster and let it collapse to the ground, turned his head to look at Chen Tian, and his hoarse voice did not fluctuate at all after changing his voice, as if he didn't care about the latter's ridicule. The mayor died, but you didn't kill him. Chen Tian noticed the other party's mood swings and shrugged his shoulders and said in a relaxed tone, People outside are questioning me. Why do you think I didn't do it? Bruce was a little surprised when he heard this, and his eyes were puzzled. You can't kill people. Your butler did it, right? Chen Tian laughed. Bruce was deeply shocked when he heard this. The other party guessed well. He had never killed anyone. This was his insistence in his heart. I am afraid that after breaking this principle, I will fall into a hell from which I can never turn back. After all, as a dark knight who is free from the law, if his hands are stained with blood, then it is no different from those crimes. I said you would never kill, and no one knows you better than I do. The corners of Chen Tian's mouth seemed to be smiling, and he looked at the other party and said confidently. Bruce, who received such an answer, moved slightly in his heart, but did not continue to ask. He knew that if Chen Tian wanted to say, he would naturally say it. It's just that in Bruce's heart, this teenager who was originally from a mysterious origin suddenly became more and more distant, and his back was full of fog. Yesterday, there was a guy who liked to guess riddles and murdered 6 important officials in one fell swoop. I'm going to get him out tonight. Are you interested in joining him? Bruce said what he planned for tonight. Actually, I don't risk the lives of those officials. Chen Tian raised his eyebrows and said with a bit of a smile in his tone, but I'm quite interested in the guy who guessed the riddle. In any case, it's good that you're willing to act together." After hearing Chen Tian's promise to help, Bruce suddenly felt much less stressed. After all, after several contacts, although he still does not know the true identity of the other party, he has trust in Chen Tian's ability. Then, without further ado, let's get ready to go. Chen Tian proposed. "Wait a minute, the operation to capture the Riddler. There is one person besides the two of us." Bruce didn't rush to leave and called out to Chen Tian. "Allies." Chen Tian was puzzled at first, but then a dexterous figure flashed in front of him, and he vaguely guessed the identity of the third person in his heart. At this time, there's a night breeze blowing. Chen Tian's ears moved, and he heard extremely slight but swift footsteps coming from far and near. He laughed a little. The identity of the ally in Bruce's mouth has been determined. Not for long. A figure jumped down from the next building, as dexterous as a cat, and landed silently. And the person wearing a cat ear mask appeared in the middle of the two. "Let me introduce you. This is Catwoman." Bruce saw her appear and turned to introduce the other party's identity to Chen Tian. He didn't notice at all that the moment Catwoman on the opposite side saw Chen Tian, his face under the mask instantly turned black. Catwoman never expected to meet again in this place shortly after escaping from this annoying fellow. But fortunately, under the disguise, he can't recognize my identity. Catwoman quietly breathed a sigh of relief and then stared at Chen Tian with a cold gaze. As for Chen Tian himself, he was surprised that he ran into it so quickly. It's just that he didn't choose to expose the identity of the other party. Since you were a Batman ally, you are welcome to join. And Catwoman was still obsessed with the events of the evening, ignored the other party, and turned to look at Bruce. "Are you sure that this little guy who doesn't even look like he's grown his hair can keep up with our rhythm? Do you remember the other day when a gang of more than 24 people was slaughtered?" Bruce couldn't help but remind. "You mean?" When Catwoman heard this, she immediately understood what the other party meant, and couldn't help but take 2 steps back and look at Chen Tian with wide eyes, and she was afraid for a while. "Today, I provoked this guy who looked beautiful and thin, and now I told her that the other party was a murderous maniac." Suddenly, Catwoman's body wrapped in tights couldn't help but tremble twice. "Okay, let's not waste time, let's go." Chen Tian sensed her fear, found it funny, and immediately suggested. "I didn't say anything." Bruce also glanced at Catwoman with a smile, and then took the lead and rushed towards the scene of the murder caused by the Riddler. Time goes on. Inside the underground parking lot of a government building in Gotham, in front of the scrapped elevator door, the police have completely cordoned off the scene. Detective Gordon was frowning, looking at the blood-stained elevator in front of him. At this time, Chen Tian and others who received the news arrived here. The steel cable of the elevator broke, and it fell sharply from a high place and killed the people inside. Gordon took a deep look at Chen Tian behind Bruce, and then said with a twinkle in his eyes, "He killed 6 people at once. We don't have a clue so far." Bruce's face was solemn when he heard this, and he observed the mess around him. The scene of the tragic deaths of 6 victims yesterday left no trace except for a few riddles without beginning and end. He hadn't even figured out the Riddler's motive, and he didn't have time to catch a clue. For a time, everyone at the scene fell into deep thought. Chen Tian, on the other hand, looked around and walked around, his gaze sweeping over every corner of the scene. If you don't know how to investigate, don't destroy the scene at will. Catwoman looked at Chen Tian and couldn't help but complain. Chen Tian ignored her and turned to look at Gordon. "What is the identity of decedent?" When Gordon heard this, he remembered the other party's performance when dealing with the birthday boy last time, and paused and said, "The 6 people yesterday, including tonight's victims, are all politicians with a decisive voice in the Gotham government." While speaking, he pointed to the ground in front of the elevator entrance, and every murder scene has left these 3 riddles. Chen Tian looked along the position pointed by the other party and narrowed his eyes slightly. On the ground, lying quietly, 3 riddles crookedly written by black paint. A diamond plate, a glowing dew, a place you'll never leave. Where am I? It smells like green paint pours out like purple paint, brushes on a white van. What is it? Some people's nightmares, some people's saviors. My hand was cold and desperate, reaching out to that warm heart. At this time, Gordon's face was serious and continued. Since last night, we have organized many people to solve and disassemble these words, but we have not been able to get accurate answers. He glanced at Chen Tian, who was in thought, and then added, I also can't figure out the Riddler's motive for doing this. Just this matter, the entire Gotham Police Department is in trouble. They hadn't encountered such a difficult criminal for a long time, and the other party was very cautious and couldn't find any clues on the scene. Even the surveillance footage did not find a suspicious figure. Maybe I already know the answer. Not long ago, Chen Tian, who had already experienced some thought, his eyes flickered and slowly spoke. When the three people next to him heard this, their eyes focused on him. The answer is simple. He has already told us the next goal. Inside the dimly lit underground car park. Chen Tian's voice was not heavy when he said this, but clearly fell into the ears of everyone present. Everyone's eyes immediately converged on him. All the police in Gotham, as well as all the time we spent a day, failed to analyze the results. You dare to say you know the answer with just one glance? I don't believe it. Catwoman stared at Chen Tian's narrow eyes, like a lonely cat full of disdain. As for the others, although they did not speak, the expressions on their faces also showed their suspicions about the teenager in front of them. The Riddler's next step will definitely be to attack government officials. Chen Tian was not affected by the atmosphere around him, full of doubts about himself, and continued to speak steadily. Wait for his last word to blurt out. The atmosphere of the scene changed, and the expressions on everyone's faces became strange. I thought you really had some skills. Or did I think you were just completely arrogant and not confident? Aren't you talking about something obvious? As a result, you don't know the answer to the riddle. Catwoman seemed speechless, and with the presence of opinions in her heart, she spoke sharply. Bruce and Gordon on the side were a little disappointed. Just now, the two really thought that Chen Tian had just been able to surprise them and guess the answer. But opening their mouths, neither Bruce nor Gordon said much. After all, they were like headless flies together with themselves, and they couldn't find a clue. Nor did he take a stand to accuse Chen Tian of anything. Don't worry, I'm not done yet. Seeing this, Chen Tian continued unhurriedly. The answer to the riddle is actually very simple. And the Riddler also put his next goal in the answer to the riddle. When he said the following, his expression began to gradually become serious. Word by word, his next target, the incoming new mayor, Harvey Dent. The Riddler wants to drive the city completely crazy. This time, as Chen Tian's voice fell, the atmosphere changed abruptly again, becoming solemn, and even the air became a little solemn. The Riddler's next hands-on target is the new Mayor Harvey Dent. If this is the case, and he succeeds, Gotham will definitely be completely thrown into chaos by then. Come to think of it, the expressions on the faces of everyone present did not look relaxed. After all, just thinking about it can guess what the consequences would be if something happened. So, what is the answer to the riddle? Are you really sure? Bruce, who had been silent for a long time, looked at Chen Tian's eyes and asked in a deep voice, if this matter is really according to Chen Tian, it is too involved to tolerate the slightest sloppiness. Indeed, you can't make a conclusion about the Riddler's goal just because of your one-sided story. Gordon took a deep look at Chen Tian. Although in my heart, because of Chen Tian's self-confidence, coupled with the other party's previous performance, I faintly believe what the other party said. But this kind of case, which may even involve the entire city, is not enough to use a few simple words of a mysterious teenager as evidence of action. Chen Tian heard the questions of several people on the other side, but he could understand their thoughts, and he didn't want to be angry and just smiled. A diamond plate, a glowing fireplace, a place you'll never leave. Where am I? He uttered the first riddle, paused before answering. It's home. The three of them heard the answer and seemed reasonable when they thought about it. The place where you will never leave, indeed, is only home. Chen Tian did not stop and continued. It smells like green paint poured out like purple paint, brushed on a white truck. What is it? White. Some people's nightmares, some people's saviors. My hand was cold and desperate, reaching out to that warm heart. It was a nightmare. Chen Tian's eyes were like ancient wells, calmly swept over the few people in front of him, and slowly said all the answers to the 3 riddles. Home white nightmare. After hearing Chen Tian's answer, Bruce was stunned for a moment and chewed on 3 answers to the riddle. The eyes are getting brighter and brighter. As for the others, they also fell silent, secretly comparing the 3 riddles with the riddles in their hearts. Then I was surprised to find that Chen Tian's answer was completely correct. But these 3 answers don't seem to have anything to do with the mayor. Seeing that the teenager guessed 3 answers, Catwoman felt some admiration in her heart, but there was still some doubt on her mouth. Home may refer to Gotham City, and the one who regards Gotham City as a writer is the celebrity of these 2 days, Harvey Dent. Chen Tian faced the question. His expression remained calm and unchanged and said, "Definitely, if this article alone is not accurate enough, then there are 2 other mysteries." White corresponds to Harvey Dent's favorite suit color, and the nightmare means to kill him, throw Gotham into chaos. Chen Tian said a lot in one breath. These answers are all what he saw on the way here, perhaps because he has the professor's mental ability and he has greatly improved his IQ. The few people opposite became more and more silent as he spoke, falling into deep thought, and the shock on their faces became more and more obvious. Especially Gordon. He knew that the Gotham Police Department had assembled a group of veteran police officers with many years of criminal investigation experience, and they could not guess what the Riddler was thinking. So this problem was solved so easily by an 18-year-old boy. It seems that I still underestimate you. In addition to being particularly able to fight, I didn't expect you to have such a terrifying ability to solve cases. If those old police officers of the Gotham Police Department stand in front of you, I am afraid they will be ashamed to want to commit suicide. Gordon immediately praised Chen Tian's wonderful performance and was amazed. Subsequently, he quickly reported the Riddler's target to the police station and asked them to quickly send someone to protect Harvey Dent. What? Harvey Dante is on his way to an exhibition now. Gordon, who had just had a clue to solve the riddle, heard the situation on the other end of the phone, and his face suddenly became difficult to look at again. Okay, I know. Anyway, try to send someone over. Gordon hung up the phone in a low mood, his expression uneasy. If it's Harvey, if something happens to Dante, it will be a huge amount of blow to Gotham. The Riddler could strike at any moment. And now Harvey Dante is in a situation where there is not enough protection, and it is likely that the Riddler chooses to start. After Chen Tian on the side learned the current situation, he slowly frowned. There is no time. Let's go directly. After all, we're the closest place to the art exhibition. At this point, the rest of the people looked at each other, feeling that he had a lot of sense. Let's go, we don't have extra time to waste. Bruce, Wayne said with a deep breath. And Catwoman, just after Chen Tian's words, her beautiful eyes flashed a strange light to look at him, and she didn't refute again. Thereupon, several people hurriedly set off to Dent's location. It's night. The moon and stars are thin above the high sky, and the silver moon is like a hook quietly sprinkling water and moonlight on the whole world. At the moment, a grand exhibition of paintings is being held in the Gotham City Center Art Gallery. The organizers invited many influential artists, politicians, business tycoons, and other big shots. Harvey Dante, as one of the figures in the limelight in Gotham City recently, naturally includes it. As a guest speaker, he took his sister Jessica to this exhibition that can be called a Gotham event. As the guests concluded their speeches, soon it was Harvey's turn for the finale. Dante takes the stage. Everyone, it's an honor to be here tonight. He stood behind the podium, his white suit straight and energetic, his hair combed meticulously and full of smiles. Looking at the enthusiastic audience in the audience, there was an inexplicable success in my heart. Tonight's participation in this show is to be able to increase his popularity in Gotham and meet high society. After all, he has been away from the city for many years, and now he still has to rely on tough social means to get support. Therefore, he attaches great importance to tonight's exhibition, and the people invited are also well-known people. And while the show is ongoing, Chen Tian's party, which was only a few blocks away, had already arrived and ignored the security at the entrance of the exhibition hall and rushed directly into the room. Damn, this group of people are crazy. The security guard behind him, who tried unsuccessfully to block them, stared at their backs and cursed. The guests in the venue were also instantly attracted to the attention. What are these people doing? Ladies, be careful. Stay away from that bunch of maniacs. For a time, because of the arrival of Chen Tian and others, the venue fell into an uproar. Everyone, please listen to me. Now, this venue is very dangerous and may soon be subject to terrorist attacks. In order to ensure the safety of your lives, please get out of here as soon as possible. Although Gordon, as a police detective, had to use unconventional means to enter because of the urgency of his gaffe, he still did not forget his duty and took out his police badge and shouted roar. I hope to spread the current situation as quickly as possible. As soon as his words came out, the expressions of the people around him suddenly became frightened, and Roar was shocked, and he didn't know whether to believe him for a while. I vouch for my honor as a police detective. Gordon noticed the situation in the intervening field and added loudly, Detective Gordon, I don't know why you brought a few people in strange costumes to disrupt the order of the exhibition and create panic. Harvey on stage. Dante had a calm face, feeling very full of the interruption of his speech. You did such a thing without evidence. And I trust the security services and assure everyone that there will never be any surprises tonight. Tonight's show has invited many celebrities. Harvey Dante has worked security, and security alone has spent a lot of money. How can it be possible to let a police officer's side talk end? That way, all the money and energy he invested was in vain. I can think that you didn't respect me and deliberately embarrass me. Harvey Dent continued to say angrily. Gordon heard that he knew that his move was to provoke Harvey Dent too. But now is not the time to think about these side effects. He continued to shout, There will be an attack here soon. Please leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, it won't be long before everyone can't leave alive. In fact, most of the people present were Gotham figures with heads and faces. I have had some contact with the Gotham Police Department and know the number one person of Detective Gordon. At the moment, seeing him so resolute for a while, many people in the field began to wonder in their hearts whether the terrorist attack in the other party's mouth was true or not. There are also people who are more desperate for their lives and have the mentality of preferring to believe it or not, and have begun to prepare to leave the scene. And Harvey on stage. Dante also stopped talking, his expression cloudy. However, Chen Tian, who was next to him, suddenly shook his head. It's late. Chen, what do you mean by that? When Bruce and Gordon heard this, they were surprised. Could it be that the other party found something? Click, click. However, before they could ask questions, the originally brightly lit hall instantly fell into darkness. Countless ladies suddenly let out long, thin screams. Shit, is the terrorist attack real? Damn, what the hell is going on here? Fark, Fark. Everyone fell into a panic, and the continuous cursing was incessant. Damn, Harvey on stage. Dante also realized that the situation was not good, and went down to protect his panicked sister Jessica next to him. Everyone, please listen to the question. This will be a grand guessing scene dash. Then, a strange voice suddenly sounded, covering all the chaos and noise in the hall and falling on the ears of everyone present. Duh! The moment the voice fell, a light hit the wall, casting a huge question mark that took up most of the wall. Everyone was startled by this movement, suddenly quiet, and subconsciously gathered their eyes towards the wall. The question mark on the wall was as red as blood, and all the panicked eyes present were reflected in the same red. Only by answering the question correctly can you get out alive. All of you only have 60 seconds to answer the questions, otherwise. This building is going to be detonated. The strange voice sounded again. The tone was strange and sharp at the same time, but it was very indifferent. Indifference to life. It was like a god high above the earth, overlooking the ants, not caring about the death or life of the people present. Originally, there were still some people who thought of luck and guessed that this was just a prank. But when he heard this voice, Imoli felt the fear from instinct. The owner of the voice. I'm not telling a lie. If he wanted it, everyone in the mansion would be buried here. Also, don't blame me for not reminding you. Don't bother to call the police, or I promise this building will be blown up before the police arrive. As soon as the strange voice came out, it instantly pierced the defense line in the hearts of many people. Everyone felt a terrifying shadow of death at this time, and death enveloped them. A blade dangling above his head could fall at any time and take his life. Feel it. It's him, Riddler. Someone recognized this person, who had just killed 6 people in the elevator yesterday and collapsed to the ground in a collapse. I don't want to die. Some people curled up in a ball, shivering. More people stared at the big bright red question mark on the wall, clenching their teeth and cracking their eyes. Doubts in the heart, crises of life and death, continue to spread and churn in everyone's hearts, stirring nerves. How exactly did the Riddler do this? Where did he hide the bomb? Bruce. Wayne's face was gloomy, his eyes scanning the halls, trying to find clues around him. No way. Our security technology is all from the Wayne Group. Harvey Dent said coldly. He didn't think the Riddlers could easily hide the bomb. I don't think so, Bruce Wayne said in a deep voice. Don't try hard. He won't let us out. Based on Chen Tian's understanding of the Riddler, it is likely that even if he guesses the answer, the other party will not be able to release the person. By this time, the participants in this terrorist attack are no longer alone. Back when Riddler, a guy with an antisocial personality, was ready to destroy Gotham, he has been on the internet, developing his own believer support. Today, it is thanks to the joint efforts of those people that the current crisis has been created. Click! Chen Tian's voice just fell. Suddenly, a thick pillar of light shone down, and the dazzling light enveloped him and Bruce in it. Look at these two and remember them. They're the heroes of Gotham recently, trying to save this hopeless city. Now it's up to them to see if they can really save you. Humph. That word sound. Chen Tian and the two were immediately introduced to everyone, and when they finished speaking, they let out a mocking sneer. The sound falls. All eyes on the scene fell on Chen Tian and them. The two people standing under the light were noticed by the audience. Inside the hall of the art gallery, the only light fell on Chen Tian and Bruce, and everyone around them focused on them. Who are you? The guy who hides his head and makes a fool of himself. Bruce felt thousands of gazes, frowned, and looked around questioning. This is a difficult question to answer. The strange voice came out of the hall again from the sound on all sides of the hall, and said slowly, We depend on the perspective from which we look at food. For some, we're friends. To the other people, we are enemies. Speaking of this, the tone of that strange voice is suddenly high-pitched, full of some kind of madness. And for ourselves, why waste meaningless lives trying to answer? Perhaps this is a meaningful life. The voice from the stereo raised its pitch again and asked Bruce, You're a masked maniac now, trying to prove something? Or a selfless vigilante who decided to take on the burden after seeing Gotham, sinking in corruption and dirt? Words with a frantic, questioning tone reverberated from the surrounding speakers one after another, and the sound waves rolled into the ears of everyone present. Also rolled towards the Bruce paving. Bruce squinted slightly when he heard this, and fell into silence and stopped speaking, as if thinking about what the other party said. Riddler, enough. Just when the owner of the strange voice was excited, Chen Tian interrupted him directly with a cold voice. You better say the riddle quickly, otherwise you won't have a chance for a while. Little one, I almost forgot you. Don't think you can solve my riddle, and continue to guess my next answer. The voice in the stereo paused, and then laughed gloomily. A guy who slaughtered more than 20 lives in one night. Where do you really think he is nobler than me? We are all one kind of people. As soon as this remark came out, the audience was in an uproar again. There was horror on everyone's faces. Shit, I just got so close to such a brutal guy. Damn, gotta stay away from this guy. Countless people cursed in horror. Those who gathered around Chen Tian desperately retreated like a low tide after hearing his identity. With a look of panic on his face, he left his side with Batman. Looking back at Chen Tian, his eyes did not seem to be looking at a human, but as terrified as a demon crawling out of hell. Huh. The owner of the strange voice, who seemed to be paying attention to everything in the dark, laughed slightly proudly when he saw this scene. It's just a pity. Chen Tian seemed completely indifferent to the reactions of those around him, and his beautiful face was full of indifference. It was as if the rejection from so many other people was completely unworthy of attention to him. Are you afraid, Riddler? Do you want to gain a sense of superiority and show your talent to the world? Chen Tian raised his head to look at the camera in the corner and said in a deep voice. He knew the Riddler, a self-proclaimed highly intelligent being whose intelligence was unique in the world. That's why he uses clues to guide his captors. He wants the world to see his wisdom, show it to the world, and gain a sense of superiority. I have to say, and only a madman in Gotham would do such a thing. With the intelligence of the Riddler, go to work is definitely a career success, but he did not do it. See this scene. The owner of the strange voice behind the stereo suddenly lacked interest and gradually stopped laughing. It seems that he originally thought that people's hearts could be manipulated by his own want and control. As a result, Chen Tian's reaction gave him a resounding slap in the face. Interesting. Since you were waiting for my riddle, then come on. He snorted coldly and finally began to give his own puzzle. I'm not the butcher who kills in Proxima Midnight. I'm not a bat flying in the sky. I could swim in a moonlit lake without getting wet. What am I? Hearing this puzzle, everyone present suddenly looked dazed. You have 60 seconds to answer this question. If you answer wrong or no one answers, he... At this time, the strange voice coming from the stereo added, Damn, what is this weird problem? Why did I end up like this at such a time? Being determined by an inexplicable question will determine my life and death. Why? Why? Fark. Intercession. Harvey. Dante was very anxious when he heard the question, and he racked his brains and couldn't think of what the mystery was, so he directly cursed with a red face. Before Gordon and his party entered the hall, he was infinitely proud of his new mayor. As a result, as soon as the lights went out, they were prisoners whose life or death were completely controlled by others. But in a second, it experienced unbearable ups and downs. Harvey. Dante only felt an unleashable resentment in his chest, blocking him almost crazy. The younger sister Jessica, next to him, was even more trembling because of the situation in front of her. Her brain was blank and shivering. Damn, wacky puzzles again. And Gordon also looked solemn. I'm not the butcher who kills in Proxima Midnight. I'm not a bat flying in the sky. I could swim in a moonlit lake without getting wet. What am I? What am I? What am I? Bruce froze in place, repeating the question in his mind. While he and Gordon were thinking, they subconsciously turned their eyes to Chen Tian, hoping that the teenager who had solved the puzzle could surprise them again. But for some reason, Chen Tian didn't seem to be thinking about the answer to the question, but squinted his eyes with a smile at the corner of his mouth, turning his head and not knowing what he was looking for. Tick, tick. Time passed minute by minute, and the ticking of the clock on the wall echoed in my ears. 20 seconds left. I hope you guys hurry. Huh. A prompt suddenly sounded in the stereo. Everyone present, who was already extremely nervous, suddenly tightened their bodies when they heard these words, and only felt that an invisible big hand tightly pinched their hearts at this moment, and their whole bodies were instantly cold. The person behind the stereo seems to enjoy the feeling of touching the mind of others with a few words. The tone began to count down briskly. 20, 19, 18. A countdown fell into the ears of those present, as if it turned into a heavy hammer, and every time it was counted, a heavy hammer smashed into the atrium, and the body and all the nerves trembled violently. Are we really all going to die here tonight? A strong sense of despair filled the audience in an instant. 12, 11. In the stereo, the sound of the riddle counting down becomes more and more proud. Shadow. The mystery of your ridiculous puzzle is the shadow. Just when everyone thought that the problem could not be solved, Chen Tian spoke lightly. The triumphant countdown came to an abrupt end. Chen Tian did it. Bruce and Gordon secretly breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. 10, 9. Just when everyone thought it was all over, the Riddler actually started counting down again. Damn, guys, you don't talk about credit. Brust in rage, throwing his head back and roaring. He's going to detonate anyway. It's just a game for this guy. Chen Tian said with an indifferent gaze. You guys have 6 seconds. 5 seconds. Chen Tian's volume was not high, but the Riddler seemed to be able to hear his words and continued to count down with a sneer. And everyone in the room fell into madness. Angry curses, roars, and collapse howls burst out at the same time in an instant, sweeping through the entire hall. Everyone is praying and despairing. You may be useful against ordinary people, but for me. At this time, a contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of Chen Tian's mouth. Your location has been exposed. The voice just fell. An intangible psychic fluctuation was released from his body, instantly covering the nearby area, easily locking on to a figure hiding in a dim room. That place was in the opposite building, and after hearing Chen Tian's words, the figure was visibly stunned and then said disdainfully, "You'd better escape before the countdown is over." Dimly lit room. Riddler Edward. Nigma sat in front of the computer, her feverish eyes reflecting the picture on the screen, and he could see every desperate and distorted face in the exhibition hall. You guys have 3 more seconds. He enjoyed the feeling that the Gotham big shots were easily dominated by just a few words of his own, and his tone continued to count down briskly. In the exhibition hall, everyone felt extremely afraid of this. Damn it. I shouldn't die here. Some of them had already begun to pound wildly against the surrounding walls. But to no avail, the heavy walls seemed to be as far away from heaven and hell as they were. More people had completely given up the struggle at this time, staring blankly at the huge bright red question mark on the wall, their faces shaking in tears. Is that the end of it? Harvey. Dante felt as if he had become a marionette, controlled by a large invisible hand, holding his sister Jessica, and slumped in the corner, his heart like ashes. Boom, boom, damn, how the hell did that guy do all this now? Bruce and Gordon began to try to slam the door open as early as the Riddler continued to count down, but the lock was untouched. The expressions on the faces of the two of them also became more and more ugly. Looking at the current situation, not only did people not save, but they also had to put their lives in it. On the side, Catwoman twisted her brows and looked at Chen Tian. She always felt that the other party was incompatible with the panic and despair atmosphere around her, and she always looked like she was in control. It seems that he has maintained this appearance from the beginning, and no matter what happens, he has never been surprised. Catwoman was really panicked in her heart, but seeing Chen Tian's calm performance, she felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance in her heart. You guys have the last 2 seconds. Alien to all ambiances is the voice of the Riddler in the stereo. The more desperate, helpless, and frightened the people in the exhibition hall collapsed, the more excited he became, and the more he said with unconcealable happiness. Last second. Good night, Gotham. Until the last countdown is heard in the stereo. All the previous resistance, unwillingness, angry roars, desperate struggles hoarse, suddenly stopped. A sense of powerlessness that was enough to swallow everything instantly enveloped everyone else present. Chen Tian still stood with his eyes slightly lowered and saw that almost everyone except himself instinctively held their heads and squatted down at the same time, giving up the struggle in the face of this strange fate. Whether it's the Marvel world or the DC world, the fate of those without power is always in the control of others. His gaze slowly turned between everyone. The people who squatted one by one, in Chen Tian's opinion, did not let them crouch down by some bomb arranged by the Riddler, but their weakness and powerlessness. That's why I decided to become stronger, able to completely control my destiny in such a world. He thought expressionlessly. Next second, the room suddenly fell into a long silence. The expected explosion did not sound, and the voice of the Riddler in the stereo disappeared. We didn't die. Is that guy doing some tricks again? Those who noticed this stood up with a confused look on their faces, looking around blankly, all their hearts still hanging tightly. They already knew something about the Riddler hiding behind the stereo. The other party is completely a moody freak who sees people's lives as a game for fun. No one dares to guarantee that the other party will make such a big move tonight, just to achieve a low-evil prank. Did the Riddler keep his promise? Bruce. The doubt under Wayne's eyes was equally thick. Although he only had a brief confrontation with the other party through the case, the two sides have not even met. But Bruce, with his years of experience in dealing with crime, was already sure that the Riddler was a complete madman and would not have such good character. Gordon was also incredulous about everything in the moment and looked around blankly. It's okay. Harvey experienced great joy and sorrow. Dante, who was too exhausted to think too much, softly comforted his sister Jessica in his arms. Then, Zizi. There was another electric current sound in the hall. Damn, who are you? Get out of my head. Give me the F***K out of my head. When everyone's hearts stiffened again, they heard a heart-rending cry. What's wrong with this guy? What happened? Everyone recognized the owner of this voice as the Riddler just now, feeling that the other party was completely without the previous clouds and breeze. Looks like that guy has some problems. Bruce took a deep breath. It's not sure if the bomb will explode yet. You still have to get out of here as soon as possible. Thoughts fell, and he raised his foot again and slammed into the door in front of him. Gordon and others reacted in horror and came to his aid. Boom, boom, boom. Countless sounds of B******************* G on the gate sounded one after another, and everyone was doing their best under the instinct of survival. And the crowd does not know. Darkened room in the opposite building. Edward. Nigma was falling to her knees, tugging at her hair, her face twisted and her eyes screaming in pain. He felt an invisible force creeping into his brain, making it painful. Meanwhile, boom! With a violent sound, the originally locked door of the exhibition hall finally opened. The door is open. Let's go. Get out of this hellish place. Seeing this, everyone in the hall had already abandoned other ideas and rushed towards the open door. And the screams of the Riddler in the stereo behind him still echoed in his ears. Catwoman watched more and more people flee the venue, only felt that something was wrong, turned around, and saw Chen Tian standing in the dark, 2 fingers slowly lowered from his temple. The latter noticed her gaze and smiled at her. After everyone else left, Chen Tian and his party walked out slowly. There's a clue. My people have traced the source of the Riddler's signal. Bruce, Wayne said, he's in the building opposite. Words fall. As soon as he received the news from Alfred, the butler, he was ready to leave and run towards the Riddler's hiding place. No matter what happens, you must catch the Riddler. You can't let that guy go. No need to make an effort. In a moment, the Riddler himself will come down. At this time, he heard Chen Tian speak slowly. Bruce and Gordon, who had just taken 2 steps, stopped and looked back when they heard this, and there was confusion in their eyes when they looked at Chen Tian. Some do not understand the meaning of the latter. Seeing that the expression on Chen Tian's face was indifferent and confident, the doubts in their hearts were even heavier. Until now, they hadn't figured out why the Riddler had given up detonating the bomb and hissed in such pain. And apparently the teenager in front of him seems to have the truth of everything. Bruce and Gordon's lips moved, both wanting to say something. Yet the next second, boom, a figure fell from the sky in the opposite building, landing fiercely and making a muffled sound. Seeing this, Bruce rushed up and saw that the other party should have hit the ground with the back of the head. The skull behind the head was broken, and immense flesh, bones, stubble, blood, and brain flowers were on the ground, splattering a red and white flower. He took a deep breath to wipe the corpse's face, saw a question mark printed on it, and turned to look at Chen Tian in surprise. Shun said, he should be the Riddler. Chen, you did this? Bruce looked at the lifeless corpse on the ground, except for maintaining body temperature. You did this. He turned his head to look at Chen Tian. His expression was strange. Bruce felt that from the day he met each other, he had seen too many things beyond his cognitive imagination. So after seeing the scene in front of him, he immediately thought of Chen Tian. Sure enough, it's just that he is not strong enough. Seeing that Chen Tian shrugged his shoulders and didn't care, he directly acquiesced to this matter. Bruce. Wayne fell silent when he heard this, and his eyes became more and more complicated as he looked at the teenager in front of him. In the past few years that he has been out and about, he has heard many strange things, and some people can control the minds of others at a certain distance. Recalling the Riddler's cry of pain just now, everything seemed reasonable. Chen Tian not only has extraordinary strength and self-healing power, but also has this ability. Bruce. Wayne realized this, and was shocked, and made him more wary of Chen Tian, and the strength of the other party was far beyond his imagination. At the moment, a large part of the scene near the scene has been cordoned off by the police. Those big shots who were originally invited to the exhibition were physically and mentally exhausted by the events just now. Some strongly demanded that they need to go back to rest, while others were still immersed in the previous fear, slumped on the ground pale and panicked. There were also various reassuring words, plus more and more police cars came to the scene with alarm bells. The sound in the air is noisy and incomparably loud. The night breeze, which has begun to gradually cool, makes people feel extremely cold at this moment. Bruce. Wayne stood in such an environment, looking at the teenager who still remained calm and did not have the slightest panic. Although the other party stood in front of him so unobstructed, he still felt that Chen Tian's body was shrouded in a mysterious fog that could not be seen at all, which made people feel deeply dangerous and uneasy. You don't have to worry. People who don't provoke me will never be fine. Chen Tian felt the other party's mood begin to fluctuate and hesitate, and said with a smile. When Catwoman next to him heard this, she silently moved into the distance. I take back what I said before. You know how to detect. Then she recalled the questioning words she had said to Chen Tian and smiled awkwardly. However, in a short period of contact, Catwoman has been deeply aware of the horror of the other party, for fear that the other party will hate herself because of the previous incident. Unconsciously, the once lonely and arrogant black cat has begun to show its well-behaved side. We found out this person is the Riddler. This annoying guy can finally stop. Then, Gordon came over, and the stone that seemed to have been weighing on his heart finally fell. It's just that when he set his eyes on Chen Tian, the expression on his face became strange and complicated again. Gordon has acted with the latter twice, and each incident has been properly resolved under the other's extraordinary ability. But he still can't fully trust the seemingly ordinary teenager in front of him as his companion. In his eyes, Chen Tian was also shrouded in a mysterious mist that was confusing and unclear. If nothing else, your identity may make headlines tomorrow. Gordon took a deep look at Chen Tian, a little unclear in his heart, and couldn't tell whether his words were a reminder or a warning. After all, many people in the pavilion tonight have seen you. Really? Do other people around here know me? When Chen Tian heard this, he looked at those people with different postures, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In fact, when he released the psychic fluctuations just now, he not only locked the Riddler, but also imprisoned the memories of the people around him. No one will remember him. I don't understand what you mean. Gordon didn't understand what Chen Tian meant, and his brows furrowed slightly. Everything is clear and vivid. How can no one else know him? Bruce on the side shook his head helplessly and patted Gordon's shoulder. Be careful. He's a necromancer now. After speaking, he raised his hand and shot out the hook lock, hooked the wall, and jumped up. I still don't understand. Gordon turned his head in confusion, but found that not only Batman, but also Chen Tian and Catwoman behind him were also missing. Chet, it's all a bunch of freaks. Seeing this, he couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Gotham is not destined to be calm tonight. The roof of an apartment building. 3 figures stood upstairs looking at the oppressive and gloomy city in front of them. I still want to know, who are you? Bruce looked at the night view of the city, but couldn't help but ask Chen Tian the question again. The Riddler has already given you the answer before. Sometimes, is identity really that important? When Chen Tian heard the other party's words, he turned his head and looked over. A smile appeared between his eyebrows. When Bruce heard this, he was stunned and then shook his head and chuckled. He understood Chen Tian's words. Maybe at some point. No, in all cases, the more important thing about human interaction is the position between the two sides. Among them, the determination of identity is only one of the ways to judge the position. The most important thing is what position the person in front of you stands. As long as they stand on the same side with each other and are not enemies, identity is not so important. You're right. I should have had the answer in my heart. After Bruce shared the joints, he immediately relieved a pimple in his heart, and a smile appeared under his eyes. Tisk, obviously the hair is not grown together, so it will be pretended. Catwoman looked deep when she saw Chen Tian speak, and couldn't help but complain when she raised her eyebrows. Hearing this, the latter turned his eyes slightly. Selina, have you forgotten about the evening? He stared at Catwoman, who was dressed in a black tights and had all the curves of her figure in full view, and seemed to be smiling. Catwoman in this period was only a few years older than him, and in addition to being physically developed just right, her thoughts and behaviors were far from mature in the later period. For example, when doing things, you hardly think about more consequences, just rely on your own preferences. There are also thoughts that cannot be hidden, and a lot of joy, anger, and sorrow will be directly displayed. Thinking of this, Chen Tian's eyes smiled even heavier. If you have time later, you can teach Catwoman. What? Catwoman Selina was stunned when she heard this. What? When Catwoman on the other side heard this, she realized that she had already been recognized. Recalling his expression all the way before, he suddenly felt a little puffed up like a fried cat. What a shame. I thought about pretending to look in front of him and relieving the hatred in my heart. I didn't expect her to be a joker from beginning to end. So, you've been kidding me? Catwoman Selina threw out her whip in dissatisfaction and whipped it fiercely at Chen Tian. Syllable. However, as soon as she raised her hand, she was grabbed by the other party's slender fingers, and the leather whip was easily snatched away. Only bad boys get pumped. Selina, are you? Chen Tian played with the leather whip in his hand and looked at Catwoman's seductive body without concealment. You! Catwoman felt the evil in the teenager's eyes in anger, swallowed her saliva, and took 2 steps back. After looking at Chen Tian with hatred again, the pretty face under the mask was instantly dyed red. She remembered the other's necromancer-like ability, and her brows furrowed and jumped directly from the roof. Grabbing the water pipe and sliding downstairs, the high heels just stepped on the ground, then took 2 slender thighs and ran away like a run. Chen Tian watched the woman's swift back disappear through the streets and did not choose to chase. He still has something to discuss with Bruce, and it's never too late to play again when he has a chance in the future. Bruce, I need your help getting a fake ID and admission letter from Metropolitan University. Chen Tian turned to look at the other party. Be ready before tomorrow. With the ability to replicate, his biggest expectation for the DC universe is the opportunity to obtain a superb ability. Previously, due to interference for various reasons, you can't be distracted. Now that almost everything is in place, this plan should be put on the agenda. No problem. Bruce didn't hesitate to come down. Although Chen Tian had previously told him that the news of his enemy was just a deal, Bruce was still grateful for it. In addition to this, the powerful teenager has helped himself with cases on several occasions, and we will definitely cooperate again in the future. So for Chen Tian's request to help him do things, Bruce naturally would not refuse. However, while nodding, he suddenly remembered that the content of Chen Tian's previous deal with him was to find a named Clark. People from Kent. He has an excellent memory. Thousands of Clarks come to mind. One of Kent's schools studied at the Metropolitan University. Maybe Chen's trip is with that Clark. Kent related? Bruce did not say the words in his heart, but thought silently, and at the same time invited Chen Tian. It's already late at night. If you don't mind, you can go to my manor for the time being. Have what you want ready and give it to you the first time. Thanks, but I'm not interested in going home with a man. Chen Tian teased. In fact, he plans to return to the Marvel Universe, and it is not too late to sleep again. In that case, then I'm okay. Bruce saw that he refused and did not force it. Toot toot. At this time, his mobile phone suddenly rang, and an urgent voice came from the other end of the phone, accompanied by crying. With his super five senses, Chen Tian could tell that the person calling was Harvey, Dent's sister, Jessica. Speaking of which, the other party is still Bruce's once deeply loved lover. It's a pity that since the latter decided to become a Dark Knight, he took the initiative to break off the relationship without implicating the other party. What? Something happened to Dante. Jessica, calm down, I'll go right now. Bruce put down the phone, and his expression became solemn. Damn, Harvey. Dante's car was planted with a time bomb by the Riddler, and although he was not in the car when it exploded, he was badly burned. I have to go over. I will prepare what you want for by 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. You can wait for me here. Just finish speaking. Bruce eagerly turned and jumped downstairs and disappeared into the darkness. The Riddler's hand is really unexpected. Chen Tian looked at the black back that quickly disappeared in the night. His eyes slightly closed and flickered. According to today's situation, Two-Face is likely to be online soon. In that case, the guy who represents chaos and madness. Joker will soon appear too. The thought proceeds here. Chen Tian raised his head and looked all the way out, as if he could see the entire city exuding an oppressive atmosphere. It looks like Gotham City is going to get more and more interesting. He muttered. After Chen Tian solved many troubles, he also slept peacefully. Plus, there are expectations in the heart. The next day, when Chen Tian came to DC Gotham again at the appointed time, he only felt that he was in good spirits. And Bruce dressed in a Bat-Battle suit. Wayne was waiting there earlier. He didn't seem to rest all night, and standing there in a mask revealed an unconcealable tiredness. I have prepared what you want for you. As long as you don't do anything out of the ordinary to provoke the FBI to investigate you, there will be no problem with this identity at all. Bruce handed Chen Tian an identity file and admission letter as agreed. After the latter was sure that it was okay, he did not stop too much and left in a hurry. It seems that Dante's death also had a great impact on him. After all, the other party's sister is Bruce's once beloved lover. And according to what Chen Tian knows about him, knowing that in fact Bruce also thought about if Harvey, who is full of a sense of justice, Dante becomes the new mayor and can really start to change Gotham City and become a knight of light who can walk in the sun. Then he, the Dark Knight, may be able to choose to retire. Unfortunately, in the end, such an unsatisfactory thing happened. Life is like a play. There are always too many waves and accidents, pushing us forward step by step. Thinking of this, Chen Tian shook his head with emotion. Then he didn't stop much and got on the bus to the metropolis. Soon, Chen Tian came to the metropolis. There are many tall buildings, and the deep space is no longer gloomy and dim, but the sky is clear and cloudless. He followed the flow of people out of the station, looked at the city in front of him, which was completely different from Gotham, and narrowed his eyes slightly. The city's crime rate is nowhere near as high as Gotham's, but in the future, there will be a presence powerful enough to change the world. Gods on Earth, Superman, and he too is Chen Tian's goal this time.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.